Chapter 1870, Standing Firm. Chapter 1870, Standing Firm. Tisk tsk. Su Xing is forcing Yi Yuan to the death here. Can this guy clear the 6th round? Since he dared to do so, he likely has some confidence. Fusing 3 kinds of law powers, plus the white tiger bloodline. His strength is already unimaginable. Su Xing's crazy action caused a huge uproar. Ever since Fan Ming, no celestial deity realm martial artists dared to challenge the 4th round at all. Only by clearing the 3rd and 6th round would a transmission array appear. If one could not clear it, then there was only the outcome of waiting for death. Quite a few people cast amused looks toward Yi Yuan. If Su Xing really made it through the 6th round, then it would be fun for them to see Yi Yuan going through the challenges. Reckon that he would really wet his pants. Su Xing did not disappoint everyone. Although it was rather strained, he still successfully cleared the 4th round. In the 5th round, the white tiger bloodline power in Su Xing's body suddenly erupted, making it through. Everyone was stunned, including those true D powerhouses. Each and every one of them became somewhat ashamed of their inadequacy. A celestial deity, realm martial artist, actually made it to the 6th round, while these true D powerhouses actually did not even dare to challenge the round. The so-called proud son of heaven was roughly like this. In the level 6 sword formation, the power was tremendous. Su Xing, who was amidst sword lights, was far from as composed as before, with the injuries on his body also increasing. Su Xing's sword intent crisscrossed. 3 kinds of law powers utilized to the limit. The white tiger bloodline power was similarly urged to the limit. Even so, Su Xing was also perilously close to death, brus. Plussing past the death god many times. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, not knowing if he could clear this round or not. Suddenly, the sword formation abruptly stopped. The transmission array appeared. Su Xing succeeded in clearing this round. All of the powerhouses drew a cold breath. The peak 6th firmament celestial deity Su Xing actually cleared the 6th round. This was absolutely an incomparably proud battle achievement. The current Su Xing was riddled with injuries, but his image became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. This was a young man whose prospects were boundless. Dragging his all-scratched-up body, Su Xing moved over toward the transmission array. Before entering the transmission array, Su Xing even turned around and looked in Yi Yuan's direction, giving a profound look. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan in unison. This trumpet was blown too loudly. According to Yi Yuan's statement, he must now complete the level 9 sword formation before he could continue exploring the mystic realm. But the level 9 sword formation, was this possible? Lord Jikong was a 9th firmament true D powerhouse. He did not dare to challenge the level 7 sword formation 2. The power of the 9th level, no one dared to try at all. That was a taboo existence. Young Master Yi, it's your turn now. Just now you made the boast. Now, are you going up or tucking your tail between your legs and getting lost? The one who spoke was 9 Fire Imperial Capital's genius disciple called Qi Heng. Yi Yuan had an impression of this person. This person had been constantly sucking up to Su Xing, but saying this to him at this time, no one felt that there was anything inappropriate. After all, in everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was the braggart who blew his own trumpet too loudly. No one thought that he would enter the sword formation, because Yi Yuan definitely would not treat his life as a joke. Where did this dog come from, anyhow barking here? Yi Yuan did not even look at Qi Heng as he said. Qi Heng's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Want to say dog, you're the dog, right? Aren't you wretched like a stray cur right now?" Yi Yuan laughed the moment he heard and said, "Your master merely cleared the 6th level sword formation. Look how you're showing off. Since you want to lick his smelly boots so much, Why don't you dare to go challenge the sword formation yourself? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with mocking looks. Already at this point, his mouth was still unrelenting. Merely cleared the 6th level sword formation? Right now, the ones who cleared the 6th level sword formation. One was the 9th firmament True Ji. Oh, DG Kong. The other was the 6th firmament celestial deity, Su Xing, holding in contempt. It was also not your turn to look down on. Qi Hung sneered and said, razor-tongued, since you don't dare to go challenge the sword formation, why haven't you quickly scrammed yet? Making a spectacle of yourself here. Your face is really thick. Yeah, really shameless. No matter what, Su Xing already cleared the 6th level sword formation. What about you? Hurry up and get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. You'll only make people look down on you more like this. The moment Qi Hung spoke, quite a number of people concurred. No one thought that Yi Yuan dared to enter the sword formation, which was no different from courting death. When did I say that I'm not entering the sword formation? Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. Everyone was taken aback for a while and did not come back to their senses yet. It was only to see Yi Yuan pat Qi Heng's shoulder and say nonchalantly, "Open your eyes wide and take a look at how weak your master is." Finished saying, Yi Yuan leaped and landed right in the sword formation. This scene reversed too quickly. Everyone did not react to it, and Yi Yuan already went in. After Su Xing successfully cleared the rounds, everyone's preconceived notion was that Yi Yuan did not dare to enter the sword formation anymore. But Yi Yuan went in, catching them by surprise. Lung Qiuling also did not react to it. It was already too late to want to stop it, and she could not help having a worried look. When Qi Hung saw the situation, he said with a cold smile, "Ha! This guy couldn't stand being provoked, and indeed went in to seek his doom." Upon entering the sword formation, countless sword light came from all directions. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and completely did not have any intention of defending. Everyone was dumbfounded. Entered the sword formation already, and this guy actually still wanted to act cool. However, they did not have time to mock, yet when their expressions immediately turned stiff. Those dense sword lights, not one actually landed on Yi Yuan's body. Too relaxed, too effortless. Just like this, Yi Yuan Pa S said the 1st level sword formation without even moving a finger. This is also too fake, right? Qi Hung said with a look of astonishment. Spatial law is a supreme law. It's not at all surprising for him to be able to do it to this step. But the power of the sword formation at the back gets stronger and stronger. Wanting to use this kind of opportunistic method to Pa S the round is impossible. I reckon that next round he'll have to take action, Ji Sun said with a sullen look. When everyone heard that, they all came to a realization. But right at this time, the 2nd level sword formation also started activating. Yi Yuan stood firm. Those sword lights still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Ji Sun's face immediately turned stiff there. His face was slapped resoundingly. 3rd round. He'll definitely make a move in the 3rd round. Ji Sun gritted his teeth and said, the 2nd round did not have any suspense. Yi Yuan cleared it easily. 3rd round. Yi Yuan still did not move. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at Ji Sun with peculiar faces, laughing wildly without ceasing. Ji Sun's face practically turned black like the bottom of a wok. He could not understand why Yi Yuan could be as steady as Mount Tai in the midst of such berserk sword lights. While the rest were laughing, the shock in their hearts was not any bit less. Were the first 3 rounds strong or not? So many dead people were lying there. Quite a number among them were even high-level celestial deity realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan, he was just a 3rd firmament celestial deity. Even if he comprehended spatial law, on what basis did he not even have to move a finger? These first 3 rounds were cleared too trivially, right? Chapter 1871. The terrifying last 3 levels, sword formation. Chapter 1871. The terrifying last 3 levels sword formation continue. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, choosing to continue challenging. To others, this heaven-killing sword formation was a life S-N-A-T-C, Hing-like existence. But to Yi Yuan, this was not considered anything. Him being able to easily pass the rounds did not rely on spatial law either. Arriving in the Immortal Grove world was like arriving at home. As long as he released Immortal Grove, Heavenly Tao's aura, it was impossible for this sword formation to attack him. The heaven-killing sword formation was like this. When plucking the vermilion bird, True Blood, it was also like this. Yi Yuan possessed the soul-suppressing pearl and world-suppressing steel, 2 lifeblood spirit treasures. How could the traps Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laid down possibly cause harm to him? In the 4th level sword formation, the power suddenly increased. This time, Yi Yuan finally took action. It was only to see his fingertip move lightly. Those streaks of sword light were pushed aside effortlessly. Those horrifying sword lights could not get close to him at all. So strong! Yi Yuan cleared the 4th round much more leisurely than Su Xing. Su Xing fused 3 powers of law, and there's also the augmentation of the White Tiger True Blood to be able to do it to this extent. Yi Yuan he based on what? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan's casual state, each and everyone extremely alarmed and scared. The current Yi Yuan did not employ the power of Heavenly Tao. Su Xing fused 3 kinds of law powers. It looked very strong, but comprehending 3 kinds of law powers similarly made his comprehension speed become very slow. Although Su Xing's strength far surpassed said powerhouses of the same rank after fusion, if he wanted to do it like Yi Yuan, leaping over 2 or 3 minor realms to fight the enemy, that was impossible. And Yi Yuan's sword Tao law was already comprehended to middle stage, 5th firmament. His spatial law was even comprehended to the terrifying peak initial stage, 4th firmament. After fusion, his combat strength was extremely formidable. This heaven-killing sword formation did an overall evaluation. To the 3rd firmament celestial deity Yi Yuan, it was not considered very hard for him to clear the 4th round. Following that was the 5th round. 6th round, Yi Yuan similarly made it through. When the transmission array appeared, everyone held their breaths. Would he choose to continue challenging? You can choose to leave now and can also choose to carry on with the challenge. That voice sounded out once more. At the far end of the grand array, the Su Xing who originally already obtained a true G-Odi mystic treasure was very pleased with himself. But now his expression was very ugly. He stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, hoping that he would choose to continue. Because he was certain that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to clear the 3 rounds at the back. The last 3 rounds, no one had seen it before, no one dared to go and attempt as well. Continue, Yi Yuan said very calmly. Everyone's minds trembled. No one could have expected that Yi Yuan really dared to continue challenging. In order to spite Su Xing, he did not even want his life anymore. One could tell, and when Yi Yuan cleared the 6th round, although it was not as miserable as Su Xing, it was also quite laborious for him. The 3 rounds at the back, the possibility that he could make it through, was virtually 0. The 7th level difficulty did not activate immediately. A destructive aura gradually crept out in the S-P-A-C. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The few martial artists standing closer were actually blown apart from this terrifying aura. The countenance of the group of powerhouses suddenly changed, hurriedly retreating. This 7th level sword formation's power was actually so horrifying. A hint of aura that randomly effused out blue, celestial deity, realm powerhouses up. Then the Yi Yuan in the eye of the storm. His pressure could be imagined. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yi Yuan. This someone is going to die. Yi Yuan overestimated his ability too much. This is the might of an Empyrean? That boy is dead for sure. The 7th level is already so horrifying. What will the 9th level sword formation look like? The expression on everyone's face was extremely ugly. The power of the 7th level sword formation made them understand what was called awe. This destructive power let them witness the power of heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. Right at this time, the 7th level sword formation activated. Countless sword light directly engulfed Yi Yuan. The powerhouses outside the array formation could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all. Ha ha ha, idiot! See if you still don't die this time. When Su Xing saw this scene, he laughed wildly without ceasing. A hint of relief actually flashed across Ji Kang's face. He was rejoicing that he did not go and challenge the 7th level difficulty. Ji Kang waited over if he challenged the 7th level sword formation. He would definitely die. Time slowly trickled by. Gradually, the sword lights receded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, looking at that figure inside the sword formation in disbelief. This is impossible. Such terrifying power. How can he possibly survive? Su Xing's eyes were full of disbelief. He completely never thought that he could see Yi Yuan. Under such horrifying sword lights, Yi Yuan would not be able to leave behind even a corpse. But now, Yi Yuan was standing there perfectly fine. It was just that there were many more wounds on his body. Yi Yuan stood there without moving, both eyes tightly shut. On the frost counter sword, there was fresh blood dripping from the tip of the sword nonstop. Yi Yuan's state was clearly not very good, but his heaving chest told everyone that he was fine. How is this possible? He actually made it through the 7th level. It doesn't make sense. Could it be that his talent is even greater than Su Xing's? But even Lord Ji Kang didn't have the confidence to challenge the 7th level sword formation. A series of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Yi Yuan's performance seriously exceeded their expectations too much. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a 3rd firmament celestial deity, reputation undeserved, unable to even pass the first 3 levels if he entered the sword formation. But now, Yi Yuan actually cleared the 7th level in one go. This kind of horrifying talent gave them a tremendous shock. In a twinkle, the 8th level sword formation activated. The power this time was several times more terrifying than the 7th level. Su Xing cursed Yi Yuan to die nonstop in his heart. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could even make it through the 8th level. But when the sword formation receded, Yi Yuan was still standing with his sword raised, no movements at all. And the place where he was standing was identical to before without S-H-I plus ding in the slightest. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Could it be that Yi Yuan cleared the 8th level without moving at all? The 9th level sword formation activated. That horrifying pressure made even Ji Kang, this 9th firmament true Ji, D powerhouse, feel asphyxiated. Too terrifying. J rather interesting. Inside the sea of consciousness, Empyrean Devilfeather suddenly started laughing strangely. Ji Sun's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Yeah, this boy has always been very odd." Empyrean Devilfeather smiled and said, "Can't you perceive it?" "Perceive what?" "This boy is comprehending on the sword." "See comprehending on the sword?" "Comprehending inside the heaven-killing sword formation? What kind of joke are you making?" Ji Sun said in disbelief, If my conjectures are right, after the 9th level sword formation ends, he'll still maintain this posture. The 8th and 9th level difficulty he never moved at all. Empyrean Devilfeather's words were Astonies. H-I plussing. Ji Sun got a big shock and said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Empyrean Devilfeather smiled and said, "If I didn't see wrongly, the limits of this brat's strength is the 7th level. The 2 rounds at the back. He didn't use his own strength to clear them at all." Chapter 1872, Stellar War Banner. Chapter 1872, Stellar War Banner. Not relying on his own strength? But what kind of power can block such a terrifying sword formation? Ji-sun was really astounded. Empyrean Devilfeather smiled and said, "Most likely this boy has deep ties with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove." Ji-sun was startled inwardly, having a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Right at this time, the sword lights receded. Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more, and it was still that posture. Everyone held their breaths. They felt that something big was going to happen. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. He's going to get an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Before this, no one would have expected that Yi Yuan could actually clear the 9th level sword formation. But since he made it through, that meant that Yi Yuan would obtain an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. This was something that drove countless people nuts. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the sword intent in his body bursting out, virtually turning corporeal. His sword Dao Law went up another new stage, reaching late stage 5th firmament. Just as Empyrean Devilfeather surmised, he had been continuously comprehending on the sword previously. Congratulations on clearing the heaven-killing sword formation. Now, you shall obtain an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Stellar War Banner. A beam of light fell from the sky and landed in Yi Yuan's hand, turning into a small black flag. The small flag gave off intense undulations, making all of the martial artist's eyes become heated. Yi Yuan shook his wrist, and the small flag immediately disappeared. Following that, he slowly walked towards the transmission array. Light flashed. Yi Yuan's figure appeared on the other end of the heaven-killing sword formation. Swizz. H. Plus straight away, an afterimage barged into the heaven-killing sword formation. When everyone reacted to it, it was already too late, each and everyone extremely remorseful and angry. Damn, and it got beat to it by that guy. A few true D powerhouses stomped their feet. Yi Yuan already made it through the heaven-killing sword formation and entered the other side of the sword formation. Now, whoever successfully clears the formation first would have hopes of TC, hang an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. At such a crucial time, it was naturally the earlier one went over the better. And the first person to challenge the formation was precisely Ji-sun. The Grand Array was already activated. The first 3 rounds were nothing to him at all. The moment Yi Yuan's figure appeared, the atmosphere on the other end of the Grand Array immediately changed. Su Xing, I've tried this Grand Array out. It's merely thus. You don't even dare to challenge the 7th level, truly weak. Yi Yuan did not seem to feel the change in atmosphere at all, looking at Su Xing as he said with a smile that was not a smile. Su Xing's expression turned stiff. Recalling the big talk that he said previously, he wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Yi Yuan challenging this heaven-killing sword formation crushed him until he was badly battered all over. Su Xing could not figure out just how Yi Yuan made it through. At this time, Su Xing suddenly felt his shoulder being patted twice by someone. Turning around to take a look, who was it if not Ji Kong? Suddenly he came to his senses. So what if Yi Yuan cleared the heaven-killing sword formation? A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. Yi Yuan became everyone's public enemy by obtaining the Empyrean Spirit Treasure. He swept a glance over and discovered that everyone was staring at Yi Yuan like hungry wolves. So what? Facing imminent death. You still have the energy to mess with me right now. Su Xing said with a sneer. Ji Kong looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, hand over the Empyrean Spirit Treasure, and I can make it painless for you. Ji Kong, you want to pocket the Empyrean Spirit Treasure alone. At this time, several more late-stage true D realm powerhouses closed in, their expressions unfriendly. Ji Kang's expression was calm as he said coolly, the few of you dare to go against my vast heaven great imperial capital? A true D-realm powerhouse said, ha ha ha. Ji Kong, are you telling a joke? Inside a mystic realm, you're using great imperial capital to scare us? as long as we obtain the Empyrean spirit treasure. Who dare say that we can't break through to the Empyrean realm? At that time, who would mind your vast heaven great imperial capital? Facing an Empyrean spirit treasure, no one could maintain composure. Ji Kang's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Just the likes of you, few also want to SNAH the Empyrean spirit treasure from me? Didn't you all discover that after Pa-S, sing the heaven-killing sword formation, the realm suppression is no longer there?" Bang! On Ji Kang's body, terrifying world power suddenly bloomed, making the faces of the group of True G, D powerhouses change. Ninth firmament True G, D. This was a real ninth firmament True G, D. This heaven-killing sword formation was a watershed, clearing the sword formation. It seemed that everything returned to normal. Recovering his true strength, Ji Kang's advantage became too great. These True G, D powerhouses, even 8th firmament True G, D, were not his match either. That True G, D realm powerhouse previously continued shouting, "We have so many of us. Scared of him for what? He's 9th firmament True G, D realm, not an Empyrean realm powerhouse either. If we join hands, he might not be our match." Ji Kang's gaze was scorching. Looking at the few True G, D powerhouses under vast heaven great imperial capital's command, he said, "What about you guys? Are you going to deal with me together with them as well?" Those few people exchanged glances, all hesitating. Their current ident. 1. Ties were very awkward. To say that they were not moved by the Empyrean spirit treasure, that was false. But once they took action, then there was no more path of retreat. Bang! Right at this time, another terrifying burst of world power suddenly erupted and could actually contend with Ji Kang's aura. Another 9th firmament True G, D. That 9th firmament True G, D said, "Ha, Ji Kang. It's true that you're from the vast heaven great imperial capital, but you're merely a 9th firmament True G, D. What right do you have to make them all withdraw? Empyrean spirit treasures are obtained by the fated. Your vast heaven great imperial capital is also too overbearing, right?" On Ji Kang's face, a visible change in countenance finally appeared. "Yang Yidao, turns out that you concealed your strength." Ji Kang's pupils constricted as he said. The others were all extremely surprised. This Yang Yidao was a powerhouse among itinerant cultivators and had always appeared in front of people as a 7th firmament True G, D. But now he actually directly reached the 9th firmament True G, D realm. Clearly he concealed his strength, deceiving everyone's eyes and ears. Yang Yidao smiled smugly and said, "Ji Kang now, does this Yang have the qualifications to vie with you over this Empyrean spirit treasure?" Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Boy, your talent is very good. Dying here is too pitiful. Hand the Empyrean spirit treasure over to me, and I'll guarantee your life." Ji Kang's gaze turned sharp, and he said, "Yi Yuan, as long as you hand the Empyrean spirit treasure to me, I'll bring you into vast heaven great imperial capital and groom you seriously. With your talent, you can definitely astound the world in the future." Yi Yuan's talent, everyone saw it with their own eyes. This could not be faked. In their hearts, they had actually long acknowledged Yi Yuan. It was just that under this kind of circumstances, a man's heart was incomprehensible. What use was there even if one's talent was any higher? That 8th firmament True G, D powerhouse previously said, "Humph! Is 9th firmament True G, D very impressive?" The bulls. I plus T that the two of you said is like farting. Really take Yi Yuan to be a fool? Yi Yuan, hand the Empyrean spirit treasure to me. With a few of us joining hands, we'll guarantee your life. I, Zuopan, am absolutely a man of my word and can swear a heavenly Tao oath. For a moment, these 3 major powers did not give way in the slightest. all coercing Yi Yuan to hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure. The Yi Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly laughed. I say, are you guys thinking too much? When did I say that I was going to hand the Empyrean spirit treasure over to you guys? Yi Yuan's words were full of ridicule. Chapter 1873. Merely thus. Chapter 1873. Merely thus Yang Yidao laughed in spite of himself as he said, not handing over? Did you eat the wrong medicine? Just the likes of you, a third firmament celestial deity, can defend the Empyrean spirit treasure? In front of a bunch of true G, D powerhouses, Yi Yuan actually said that he was not handing over the Empyrean spirit treasure. It was really very brave. Forget about Yang Yidao Ji Kong, this kind of ninth firmament true G. D peerless powerhouse, even first firmament true G. D was also not what a rookie like Yi Yuan could resist. Su Xing's contest with Yi Yuan was merely children playing house in these big shots' eyes. They had the potential to be a powerhouse, but it did not mean that they were powerhouses right now. This kind of stubbornness and pride that was utterly unjustifiable would only make Yi Yuan lose his life. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Go and get it yourselves if you have the capabilities. Bullying a junior here, and you're still puffed up with pride. Each and every one of you is really shameless." Ji Kong smiled coldly and said, "Boy, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, you're not fit to possess treasures." Yang Yidao also laughed loudly and said, "What is face? Can it be eaten as rice? Can it increase strength? Boy, you're still too young." Zhuo Pan was clearly not that patient, snorting coldly as he said, "Enough nonsense. Boy, not handing over the Empyrean spirit treasure. I'll kill you first." Originally, the group of true D powerhouses was ready to jump at each other's throats. But at this time, the spearheads were all aimed at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan not being willing to hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure. No matter how they quibbled, it was all for naught as well. This boy wouldn't have lost his mind, right? Empyrean spirit treasure, he has the fate to obtain it, but doesn't have the life to use it. Can't understand what this boy is thinking. If it were me, I'd have long thrown away the Empyrean spirit treasure. This thing is a hot potato, but he actually can't even understand the situation. Reckon that he's dead for sure. Not scared of blowing matters up when watching a show. Those celestial deity powerhouses and weaker true D powerhouses all felt that Yi Yuan was too unwise. Yi Yuan held his palm out. The stellar war banner appeared in his hand. Waves of powerful undulations spread out. Feeling this powerful undulation, the eyes of Ji Kong and the rest revealed incomparably fervent looks. "That's it, this is more like it. It's no use being stubborn. Hurry up and hand it over." Ji Kong smiled and said, Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan still submitted in the end. Facing so many true D powerhouses, no one could be unyielding. Who knew that a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said coolly, "The stellar war banner is right here. If you have the capabilities, come over and take it." Everyone was taken aback, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually put on the posture of picking a fight. "Who's H?" Plus, right at this time, a figure suddenly dashed out behind Yi Yuan. The faces of Ji Kong and the rest all changed. They did not expect that there would actually be someone who struck first to gain the advantage. The auras of Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, Zhuo Pan, and the rest all suddenly erupted. Russ. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, the small flag in Yi Yuan's hand suddenly became bigger. The sky suddenly turned dark, stars dotting the sky. Yi Yuan gripped the stellar war banner with one hand and suddenly waved. Countless starlight suddenly coalesced onto the black flag. A terrifying to the extreme aura suddenly erupted, catching that person who sneaked attack by surprise. Bang! The person who ambushed directly flew out 1,000 feet away, fresh blood spurting wildly along the way. When he fell to the ground, there was not one unscathed spot on his body. The figures of Ji Kong and the rest abruptly stopped, looking at this scene in tremendous alarm and terror. Is this the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure? So powerful? Ji Kong said with an astounded look. Yang Yidao's expression was very ugly as he said, Li Zhu is 6th firmament true Ji. Oh, D, to actually not even be able to block the power of one strike from the Stellar War Banner. He just obtained the Stellar War Banner and doesn't have time to refine at all. Furthermore, he's only 3rd firmament celestial deity, so why is he able to unleash such terrifying power? Zhuo Pan was full of puzzlement. The person who sneaked attacked Yuan just now was called Li Zhu, a true G.O.D. powerhouse among the itinerant cultivators, his strength not weak. When Yi Yuan and the 3 factions were disputing, he had long already planned on secretly ambush. Plussing. He found the best angle to sneak attack and wanted to H away the Stellar War Banner as soon as he killed Yi Yuan, and then escape. It was just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan beat him half-death with just one move. Yi Yuan looked at the few people with a smile that was not a smile and said, Coolly, why aren't you Russ? Plussing up any more? Don't you all want the Stellar War Banner? It's right here, so come and get it. The expressions of Ji Kong and the rest were very ugly. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was really provoking without any scruples. Boy, if you want to seek death, then we'll fulfill your Wisconsin Plus Yang Yidao, Zhuo Pan, we'll attack together. This old man wants to see whether or not this boy has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ji Kong said in a cold voice. Yang Yidao and the rest all nodded and said, Okay, kill this brat first, and then we'll slowly settle things among ourselves after. Clearly, these few people reached a consensus and were going to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. One powerful aura after another suddenly released, Russ. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Heaven and earth changed colors. Inside the law enforcement hall, Fong Tian and the rest had deathly pale complexions. The powerful undulations coming from the direction of the Tsfall mountain range made the entire world shudder. This Serpa, said the power of a small world. These people who lived in a small world, had never experienced such terrifying power before at all. In their eyes, this kind of power was sufficient to destroy the immortal Grove world. No wonder Yi Yuan said that even he had no confidence this time. Just what bunch of monsters entered this time? Fong Tian said in shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan is currently fighting with these monsters? Just what level has he reached now? Sky Distant said, an incomparably powerful heavenly Dao power was injected into the Stellar War Banner frenziedly. The Stellar War Banner suddenly expanded a little more again. The skies turned dim, motes of stars dotting the sky, converging onto the Stellar War Banner once more. Yi Yuan suddenly waved the War Banner. An even more powerful force than before suddenly gushed out, colliding together with a few great true G.O.D. powerhouses. Bang, bang, bang. Sea tore apart, the earth split open. Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, and the rest were directly blasted flying away by this tremendous force. Of course, facing such terrifying power, Yi Yuan also suffered a considerable backlash. But this was nothing. Right now, everyone's gazes that looked towards him was akin to seeing ghosts. A 3rd firmament celestial deity, carrying an Empyrean spirit treasure, overpowered several 9th firmament true G.O.D. powerhouses. This battle achievement simply made their heads explode. How is this possible? How in the world did he do it? Even if it's an initial stage true G.O.D. realm powerhouse, it's also impossible to rely on an Empyrean spirit treasure to resist the teaming up of Lord Ji Kong and Lord Yang Yidao. They all right? Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon, who knew that this fellow was a diamond. Ji Kong and the rest forcefully endured the upheaval of their innards, using extremely shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. The strength that Yi Yuan just displayed was practically the same as theirs. No, it should be that it was even a notch higher than theirs, because Yi Yuan blocked the few of their combined attacks by himself. How is this possible? Don't each and every one of you guys crack yourselves up to be powerhouses? Doesn't strength reign supreme? This is your strength. It's also merely thus. Yi Yuan said with a mocking look. Chapter 1874, Tang Yan. Chapter 1874. Tang Yan. Yi Yuan's mocking voice spread to the surroundings, sounding incomparably arrogant. But currently, no one felt that he was arrogant at all. Yi Yuan, who was wielding the Stellar War banner, absolutely had the qualifications to show contempt for these few mighty peak true G. D powerhouses. Rather, it was the Su Xing in the distance who was currently already frightened until his complexion was pale. Coming along the way, he completely looked down on Yi Yuan, all the way until Yi Yuan cleared the heaven-killing sword formation. He finally saw Yi Yuan's terrifying potential and strength. At that time, he already viewed Yi Yuan as a formidable foe. But now he was afraid. Yi Yuan, who possessed the Stellar War banner, actually fought to a draw with Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, and the rest. Killing him was merely a matter of moving his fingertips. Yi Yuan surveyed the four directions, waved the Stellar War banner in his hand, and said with a grin, "The Stellar War banner is right here. If anyone wants it, you're welcome to come and get it." At this time, who still dared to come and S-N-A-T-C-H the Stellar War banner, unless they were tired of living. Ji Kong and the rest all had grim faces, feeling greatly disgraced. 2 9th firmament true G. DS and an 8th firmament true G. D joined hands and could actually only fight to a draw with a 3rd firmament celestial deity. This was simply a comical outcome. But they knew that Yi Yuan indeed had the qualifications to possess the Empyrean spirit treasure. Humph! Let's go! Ji Kong gave a cold snort and brought everyone towards the next mountain peak. The Empyrean spirit treasures here were definitely not just one, since Yi Yuan's strength was so formidable. Fighting to the bitter end here was clearly not wise. When Ji Kong and the rest left, Yang Yidao and the rest also left one by one. With all these heavyweights leaving, the others who dared to provoke Yi Yuan even just slightly also left. Inside the heaven-killing sword formation, Ji Sun was still clearing the rounds. Yi Yuan found a place himself and started meditating. Previously, he gleaned considerable gains inside the heaven-killing sword formation, making his sword Dao Law improve greatly, already reaching late stage, 5th firmament. He had to comprehend things properly. The situation was good for him. Lung Qiuling and Gu Tianke still had not cleared the challenge, so he could just leisurely wait. But right at this time, a young man suddenly came before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a frown, "Is there something?" Nothing. It's just that I see Brother Ye's strength is a Stonies. Plussing and want to come and get acquainted. I'm Tang Yan, an itinerant cultivator, the young man said with cupped fists. Yi Yuan had some impression of this Tang Yan. Previously, when challenging the heaven-killing sword formation, he said the first 3 rounds rather easily. At that time, it even surprised Yi Yuan. However, he did not choose to continue challenging, but directly came over through the transmission array. Although this Tang Yan was an itinerant cultivator, his strength was definitely rather uncommon. It was just that he was different from Su Xing and Zhuohan. He was very low profile. "So, it's Brother Tang. Nice to meet you." Yi Yuan had always returned tenfold when others showed him respect. This Tang Yan greeted with a smiling face and was very humble, so Yi Yuan naturally would not refuse. Tang Yan smiled and said, "Actually, in the door of Vermilion Bird, I already saw Brother Yi take action. At that time, it really gave me a fright. To be able to fuse sword Dao Law and spatial law to such a degree. This Tang has rarely seen it in my life." Yi Yuan said, "You're too kind. Brother Tang's strength is likely not as simple as it seems either, right? Tang Yen smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Ha! This Tang feels like I have some ability when I examine my own conscience. But compared to Brother Yi, it's far from it. Not afraid of Brother Yi laughing. This Tang was also BRIMMING with confidence before coming. But now it's difficult to dismount a tiger after getting on its back. I'm an itinerant cultivator without anyone to depend on. I wonder if I can follow Brother Yi? Being a follower is also good." Tang Yen said it euphemistically, but actually, putting it bluntly, he wanted to find a backer. The fight now was no longer what he could take part in. Many itinerant cultivators were all harboring the idea of fists, plussing in muddled waters before coming in. After all, true D powerhouses must be suppressed to Celestial Deity, Realm 2. But now, everyone recovered their strength. These Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses, became awkward. Could not leave if they wanted to. Also could not enter if they wanted to. Although Yi Yuan was a Celestial Deity Realm 2, right now, no one would regard him as a Celestial Deity Realm. Tang Yen coming to find him to be his backer was quite normal. Yi Yuan looked at Tang Yen with a scorching look, wanting to see something from his eyes. But Tang Yen had an honest look, his eyes very calm, unable to see anything at all. Hoo-hoo! The mystic realm at the back will likely be even more terrifying than this heaven-killing sword formation. Yi even has difficulties protecting myself, let alone talk about protecting Brother Tang. Apologies, Yi Yuan said and cupped his fists. Musing for a moment, Yi Yuan still rejected it. He was not some rookie who just made his debut in the world. The logic of a man's heart was incomprehensible. He still understood it. Those who entered the Immortal Grove world. Which one did not do it for the treasures here? There were so many people on this trip. Who Yi Yuan could trust was also just a Lung Qiuling. Even Gu Tianke, he would not be completely assured too. Now, a stranger requested to be brought along. How could he possibly set his mind at ease and bring him by his side? Actually, what Yi Yuan was most worried about was not Jikong these people. Making use of the Stellar War banner was just for the sake of providing a cover. Yi Yuan could sufficiently deal with Jikong and the rest by utilizing the power of Heavenly Tao. What Yi Yuan was really worried about was Empyrean powerhouses. The words that he said to Feng Tian and the rest also stemmed from precisely this, saying that Yi Yuan was invincible in the Immortal Grove world. That was limited as well. Right now, the Immortal Grove world recovered quite a bit of primordial energy, but it was still a little too forceful to want to deal with Empyrean powerhouses. Once Empyrean powerhouses came to blows in the Immortal Grove world, they might very likely fight until this small world fell to pieces. Although Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was just an Empyrean too, he was not an ordinary Empyrean after all. He was much stronger than ordinary Empyreans. Who could guarantee that there were no Empyrean powerhouses who suppressed their realms and quietly sneaked inside? There was not the slightest flaw on this Tang Yan's body. But Yi Yuan felt that no flaw was the biggest flaw. When he scrutinized Tang Yan's performance was too calm. One had to know he exhibited the power of peak true D realm. A merely celestial deity realm would actually be completely indifferent. Of course, Yi Yuan did not deny if Tang Yen had a firm mind and remained unmoved. But he did not want to take the risk. Tang Yen let out a sigh and said, "It was this Tang who was impetuous. I hope that Brother Yi doesn't take offense. Farewell." Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. At this time, light flashed and Ji Sun's figure appeared. Swizz. Plus, virtually without pausing in the slightest, Ji Sun urged his movement technique to the limit, speeding towards the distance. Ji Sun only cleared 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds were nothing to him. Inside the array formation, the situation over this side, he saw it all. So he chose to flee straight away. Yi Yuan was long waiting for this moment. Laughing coldly, The stellar war banner in his hand activated once more. A terrifying stellar power suddenly erupted. SMAs. H.I. Plussing over towards Ji-sen. Bang! Ji-sen spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, but his figure swept away even faster. Yi Yuan, our enmity is irreconcilable. Far away came Ji-sen's angry roar, but his aura was very unstable. Clearly, he sustained heavy injuries. Everyone looked at this scene in terror, silent like cicadas in winter. An exalted eighth firmament true Ji. Oh! D Powerhouse, the lord of a city, ran away the moment he saw Yi Yuan. This situation was also unprecedented. Chapter 1875. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean. Chapter 1875. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean. It's so quiet here. It's likely not a good place. Yi Yuan, be more careful. The surroundings were very quiet, making a foreboding premonition arise in Gu Tiang's heart. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This place is extremely heavy with Yin energy. There are likely many evil abominations that come and go." In reality, Yi Yuan was not worried. Dustless told him that this place was called Azura Ghost Domain, the place where heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove reared ghosts. In this place, many powerful ghost Dao powerhouses were being raised. There might even be an Empyrean realm powerhouse existence. But with Dustless around, Yi Yuan was not worried at all. It had already been close to a month's time since coming out of the heaven-killing sword formation. Along the way, the few people saw quite a few dead bodies, but the three of them were safe and sound. All this was naturally thanks to Yi Yuan. To say that Gu Tianke did not have any ideas about the Stellar War banner, that was impossible. But the current Yi Yuan was already not the celestial deity realm martial artist who could be bullied by anyone. His combat strength approached ninth firmament true Ji. OD! Even if he had any ideas, Gu Tianke could only stifle it in his heart. The three of them gradually penetrated deep into the Azura ghost domain. Suddenly, a series of fierce fighting sounds came from in front, and they could not help becoming alert. Yang Yi Dao, finish off these ghosts first, otherwise no one can think about getting the seven-colored Agarine. Ji Kong said with a furious roar. The world power in Yang Yi Dao's body erupted, and he was currently locked in a tangled warfare with a peak rank 6 ghost. These ghosts were all very hard to tangle with. Practically every one of them knew the ghost Dao 100 runes, their strength exceedingly formidable. Ji Kang's pressure was tremendous, dealing with several ghosts. The others also suffered heavy losses under the encirclement of a group of ghosts. One of the ghost Dao powerhouses among them roared angrily, "You all, these DAMN humans, to actually dare have designs on the seven-colored Agarine. You all deserve to die." The number of ghost Dao powerhouses were too many. The human situation was clearly disadvantageous. Hearing these people's conversation, a hint of glimmer flashed across Gu Tiang's eyes. Seven-colored Agarine. It's actually the seven-colored Agarine. Yi Yuan had a look of puzzlement as he said, "Senior, what's seven-colored Agarine?" Gu Tianke looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "Yo actually don't know about the seven-colored Agarine?" In his view, with Yi Yuan's ident, 1. Tai. How could he possibly not know about the seven-colored Agarine? Yi Yuan was taken aback, secretly thinking that it was not good. The reason why Gu Tianke was very courteous toward him was that he was wary of his ident. 1 Tai. He blurted out just now, but did not think about this. It likely made Gu Tianke produce a trace of suspicion already. "Oh, I heard people mention it before in the past. But as for the specifics of what effects it has, I don't know." Yi Yuan said smilingly. A hint of suspicion flashed across Gu Tiang's eyes, but he still explained, "Seven-colored Agarine is a specialty product of the Heaven-Span Mountain. Furthermore, it only appears in the Empyrean level area. However, this thing is too rare. One piece might not appear in 1,000,000 years. If a true Ji Oh, D realm can acquire a piece of 7-colored Agarine. Stepping into the realm of Empyrean will be right around the corner. This thing, even to Empyrean realm powerhouses, it's also immensely useful. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard it, able to let a true D break through to the Empyrean realm. It was not surprising that these people were crazy about it, clearly knew that they could not beat these ghost Dao powerhouses, but refused to retreat no matter what. Yi Yuan, this 7-colored Agarine, we must obtain it. A hint of fierce glint flashed across Gutiank's eyes. This was a Ma. S. Sivopen S. P.A.C. Behind the ghost Dao powerhouses, there was a deep, dark cave. If there were no accidents, the 7-colored Agarine should be inside that cave. Swizz. H. Plus Gutiank's figure moved, speeding over toward that cave. This sudden turn of events naturally alarmed the group of powerhouses. Gutianke, you dare! Jikong howled. Gutianke, you deserve to die. Yang Yidao also roared angrily. Gutiank's actions made everyone extremely indignant. They fought fiercely for half a day, yet they did not expect that they actually let Gutianke find an opening. However, Gutiank's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he tunneled into that cave. The leader of the Ghost Dao powerhouses shouted angrily, "Ghost Wind, you go in and kill him." The 7-colored Agarine absolutely can't allow others to take a share. Yes. That Ghost Wind received the order and also tunneled into the cave. The moment Ghost Wind left, the pressure on Ji Kang's side reduced significantly. Yi Yuan, this Lung Chilling, also did not expect that Gutianke was so decisive and was actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. There was no idea what kind of existence inside that cave. She was rather worried about Gutiank's safety. Yi Yuan did not move and just said, "Wait and see first." Those people who concealed their strength will likely reveal their foxtail soon as well. Sure enough, the leader of the Ghost Dao powerhouses suddenly howled loudly at this time and said, "Into formation! Eradicate all these people for me." Woo! Woo! All of a sudden, Een Wind howled. Terrifying evil ghost power surged out. When Ji Kong and the others saw this scene, each and every one of them turned deathly pale. Those late-stage, rank 6 ghost Dao powerhouses all fired out mysterious and unfathomable seals. A terrifying aura condensed and formed. The ghost Dao leader roared angrily, while Blade Ghost Empyrean condense. Roar! An enormous ghost Dao powerhouse condensed and formed. The gloomy and cold aura coming off his body virtually made S.P.A.C. become solid. Ji Kang's pupils constricted, his face white as a sheet as he cried out in shock, "Ghost Empyrean! Ji Ghost Dao Heavenly Empyrean!" The wild blade, Ghost Empyrean, held a curved blade made out of no idea what kind of material. A pair of deep eyes swept past, bringing everyone a feeling of death. The Ghost Dao leader immediately knelt down and said, "Lord Ghost Empyrean, these people cast their covetous eyes on the 7-colored Agarine. Your Excellency, please take action to Punies. H. Plus, those who covet the 7-colored Agarine die." The wild blade, Ghost Empyrean, practically squeezed these few words out of his throat, incomparably ear-piercing. All of a sudden, the wild blade, Ghost Empyrean, cleaved a blade out. The places that it pa said through SPAC fragmented. The violent spatial storm brought out a maw. Civ Tempest Vortex. It was as if it was going to devour everything. The countenance of Ji Kong and the rest suddenly changed, figures retreating explosively. But while he was fast, the wild blade, Ghost Empyrean's blade, was faster. This wild blade, Ghost Empyrean, was a true Empyrean-level powerhouse, his strength terrifying to the extreme. But right at this time, two unbelievably powerful auras suddenly erupted among the human powerhouses. Two clouds of black energy, rose to the sky. The power was actually not much weaker than the wild blade Ghost Empyrean. Another 2 Empyrean powerhouses. Bang, bang. 2 streams of black energy fired out directly class. H.I. plussing together with the wild blade Ghost Empyrean's blade. The immortal grove world's S.P.A.C. was like paper, shredding into pieces by these 3 powerful to the extreme attacks. A fiend race Empyrean powerhouse laughed strangely and said, "Gee, even thought that I could conceal my strength until Old Fart Immortal Grove's palace. Didn't expect that I was forced out here." The other fiend race Empyrean said, "Old Fart Immortal Grove is indeed well deserving of being a peerless powerhouse capable of contending with Lord Jiushang. Already dead until like this, and he can actually still summon out such a terrifying ghost Dao powerhouse." These 2 were actually both fiend races, Empyrean powerhouses. The 3 powerful attacks gradually dissipated. S.P.A.C. recovered bit by bit. Yi Yuan looked at this scene, expression being ugly to the extreme. The thing that he was most worried about indeed still happened. Chapter 1876, Attracting Firepower. Chapter 1876, Attracting Firepower, Empyrean Powerhouse. Escaping a calamity by a fluke, Ji Kong and the rest were not the least bit happy. The unexpected appearance of fiend race Empyreans disrupted all of their plans. They thought that similarly Empyrean powerhouses, heavenly Empyrean immortal groves abode, should not have too great an attraction to Empyrean powerhouses. This place was dangerous, but the benefits obtained might not be a lot. This kind of thing was an arduous but fruitless task to Empyrean powerhouses. Hence, no one thought that there would be Empyrean powerhouses who enter. But now, 2 Empyrean powerhouses appeared all at once. When the wild blade Ghost Empyrean saw these 2 mighty fiend race Empyrean powerhouses, he also had a solemn look on his face. "Wild blade Ghost Empyrean, is it? The 7-colored Agarine belongs to the 2 of us. You don't have objections anymore, right?" The fiend race Empyrean said. Wild blade Ghost Empyrean gave a fierce howl and said, "The 7-colored Agarine can only be possessed by heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove successor. If you all want it, you must kill me." The fiend race Empyrean laughed loudly and said, "There's no choice then. Imond, attack together and dispose of him." 2 great fiend race Empyreans took a stride out. S.P.A.C. trembled from it. Bang, bang, bang. Wild blade Ghost Empyrean was not the least bit afraid. Class H.I. plussing together with the 2 great Empyrean powerhouses. The exchange of Empyrean powerhouses fought until S.P.A.C. was reduced to fragments. Those weaker celestial deity powerhouses were directly buried in oblivion by the air billows that flowed out. How could Ji Kong and the rest still dare to remain in the vicinity, with each and everyone running far away? Immortal Grove World's S.P.A.C. was like shattered GLA. S.S. spreading further and further. The Immortal Grove World was plunged into an abyss of misery. Far away, Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. The Immortal Grove World's every blade of GRA. S, and every tree, he could feel it clearly. In the current Immortal Grove World, mountains and rivers were crumbling, blood flowing like rivers. Countless lower realms were already disintegrated and torn by dissension in the midst of this great battle. I can't let them continue fighting any more. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth, took a step out, and stepped right into the battlefield. 3 mighty Empyrean powerhouses spanning across in the middle. No one could enter that cave at all. This figure that suddenly appeared made everyone get a big surprise. Ji Kang's gaze turned intent, and he cried out in shock, "It's Yi Yuan! Does this boy want to court death? Those are Empyrean powerhouses. Ha! An ant who's blind and reckless also wants to obtain the 7-colored Agarine. To go Hell. Aymond gave a savage laugh and suddenly threw a punch out. A terrifying ball of black energy shattered the void and fired toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just felt like the end of the world had arrived. That horrifying power made his fleshy body fall apart. Empyrean powerhouses were too strong. Stellar War Banner. Divine Vestige SPAC. Yi Yuan yelled out, injecting the power of heavenly Tao frenziedly into the Stellar War Banner. At the same time, he opened up the Divine Vestige SPAC. Yi Yuan's two eyes were icy cold, not carrying the slightest emotion. The power of the Stellar War Banner could virtually sweep across true D realms. But facing an Empyrean powerhouse, it was somewhat inadequate to look at. But Yi Yuan was simply a crawling bug in Aymond's eyes. He did not pay attention to him at all. The majority of his focus was placed on Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean. This punch did not use his full strength. Bang! The black energy broke through the Stellar War Banner. The residual force slammed completely onto the Divine Vestige SPAC. Those countless blue patterns directly fell apart to pieces. Yi Yuan's figure was also blasted out of the Divine Vestige SPAC by this punch. Poo work! Yi Yuan spewed fresh blood wildly, but he did not hesitate. With another flash, he flew straight into the cave. Amen? A celestial deity realm boy received a punch of mine, and he actually didn't die. Aymond said in shock. Not just him. Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, and the rest were all dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually blocked an Empyrean powerhouse's attack. Although Aymond was not serious with this attack, if it were them, they would definitely be blasted into dregs. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully blocked it. Not only did he block it, he even had leftover strength to barge into the cave. They discovered that ever since entering this mystic realm, Yi Yuan refreshed their understanding time and again. From a third firmament celestial deity that was weaker until he could not be weaker, to killing Zhuohan, then to humiliating Su Xing, then to forcefully resisting 3 peak third firmament powerhouses. Now he could actually even block an Empyrean powerhouse's attack. It was simply inconceivable. Qiao Yuan, Aymond, you two fools. Why haven't you quickly chased after? This boy's strength rivals 9th firmament true G. Oh, D, the people inside aren't his match. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly bellowed wildly at the 2 great fiend race Empyreans. Qiao Yuan's brows furrowed. Looking over at that person, he frowned and said, "You know me?" That person had an indignant appearance and said in a great rage, "Your father is Devil Feather. Stop being long-winded, hurry up and go chase. When you see that boy, kill without amnesty." This person was none other than precisely Ji Sun, who was seriously injured by Yi Yuan and escaped. Qiao Yuan's and Aymond's pupils constricted at the same time, and they came to a realization very soon. Empyrean Devil Feather, that was an old subordinate of Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. Back then, he was sent by Heavenly Emperor Jiushang to pursue Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, but he never came back. They did not expect that he actually did not die yet. The 2 of them did not doubt Devil Feather's words. To be able to say out the 2 of their names, and even say the name Devil Feather, this was not what anyone could do. The 2 exchanged a glance, and Qiao Yuan said, "Chase!" Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, also gave a loud roar, raised his blade, and chased after, saying, "Where are you running?" 3 great Empyrean powerhouses all chased into the cave. The catastrophe of the Immortal Grove world finally stopped for the time being. SPAC slowly started to recover. Everything also returned to tranquility. But at this time, all the people inside the law enforcement hall were white as a sheet. In front of this kind of apocalyptic power, their strength was fragile like ants. Facing this kind of apocalyptic crisis, they were so feeble and powerless. What they could only do was wait quietly. This calamity, wonder if the Immortal Grove world can pull through or not. Feng Tian said with a pale expression. Sensing that horrifying undulation stop, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. Poo work! Yi Yuan's fresh blood spewed mouthful after mouthful. His injuries were extremely severe. Although the divine vestige S.P.A.C. was powerful, facing existences like Empyrean powerhouses, it was still unbelievably fragile. My strength is still too weak. That DAM, North Old Fart Immortal Grove, what the H.E.L. I do you want to do? Yi Yuan roared. Inside his sea of consciousness, Dustless was silent. He knew about Yi Yuan's feelings toward the Immortal Grove world. This place had his kin and was also the place where he grew up. He could not possibly watch these people die unfeelingly, watch this world crumble. Therefore, his fury toward Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove also reached the limit. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove clearly had the power to suppress Empyreans. But after arriving here, he did not suppress anymore. Once the power of an Empyrean was unleashed, that was truly destroying heaven and earth. Facing Empyreans with Yi Yuan's current strength, it truly felt powerless. Bang! 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 Just as Yi Yuan was denouncing angrily, intense fighting sounds came from in front. Suddenly, his eyes saw light. Sieve karst cavern appeared before his eyes. Inside the karst cavern, iridescent rays of light blossomed. It was unbelievably beautiful. Chapter 1877. Innumerable Ghost Shadows. Chapter 1877. Innumerable Ghost Shadows. D.A.M. N You'd A.M. N thing. Get lost for your father. Inside the karst cavern came Gutiank's roars. Gutianke and Ghost Wind, 2 people, were currently fighting fiercely without rest inside the cave. Gutiank's strength was a notch higher, but wanting to finish off Ghost Wind within a short time was also not an easy thing. On a stone platform in the depths of the karst cavern, a fist-sized 7-colored rock was placed quietly there. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, guessing that it should be the 7-colored agarine. Even separated so far away, Yi Yuan could also feel the tremendous energy contained inside it. It even made the injuries on his body instantly become much better. This is the 7-colored agarine? Indeed mystical. No wonder even Empyrean powerhouses are moved, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. While talking, waves of powerful undulations came from behind. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, and the Fiend Race Empyreans already chased after. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan took a stride out and arrived on top of the stone platform. The 7-colored agarine is mine. Below came Gutiank's roar. Yi Yuan totally ignored him, reaching his hand out and grabbing at the 7-colored agarine. Ghost Wind laughed savagely and said, "Blind and reckless thing, a measly celestial deity realm also wants to encroach upon the 7-colored agarine." He knew that that stone platform was not a good place that could let people take away the 7-colored agarine at will. Woo! Woo! Yi Yuan's hand had not touched the 7-colored agarine yet, and a cold to the extreme aura already came over. Countless ghosts howled and screamed. Plussing out of the stone platform and pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. These evil ghosts all had incomparably powerful auras. Even if a true D-realm powerhouse was here, they would also be torn to pieces. This tiny stone platform was actually a place that hid ghosts. When Gutianke saw this scene, his complexion turned deathly pale too. Even if Ghost Wind did not chase after, if he went to take the 7-colored agarine rashly, his outcome would likely not be much better too. Fortunately now, there was Yi Yuan luring out these fierce ghosts. Ha ha ha, the 7-colored agarine is mine. Right at this time, Gutianke suddenly erupted, forcing Ghost Wind back several steps, following which his figure was like lightning, pouncing over toward the 7-colored agarine. Ghost Wind got a big shock, but it was already too late to want to go and intercept. But right at this time, a terrifying soul vortex erupted from Yi Yuan's body. The shrill screams emitted by those fierce ghosts were as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster, avoiding him as if he was a plague. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and directly grabbing the 7-colored agarine in his hand. Those fierce ghosts did not dare to approach Yi Yuan, but took Gu Tianke to be the target to vent, pouncing over toward him frenziedly. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus right at this time, 3 extremely powerful auras barged into the karst cavern. They were precisely the 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. Ha ha, kid. See where you're going to run still. Xiao Yuan said with a mocking look. Didn't expect that a celestial deity, realm brat, could actually block a punch from your father. Truly impressive. However, it also ends here. Hand over the 7-colored agarine. Ayman said with a cold smile. This karst cavern only had one exit. Right now, the exit was thoroughly blocked off by 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. There was no way out at all. The other powerhouses also followed inside, but hid far away, not daring to come over at all. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean's gaze also locked onto Yi Yuan firmly and said furiously, Kid, put down the 7-colored agarine. Yi Yuan's gaze glinted, and he suddenly smiled and said to the 2 great Empyrean powerhouses, When did I say that I was going to run? Xiao Yuan was taken aback and said with a cold smile, Best that you don't run. Looks like you've resigned yourself to date. Hand over the 7-colored agarine then, and this Empyrean can spare you from death. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused and said with a big laugh, You fiends, each and every one of you are dumb like pigs, to actually take others to be as silly as you all? Spare me from death? This kind of trick, even 3-year-old kids won't believe either, right? Xiao Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, Brat, you're very good. This Empyrean will refine you into a fiend slave and imprison your divine soul for 100,000 years. Yi Yuan ignored him, but he said to Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, You come over. The 7-colored agarine, I'll only hand over to you. Furthermore, I can help you chase away these 2 fools. The moment Xiao Yuan duo heard this, they laughed wildly without ceasing. Ha ha ha. Boy, your joke is really very hilarious. I'm almost laughing myself into fits. Xiao Yuan said with a big laugh. Forget about them. Even Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean himself, also did not take Yi Yuan's words seriously at all. But Yi Yuan saying to hand the 7-colored agarine over to him still moved him. It was only to see his figure moved, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. An extremely gloomy and cold aura came over, nearly freezing Yi Yuan into a corpse. The severity of a Ghost Empyrean's aura, ordinary powerhouses were not able to withstand it at all. Brat, hand over the 7-colored agarine then, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean said. Wild Blade, still remember this, old man. A voice transmitted right into Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean's sea of consciousness, making his entire body shudder. Your Lord Deathless? Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean replied. Deathless laughed and said, Hoo-hoo, it's precisely this old man. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean's body trembled violently. This aura he was too familiar. Who could it be if not Deathless? Heavenly Empyrean, Immortal Grove, rearing, Ghost Tao powerhouses. What did he use to raise? Of course, it was the soul-suppressing pearl. This divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure was not what ordinary Empyrean spirit treasures could compare to. One could say that the Ghost Tao powerhouses here were all trained by Deathless single-handedly. That's great. Your Excellency, you're all right. It's really great. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, was extremely agitated. Hoo-hoo, now isn't the time to catch up. I'll possess your body and teach those 2 fiend race Empyreans a little lesson, Deathless said. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate at all. saying with a nod, "Okay." With Lord Dustless taking action, those two D-A-M N things will definitely die very horribly. Suddenly, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean's eyes suddenly snapped open, the imposing momentum on his body suddenly changing. Qiao Yuan and Iman's faces changed, secretly thinking that things were not good. They did not stop Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean just now because no matter whose hands the seven-colored Agarine was in, the two of them could not avoid a fight with Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean. As long as they blocked the exit and did not let them go out, it would do. Fighting 2 versus 1, the two of their chances of victory were very high. As for Yi Yuan saying that he could let Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean defeat them, they only took it to be a joke. But now they had a trace of foreboding premonition in their hearts. "Iman, attack!" Qiao Yuan shouted fiercely, "Russ!" H.I. plussing together with Iman, pincer attacking Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean gave a cold laugh and said with a furious roar, "Ghost Tao 100 runes! Innumerable ghost shadows! Dark extermination, Ghost Blade!" In an instant, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean transformed into countless incarnations. Each one's aura was incomparably powerful. Qiao Yuan's and Iman's expressions changed suddenly, urging the fiend essence within their bodies to the limit. Bang! 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 Countless blade images landed frenziedly, turning into an airtight blade net, slicing the entire SPAC into fragments. Qiao Yuan and Iman wailed miserably, with their figures flying out backward. The fiend energy on their bodies immediately decreased significantly. Qiao Yuan struggled to crawl to his feet, Nas. H.I. plussing his teeth in hatred as he said, "Da, how can it be like this?" Chapter 1878 Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace. Chapter 1878 Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace. What a powerful attack! It's simply impeccable. Why did this Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean suddenly become so strong? This is the 81st rune of the Ghost Tao 100 runes, innumerable ghost shadows. He actually cultivated to such a boundary already. No, wait, he definitely didn't have this strength previously. What in the world did Yi Yuan do to him? Yi Yuan's words were still ringing in their ears. He said that he could help Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean chase these two mighty fiend race Empyreans away. Just now, they were the same as the two great Empyreans, taking it to be a joke. They did not expect that in a blink of an eye, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean really brought down these two mighty fiend Empyreans with one blade. Yi Yuan looked at that rapidly shrinking SPAC, letting out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. This blade arrived quickly and also left quickly, not like the great battle previously. The ripping of SPAC was continuous, and the destructive power was also completely different. Previously, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean's fight with the two great Empyreans, he did not have the chance to approach Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean at all. He could only enter the cave to draw their attention. Yi Yuan looked at the two great fiend Empyreans and said coolly, "Now is it still a joke or not?" Qiao Yuan's expression was very ugly. An exalted Empyrean powerhouse was actually made a mockery of by a celestial deity realm. However, what on earth did this boy do to actually make Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean's strength increase greatly? Ghost Tao 100 runes, 81st rune. That was a ghost Tao that even Empyrean powerhouses found hard to comprehend, and Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean actually used it. "Kid, don't you be impudent. The victor hasn't been decided yet. Iman, attack together." Qiao Yuan gave a fierce cry, fiendish energy immediately surging on his body. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said coldly, "You guys really want to go to the point of no return for a seven-colored Agarine?" Qiao Yuan sneered and said, "So what?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "I don't care, but Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's real treasures should be inside that palace. But if you guys want to really fight it out with Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, the immortal grove world will likely fall apart to pieces. At that time, that palace will drift into spatial turbulent flows, and you guys can forget about finding it again. The moment Xiao Yuan heard, the imposing momentum on his body immediately diminished significantly. What Yi Yuan said was right. They already sensed that the immortal grove world could not withstand Empyrean-level battles at all. Once they fought it out to the bitter end, the entire world would collapse, and that palace would definitely crash into a spatial turbulent flow. Wanting to enter the palace at that time would be virtually impossible. However, Xiao Yuan still did not give up and said to Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, Wild Blade, this kid said to give you the 7-colored Agarine, but he didn't give it to you. Could it be that you're going to stomach this insult? Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, I hit off very well with this little brother. That 7-colored Agarine. I'll give it to this little brother. What? Xiao Yuan's eye, ALL. S went wide, disbelief written all over his face. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, fought with them for the greater part of a day for the 7-colored Agarine. Now, he actually gave the 7-colored Agarine to Yi Yuan. The others similarly had astonished looks, feeling that this scene in front of them was seriously too subverting. One had to know they had ABL. Oh, OD, why battle with those ghost Dao powerhouses for a long time for the 7-colored Agarine? Now, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean actually made the decision and gave the 7-colored Agarine to Yi Yuan. This made people too peeved. Of course. What they had even more was envy. That was a 7-colored Agarine. Giving a celestial deity realm powerhouse to use was simply a wanton waste of G. Oh, D's good gifts. This thing was something that could let Empyrean powerhouses advance. Just nice I was called out by them from the Senro Ghost Realm and can still stay for a few days. I'll follow along with little friend Yi Yuan then. Just as everyone was unbelievably surprised, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean threw out another heavyweight bomb. ELL. Xiao Yuan's face turned black and nearly had an impulse to curse and swear. This guy could be off doing anything, but he just had to be Yuan's bodyguard. He was originally still planning on fineness. Plussing Yi Yuan off along the way. Now, nothing could be done. No one would have thought that a great struggle for the 7-colored Agarine would actually conclude like this. The group of true G, D realms fought fiercely for more than 10 days. In the end, even Empyrean powerhouses took action. But Body obtained the 7-colored Agarine in the end and instead let Yi Yuan, the celestial deity realm, get it? Helpless, the party could only rest their hopes on that palace. 3 great Empyreans blazing the trail. There naturally would not be much danger on the way. Very soon, the group of people arrived on that tallest mountain peak. Only after arriving before it did everyone feel the majesty and magnificence of this palace. But Yi Yuan's gaze landed on a young man by his side. That person seemed to have noticed Yi Yuan too and flashed a friendly smile at Yi Yuan, saying, Brother Yi, we meet again. You're really impressive. To actually be able to S-N-A-T-C H the 7-colored Agarine from the hands of a group of Empyrean powerhouses. This person was none other than precisely Tang Yen. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Tang Yen who concealed his abilities actually walked all the way here. One had to know, previously in the Azura ghost domain, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who challenged the heaven-killing sword formation had pretty much all fallen, especially those itinerant cultivators without backers. The casualties were even terrifyingly huge. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yen actually pulled through. Hoo-hoo! Brother Tang indeed keeps your ability hidden deeply. This Yi admires. Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said with a smile. Yi Yuan touched his own heart and felt that he was rather accurate at reading people. But this Tang Yen he could not see through. Tang Yen smiled and said, What ability do I have to hide? It was merely hiding from place to place and barely managing to walk until here, that's all. Even so, this Tang also narrowly escaped death several times. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Tang is modest. Finally arrived at Old Fart Immortal Grove's lair. Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace. That thing should be hidden in here, right? Qiao Yuan chuckled and was about to step into the great hall. He was brave, stemming from great ability, and was also not afraid of whatever contingency Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set up. Hold on. Ji Sun suddenly shouted. Qiao Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Amen? What's wrong, old fogey Devil Feather? Empyrean Devil Feather could not even take care of a true Ji. D-Realm right now. How could Qiao Yuan take him seriously? Jiushang said in a solemn voice. Lord Jiushang sent you 2 pigs here. Isn't he afraid of spoiling the important affair? Qiao Yuan snorted coldly when he heard that and said, Devil Feather, stop putting on stinky airs in front of your father. If you're formidable, why would you be suppressed by Old Fart Immortal Grove for 5 million years? Ji Sun's face turned black and was practically about to rampage. But he was currently a tiger who had ended up in an open plain. So how could he be Qiao Yuan's match? It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, Okay then. If you want to seek death, go in then. Qiao Yuan's brows furrowed and he calmed down instead. Suddenly his gaze swept and landed on a 3rd firmament true Ji. D, you go in first. Qiao Yuan said in a cold voice. That 3rd firmament true Ji. D's face changed but hesitated. Qiao Yuan said in a cold voice, If you're not going, die. As he said, powerful fiend essence burst forth. Cruce. H.I. Plussing that 3rd firmament true Ji. D until he could not catch his breath. Empyrean powerhouses were too strong. Bang. Qiao Yuan did not give him time to hesitate at all, suddenly slamming a fist out, immediately blasting him into dregs. Then his gaze landed on another true Ji, D-Realm, and said, You go in! The moment that person heard, his face was immediately ashen, but at this time it was not allowed for him to refuse at all. Carrying FL, U.S. Tiered emotions, he walked towards the main entrance of the palace. Buzz, buzz, bang! A horrifying energy undulation landed. That true Ji, D powerhouse, did not even let out a scream. He directly turned to ashes. Chapter 1879. Eradicate him for me. Chapter 1879. Eradicate him for me. The group of powerhouses all had slightly fearful expressions. This immortal grove, Heavenly Palace's restrictions were too powerful. Qiao Yuan's face changed. He then pointed at another true Ji, D powerhouse, and said, You go! But this time he pointed at Yang Yidao. The moment Yang Yidao heard, his face immediately turned pale, and he stammered, Lord Empyrean, haven't we already tested it? Qiao Yuan snickered and said, Not testing more. How will this Empyrean know where the weak point of this restriction is? 1 sentence, and everyone felt imperiled. Ji Kong, Zuopan, and the rest of the true Ji, D-Realm top powerhouses, all had very ugly faces. The fox, mourning the death of a rabbit, was pretty much like this. Yang Yidao was aware that there was no chance to be spared. Suddenly, he knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a flash. He understood that, at this time, there was only Yi Yuan who could save him. A little brother Yi Yuan, I beg you, save me. Yi Yuan was also rendered dumbfounded by this sudden change. An exalted 9th firmament true Ji, D powerhouse, actually knelt in front of him. When the other true Ji, D powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help giving rise to the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. At this time, the celestial deity realm martial artists, whose numbers were not many, felt very safe instead, because even if they went, they could not probe anything out at all. When Qiao Yuan saw this scene, he immediately laughed. Hoo-hoo, if you'd long known that it would be this way. Why behave like that back then? He obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure based on his own ability. You guys insisted on abusing your power to bully people. Now, you're in a crisis and turned around to beg him. Is it that you guys will sell him again after this round? Yi Yuan brat, let me remind you, Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, can't stay for more than a few days here. Qiao Yuan had a smile on his face, seemingly not worried at all that Yi Yuan would help Yang Yidao. Along the way, they concealed their strength, taking Yi Yuan's conflict with these people into their sights. At this time, Yang Yidao's intestines were green with regret. Smack! 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 Yang Yidao slapped himself ruthlessly and cried bitterly, Yi Yuan, I made a huge mistake. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have been blinded by obsession and covet your Empyrean spirit treasure. But in the end, we're all humans. Are you going to passively watch everyone die in the hands of the fiend race? Yeah, Yi Yuan, at this time, we should be bound by a common hatred for the enemy and deal with the fiend race together first. Everyone is human compatriots. You can't stand by and watch us die. The moment they heard Yang Yidao's words, these true D powerhouses all voiced their vocal support, wanting to hold Yi Yuan ransom to ethical principles. Yi Yuan was originally somewhat stirred, but when Yang Yidao said until the second half of a sentence, Yi Yuan became enraged. Enough! Yi Yuan gave a furious roar, interrupting their words. Everyone's faces changed. They all saw through that Yi Yuan was angered. Yang Yidao, if you're scared of death yourself, then be scared of death yourself. Deliberately dragging everyone in. Are you bullying me for being soft-hearted? Or is it that you feel that I'm young, easy to hoodwink? Yi Yuan looked at Yang Yidao and said with a cold smile. Yang Yidao's face was ashen. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so sharp. His bit of trick was seen through by Yi Yuan. He was secretly shocked. How could 1,000-over-years-old little fellow have such profound cunningness? He, this old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years, could not play any tricks. Also, you guys, know that you're humans now. Know that there are compatriots now, and want to fight the enemy with a common hatred? What the hell have you been doing? When the two of them were dealing with me inside the cavern, did one of you come forward? Previously, when Ji Kong, they all were taking advantage of their power to bull people. Did any one of you step forward to step up for me? Now, know how to be scared? Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping over each person's face. The places it said through those true D powerhouses all lowered their heads. Yi Yuan sneered inwardly. These people posed as people of high morals but were self-centered, saying whatever human race's righteousness was merely holding you ransom to ethical principles. What Qiao Yuan said was right, even if he helped these people pass this hurdle. Once Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean disappeared, they would recover to their original faces very quickly. Ha ha ha. Boy, I really underestimated you. Looks like you see things even more thoroughly than I do. Qiao Yuan laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan suddenly reined in his expression and said coolly, I know that there are definitely Empyrean powerhouses among the humans too, but I really admire your tolerance to actually be able to endure until now. Hoo-hoo. Thinking of sitting things out and reaping the spoils later? Yi Yuan's words made Qiao Yuan's face change. They naturally also suspected that the humans had Empyrean powerhouses around too. But even the seven-colored Agarine appeared and the human Empyreans did not show face. They thought that there were none. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually suspected that the humans had Empyreans too. Yi Yuan swept his glance over and said with a faint smile, All not making a sound, huh? All treating me as a sucker, making me fight to the death with the fiend race Empyreans. Is it? Sorry you guys want to dodge, but I won't let you do as you Wisconsin H. Plus Senior Wild Blade. Give them a chop, force out our Lord Empyreans for me. The moment Qiao Yuan heard, he could not help laughing loudly and said, Ha ha ha! Boy, you're indeed ruthless enough. A great character. But the faces of Ji Kong and the rest changed and said, Yi Yuan, what do you want to do? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Don't blame me. Want to blame the Lord Empyreans. Senior, do it. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, nodded slightly, evil ghostly power suddenly erupting. Those human powerhouses were all ashen in front of Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean. They did not have the strength to retaliate at all. There was no difference from lambs awaiting slaughter. The blade rising, the terrifying aura raged. Whoosh! Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, did not hesitate in the slightest, and really chopped a blade over. The faces of the human powerhouses all abruptly changed. They finally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking with them. But right at this time, two powerful auras suddenly erupted, meeting this blade. Bang! The blade momentum dissipated. Everything returned to tranquility. Two auras that were not weaker than the fiend race Empyreans appeared in the midst of the human camp. The faces of the powerhouses around them suddenly changed, backing away one after another. Ji Kang's pupils constricted, looking at one of the figures, and exclaimed, Lord Zhao Min, you're here too. Zhao Min looked at Ji Kong and said with a cold snort, Humph! Vast heaven great imperial capital's face is totally lost by you all. Ji Kong had a look of embarrassment, being suppressed by a celestial deity realm boy along the way. This was simply a great stinging insult in his life. But he had no choice. Putting aside that he had peak true D strength, he even had an Empyrean powerhouse protecting. The other Empyrean powerhouse said, Haha, Zhao Min, you might not fare better than how Ji Kong did too. This boy isn't simple. Enough C-R-A-P. Du Hong, this is my vast heaven great imperial capital's affair. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Min said unhappily. Finish talking. Zhao Min looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, Boy, you're very gutsy to actually dare oppose my vast heaven great imperial capital. The consequence isn't what you can bear. Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned and said, Are you threatening me? Senior Wild Blade, eradicate him for me. Chapter 1880, Mysterious Tang Yen. Chapter 1880, Mysterious Tang Yen Bang. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean, did not hesitate at all. Innumerable ghost shadows was executed once more, directly bombarding a blade over. One blade directly blasted Zhao Min flying. Cough, cough. Zhao Ming was struck by the blade and already sustained serious injuries, coughing vigorously. Wild Blade, Ghost Empyrean's innumerable ghost shadows, even Xiao Yuan and Iman joining hands, was not a match for it. So how could a measly Zhao Min alone possibly block it? Ha ha ha. Zhao Min, is your brain spoiled? Didn't even figure out the situation, and you dare to threaten Yi Yuan? When Xiao Yuan saw the situation, he could not resist laughing loudly. The two of them, fiend race mighty Empyreans, did not even dare to attack Wild Blade after joining hands. Zhao Min, alone and without backing, actually dared to use vast heaven great imperial capital to coerce Yi Yuan. Did he really take Yi Yuan to be a soft persimmon? When those true D powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their hearts leaped to their throats. That was an Empyrean powerhouse, and yet Yi Yuan sent him packing with one word. It was also that the S-P-A-C here was not stable enough. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would likely deal a fatal blow. But this attack already gave Zhao Ming a serious injury too. Zhao Min crawled to his feet, his expression ugly to the extreme. No idea whether was it because he got injured, or was it because it was humiliating. Those who came here are all aiming for the treasures. You used vast heaven, great imperial capital to threaten me? I think that you really didn't bring your brain out when you left the house. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, See, consider yourself ruthless. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth and stopped talking. Under this situation right now, the most domineering one was not the few mighty Empyrean powerhouses, but Yi Yuan this puny little celestial deity realm. This was because Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's strength far surpa. S, said the other Empyreans, and Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean obeyed Yi Yuan's every command. Zhao Min, this major faction's Empyrean powerhouse, was insufferably arrogant because he was used to playing the tyrant. Because of Yi Yuan's conflict with Ji Kong, Su Xing, and the rest, he felt that it provoked vast heaven great imperial capital's face. That was why he blurted out those words. Except he never thought that Yi Yuan would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, making a move at a word of disagreement. Yi Yuan's words and actions were not like a junior's at all, but a fierce and ambitious person who ruled a region. Ha! Since these two cowardly turtles came out too, then we can discuss how to enter the immortal grove, heavenly palace, right? These words, Qiao Yuan said them to Yi Yuan. Currently, Yi Yuan undoubtedly had the greatest right to speak. Yi Yuan said, coolly, how to go in is your business. If you have the ability, go in to seize the treasures. If you don't have the ability, keep watch outside. Senior Wild Blade, let's go. Done talking. Yi Yuan brought Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean and entered inside the restriction with a stride. Qiao Yuan's pupils constricted. This brat's guts were also too plucky to actually go in just like this. Wasn't he scared of death? Humph. Blind and reckless thing. When Zhao Min saw the situation, he said with a cold snort. At the same time, he cursed nonstop in his heart, cursing for Yi Yuan to be directly exterminated by the restriction. However, he was disappointed. After Yi Yuan walked into the restriction did not have any reaction at all. It was only to see him SHI plus FT positions, directly arriving outside the palace's front door. Creak. The door was lightly pushed open by Yi Yuan. Qiao Yuan's face changed, and he said with a furious roar, turns out that this kid knows restrictions. D.A.M. and it. Can't let this boy go in. Otherwise, the treasures inside will be swept clean by him alone. Zhao Min also said anxiously. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, you guys take your time. No rush. I'll go in to explore the way first. Done talking. He stepped right into the immortal grove, heavenly palace. What to do here? Old Fart Immortal Grove's restrictions are extremely formidable. Based on our strength, forcefully barging won't work at all. Iman said anxiously. The others also had looks of despair. No one would have thought that at the final juncture, everyone would be played by Yi Yuan. When everyone was at a loss on what to do, he swaggered his way in. Everyone, I think that I can bring you all in. Just as everyone lost all hope, a voice sounded out like heavenly music. Looking over to where the voice was, everyone discovered that it was actually a celestial deity realm young man. You? You're sure that you can? Zhao Min used doubting eyes to look at him. The young man smiled brightly and said, I can go ahead first. Everyone exchanged glances. Qiao Yuan said in a solemn voice, Okay, you go. The young man slowly walked out, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, and really made a round trip. Except his speed of clearing the restriction was much slower compared to Yi Yuan. When everyone saw the situation, they immediately revealed wildly ecstatic looks. No one would have expected that this celestial deity realm young man could actually crack such a profound restriction. Qiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with pleasant surprise, What's your name called? The young man smiled and said, Tang Yen. This young man was none other than precisely Tang Yen. Even Yi Yuan also did not think that apart from him, this place actually still had someone capable of sing through the restriction. Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven didn't fail me. Quickly, you lead the way. Qiao Yuan said impatiently. But Tang Yen smiled and said, Senior, don't be anxious. Tang Yen don't have other abilities, but have done some research on restrictions. However, this junior has a presumptuous request. Qiao Yuan's face changed. but he recovered back to normal very quickly and said smilingly, "Speak." At this time, if Tang Yen did not raise any requests, it would be abnormal instead. Tang Yen smiled and said, "Seniors have to do everything in your power to ensure my safety after entering this heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. I hope that everyone swears a heavenly Tao oath. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. With heavenly Empyrean immortal grove's attainments, there's still no idea what kind of restriction exists inside. Ensuring my safety, seniors will only earn and not lose out. By now, this junior already has no other requests and only asks to be able to go out safely." The few mighty Empyrean powerhouses exchanged glances, agreeing to Tang Yan's request very quickly. Just as Tang Yan said, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's restrictions were too terrifying. This place was Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's lair. What kind of restrictions were inside was still not known. With Tang Yan around, it was indeed a pretty good choice. After swearing the Heavenly Tao oath, Tang Yan started to bring everyone into the Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace. After entering the Heavenly Palace, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean said with a cold laugh, "Ha! How would those fools have thought that young master is Lord Immortal Grove's successor? With this, they can only wait blankly outside." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "That might not be so." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's face changed, and he said, "Young master, what does this mean?" Yi Yuan said, "Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laying down such a big setup, it was in order to lure these people in. Now that they already arrived at the gate, how can they possibly be turned away at the gate?" Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's face changed, and he said, What in the world does Lord Immortal Grove want to do?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "That can only ask him to know. Either way, it's definitely not some good thing to the Immortal Grove world. Amen?" Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, sensing a wave of undulation in the purple extreme hall. His thoughts stirred, and little Tong appeared hugging the pink treasure pig. "Snort, snort," treasure pig grunted at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, and he said with a smile, "Okay, we'll follow you." Little Tong let his hand go. Treasure Pig immediately scurried into the depths of the great hall like lightning. Chapter 1881. One Fell Swoop. Chapter 1881. One fell swoop, such thick medicinal fragrance. If those people saw it, it cannot be without a bout of killing again. Looking at the heaps of bottles and containers in front of them, Yi Yuan could not help sighing emotionally. Under Treasure Pig's lead, Yi Yuan found this side hall. Inside had all sorts of medicinal pills displayed. Barring no accidents, this place should be the place where Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove stored medicinal pills. When Treasure Pig saw these medicinal pills, its two eyes immediately lit up, turning into a streak of punk light and DOS. Plussing over, devouring a pile of bottles and containers busily. The quality of these medicinal pills naturally went without saying. Yi Yuan examined them. They were basically all rank 6 and above divine pills. There were even quite a number of rank 7 divine pills. Rank 7 divine pills were medicinal pills, even useful to Empyrean powerhouses. Amen? What's this? Yi Yuan saw that on a countertop in a corner, several small bottles were placed, faintly exuding an extremely powerful aura. Roar! Opening the small bottle to look, the sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky, practically shattering the entire side hall. Yi Yuan hurriedly closed the lid and said in pleasant surprise, "This is 4 Symbols' true blood." Inside this small bottle, there are likely several dozen drops of Azure Dragon True Blood. One had to know 1 drop of true blood outside caused countless powerhouses to crack their skulls in a bid to vie for it. If the true blood here was put out, it would definitely arouse endless frenzy. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. White Light and Ning Tianping both appeared here. "Your Excellency." "Big brother." Yi Yuan handed the White Tiger True Blood to White Light and Pa S, said the black tortoise Trueblood to Ning Tianping, saying with a smile, "Inside is white tiger Trueblood and black tortoise Trueblood. You guys refine it. Your strength should be able to increase considerably." White light opened the bottle lid. A violent tiger roar transmitted out. His expression changed, and he said, "So much." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're the white tiger physique. Refining the white tiger Trueblood will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort." White Light was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, big brother. I'll go into closed seclusion right away and refine it." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Ning Tianping similarly felt an upsurge of emotion, saying, gratefully, "These few years, White Light and Ning Tianping were cultivating inside the Purple Extreme Hall, and also already broke through to Celestial Deity Realm. It was just that, in terms of cultivation realm, they were a lot worse than Yi Yuan. Done with these, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly swallowing 3 drops of Azure Dragon Trueblood, and started refining. "Senior Wild Blade, you stand guard over me. I'll refine the Azure Dragon Trueblood." "Yes, young master." Little Tong's gaze turned intent, and he said, "You swallowed 3 drops of Azure Dragon Trueblood in one go. You don't want to live anymore." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm just scared that it's not enough." The dragon blood entering the body, the berserk energy instantly erupted. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum skyrocketed. After 2 hours, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His realm already broke through to 4th firmament divine vestige. Little Tong had a shocked expression as he said, "Just what kind of cultivation method are you cultivating? Refining 3 drops of Azure Dragon Trueblood only let you barely manage to break through to the 1st firmament Celestial Deity Realm. Furthermore, your speed of refining is a little too fast, right?" Lung Chilling used several months' time to refine a drop of Vermilion Bird Trueblood, but Yi Yuan merely used 2 hours to refine 3 drops of Azure Dragon Trueblood. This speed was too fast. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Talk about this again in the future. We'd better leave this place first. There are probably quite a few good things inside this immortal grove, heavenly palace. Let's walk around more." "Yerp." Treasure Pig suddenly belched, immediately plopping down in Little Tong's embrace, falling asleep. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and also got a big shock. The medicinal pills here were quite a few. This little fellow actually ate all of them without leaving a single one behind. He was secretly astonished. Just what kind of pet was Treasure Pig to actually have such a good appetite? Wunty? So many medicinal pills, ordinary people would have long bursts if they ate them. Treasure Pig's body shape actually did not even change. Just what was inside this little fellow's stomach? Right at this time, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean suddenly said, "Young master, Wild Blade probably can't accompany you to carry on walking anymore." Yi Yuan gave Wild Blade a glance and knew that his time limit was up. Nodding his head, he said, "This whole way, many thanks to Senior Wild Blade for escorting." Wild Blade hurriedly said, "What is young master saying here? Your Lord Immortal Grove's successor, and also Lord Dustless's master. So you're naturally my, Wild Blade's, master too. Without them, there wouldn't be the present Wild Blade. Young master, when you return to the Heavenspan world, you must go to the Senro Ghost Realm to find me." Senro Ghost Realm was the same as the Demon Divine region, a region of the Heavenspan world. It was just that the Senro Ghost Realm was the paradise of Ghost Dao powerhouses. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Definitely. Senior Wild Blade, take care." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean cupped his fists and said, "Take care, young master." The moment Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean left, Yi Yuan lost the reliance to resist Empyrean powerhouses. Hence, he could not meet with those people anymore. Fortunately, Dustless was very familiar with the Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace. Hence, avoiding those people was nothing. Such thick medicinal fragrance. There must be good stuff here. An alluring medicinal fragrance wafted over. Zhao Min and the rest were all intoxicated. Xiao Yuan and the rest went through hards. HI plus PS and finally found the side hall. They were different from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had Dustless leading the way and was not worried about the dangers of the Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace at all. But they could only forcefully barge in. Along the way, quite a few people sustained heavy wounds or even died on the way already. A bunch of people entered in a single file, entering inside the side hall. How can it be like this? Upon entering, Zhao Min's face changed. Inside the side hall, there were disorderly empty bottles everywhere, scattered in a mess. Ji Kong gave a cold snort and said angrily, "This place should be Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pill refining room. The medicinal fragrance is so strong, it indicates that there were still many medicinal pills previously. This must have been done by Yi Yuan. The good things were all given to a pig one." Those true D powerhouses were all black in the face, in great fits of rage. One misstep, and every step would then be wrong. They could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust now. But one had to admit, Ji Kong really said it correctly. These medicinal pills were really given to a pig. Except this pig was not Yi Yuan, but a genuine pig. Preposterous. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove is a famous alchemist. There must have been rank 7 divine pills here. This D.A.M. And Brat actually got the whole lot. When I capture him, this old man will definitely tear him to pieces. Du Hong also said angrily, "No way. We have to hurry and chase after. Otherwise, we won't be able to fish any benefits. All benefiting this brat. Tang Yen, quickly lead the way. Amen? Where's Tang Yen?" Zhao Min said, he was still here just now. Where is he gone? D.A.M.N. If this boy isn't around once we encounter restrictions, we'll be dead for sure. This punk called Tang Yen is as mysterious as Yi Yuan. The moment everyone turned around, they discovered that the Tang Yen who was leading the way previously actually already disappeared. To be able to walk until here safely, Tang Yen could be said to have made tremendous contributions. Now that Tang Yen suddenly disappeared, everyone could not help panicking in their hearts. For great Empyrean powerhouses, each of their faces were very ugly too. At this time, a figure was traveling at great speed inside the palace, spurring on powerful restrictions from time to time. However, those restrictions actually did not have any use when they landed on that figure. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this figure was none other than precisely Tang Yen. It's a saying, they don't know that it was really eaten by a pig. Chapter 1882. Tang Yan's True Ident. Chapter 1882. Tang Yan's True Ident. 1 Tai. Rumble. Within the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, intense undulations transmitted out from time to time. That horrifying energy made the entire Heavenly Palace start to tremble intensely. Yi Yuan's expression was ugly as he said, "What's going on here?" "Someone is confronting the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's restrictions," Dustless said with a frown. Yi Yuan was shocked and said, "Confronting? Being able to confront the restrictions so enduringly, Empyrean powerhouses probably can't do it too, right?" Dustless nodded his head and said in a solemn voice, "Come, let's go to the Immortal Grove Hall. If old fart Immortal Grove left behind anything, it's likely left there." Yi Yuan nodded his head. Following Dustless's guidance, he sped over towards the Immortal Grove Hall swiftly. Inside the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, Tang Yen arrived leisurely. Those restrictive forces that were powerful until it made the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace shudder had no effect on him at all. And the direction that he was going in was surprisingly precisely the Immortal Grove Hall. With a creak, the Immortal Grove Hall's front door was lightly pushed open. A power that was daunting until it made people quiver abruptly erupted. However, facing this force, Tang Yen just lightly waved his hand and it immediately turned to ashes. After stepping in, Tang Yan's gaze never I plus feet it away before. W world suppressing steel. At this time, a voice sounded out on the other side of the hall. Tang Yen lifted his head slightly and looked over, and discovered that astonishment was written all over Yi Yuan's face. He just entered the hall from a side door and discovered that the sculptures of the 4 symbols divine beasts were set up in the 4 corners of the great hall. Apart from this, it was stark empty inside the hall. There was only a stone stele suppressing in the center position, emitting a terrifying aura. This stone stele, Yi Yuan was quite familiar with. What was it if not the world-suppressing stele? However, the world-suppressing stele was clearly on him. Then what was this stone stele? Yi Yuan did not believe that this world-suppressing stele in the Great Hall was the genuine world-suppressing stele, because Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's goal was not the world-suppressing stele at all, but the lesser heaven-span mountain inside the world-suppressing stele. And the lesser heaven-span mountain was precisely in his Yi Yuan's hands. That's right, it's precisely the world-suppressing stele. Tang Yen said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he looked at Tang Yen and said, "Tang Yen, who on earth are you?" Tang Yen looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "With your intellect and wit, haven't you already guessed it? Why is there a need to get confirmation from me?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, his heart twitching violently, squeezing for words out of his crevices between his teeth. Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang. This Tang Yen had always given Yi Yuan a very peculiar feeling. This person was too low profile, but each time he could make it through safe and sound. Most importantly, when everyone felt imperiled by danger, this Tang Yen could still maintain an expression that was rippleless like an ancient well. This was absolutely not ordinary. In reality, Yi Yuan had always thought that Tang Yen was an Empyrean powerhouse. But under that blade of wild blade ghost Empyreans, Tang Yen did not make a move. This had surprised him greatly. Yi Yuan never dreamed that Heavenly Emperor Jiushang actually personally took action. Now, the truth was brought into the light. Yi Yuan finally understood just what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set up such a grand spectacle for. He wanted to draw his greatest sworn enemy, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, over. He used the world-suppressing stele to draw him over. Actually, right from the beginning, Yi Yuan faintly had some surmises, feeling that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove definitely did not lay down such a grand setup in order to choose a successor. Because Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's successor was him, Yi Yuan. Then there was only one reason that he would do this. It was revenge. Except he could not figure out what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was relying on to dare do so. Forget that he was already dead. Even if he was currently in his prime, it was also impossible to be Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's match. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Empyrean, even though it was only one word off, the strength margin was akin to heaven and earth. Even if Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was just an existence who refined a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit. Tang Yen smiled slightly and said, "For old fart Immortal Grove to be able to find a successor like you, his life was truly not spent in vain." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said, "You knew long ago?" Jiushang smiled and said, "You were able to forcibly resist true Ji. D-realm powerhouses along the way and could hide from other people's eyes. But you can't hide from this Emperor's arcane sight. How can a mere initial rank Empyrean spirit treasure be able to let a celestial deity realm have such strength? It's just that this trip you shouldn't have come." Yi Yuan had already obtained Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's legacy. In Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's view, he could totally not get involved in this messy situation. He was only at the celestial deity realm. This trip here was too perilous. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, borrowing this to subside the astonishment in his heart. No matter what, with a heavenly emperor powerhouse suddenly appearing in front of him, Yi Yuan still could not help being shocked in his heart. One had to know this young man in front of him was a formidable existence who fought with heavenly Empyrean immortal Grove several million years ago. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said, "When Immortal Grove opened up another world-locking gate, I had to come on this trip." Jiao Shang was slightly surprised as he said, "You were actually born in the Immortal Grove small world." Yi Yuan's heart turned cold, secretly thinking to himself that this heavenly emperor Jiao Shang had such meticulous thinking. Just based on a sentence from him, he guessed that he was born in the Immortal Grove world. Cultivating from Athebiu, Kin until Celestial Deity Realm, to actually only use a short 1,000 over years, your talent is really rarely seen in this emperor's lifetime. Old Fart Immortal Grove found a fine successor, Jiao Shang said rather emotionally. Yi Yuan fell silent. His emotion was very complicated. Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang personally taking action exceeded his expectations. If it were Empyrean powerhouses, he could still make use of this immortal grove, heavenly palace to dance around. But a heavenly emperor was too strong. Once heavenly emperor Jiao Shang exploded with full power, the immortal grove world would immediately fall apart into pieces. There was no leeway to maneuver at all. Hoo-hoo! You must be very curious why this emperor would personally take action. Actually, this emperor has coveted Old Fart Immortal Grove's world-suppressing steel for a long time already. Before obtaining the world-suppressing steel, even if he had the world-suppressing steel and 10-directional sword, this emperor doesn't lose to him too. But ever since he obtained the world-suppressing steel, he continuously suppressed this emperor until I couldn't lift my head. In fact, he was going to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor a step earlier than this emperor. Therefore, this emperor guessed that a heaven-shocking secret must be hidden inside the world-suppressing steel. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang's gaze became heated. The more he said, the more alarmed Yi Yuan got. This Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang was definitely a terrifying character. From some clues and inklings, he could guess so many things. Furthermore, what he guessed was totally right. The secret contained inside the world-suppressing steel, probably even Tao ancestors would go crazy for it, let alone a puny little Empyrean powerhouse. Ha! This old fart laid down such a grand scheme. Isn't it in order to tell this emperor that the world-suppressing steel is here? When he wasn't dead, this emperor wasn't even afraid of him. Now that he's dead, would this emperor really not dare to come? Ha! As he said, Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang slowly strode out, walking over toward the world-suppressing steel in the middle of the great hall. Rumble. Suddenly, the immortal grove, heavenly palace, started trembling violently. In the four corners of the hall, the four enormous sculptures actually came to life. Roar, 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 roar. For light figures rose to the sky. Those four statues actually flew toward the world-suppressing steel in the center of the hall together. Chapter 1883. A shot arrow has no way of recalling. Chapter 1883. A shot arrow has no way of recalling bang. A horrifying, enormous wave rippled out. Yi Yuan actually could not stand still and was directly flung flying out. A phantom gradually condensed and formed in the center of the hall. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, recognizing the phantom very quickly. It was just that the aura of this phantom was entirely different from what was seen outside. Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang did not do anything and just quietly watched. That appearance was as if everything was within control. To a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, there was already nothing that could make their countenance visibly moved. Let alone that Immortal Grove was just an Empyrean powerhouse, and even an Empyrean powerhouse who was dead. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove did not see Yuan. there was only Heavenly Emperor Jiushang in his eyes. Jiushang, you indeed came. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang smiled slightly and said, Didn't you cause such a big commotion for me to come? Now that I'm here, what can you do to me? To him, he could make the immortal grove world turn to ashes with a wave of his hand. He did not fear a dead person at all. Immortal Grove smiled coldly and said, Is that so? Then wouldn't you know after trying it out? Today, the grudge between you and me should also have a conclusion. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang said coolly, merely a wisp of remnant soul, to also dare utter such wild ravings. Truly don't know what you're talking about. This world-suppressing steel, I'll take it first. Done talking. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang took a step out. His aura suddenly changed. An apocalyptic aura reverberated within the entire palace. Not far away, Yi Yuan immediately felt palpitation. Under this horrifying pressure, he could not even move a muscle. Is this the power of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? So strong. Although Yi Yuan's Empyrean CLA's strength was horrifying, he had witnessed before Qiao Yuan and the rest taking action. That was at least still within the boundaries of normal people's understanding. But now, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang merely released the pressure from his body, and it made the entire world tremble. This kind of power already Serpa's said the scope of his understanding. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless said, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses already transcended samsara and aren't within the 5 elements. Their strength, ordinary people are completely unable to comprehend it. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's tiny bit of pressure. He didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, the immortal grove world can't withstand it at all. Yi Yuan's expression was incomparably ugly. The matter this time already Serpa's set his control. All along, Yi Yuan had always moved after planning it out. But this time, the events that exceeded his predictions were too many. Right now, the powerhouses inside the immortal grove heavenly palace, even if placed in the heavenspan world, they were already at the apex level. But presently, it appeared within a small world where heavenly Tao was lacking and incomplete. As long as these two people made a move, the entire Immortal Grove world would surely crumble. Immortal Grove, what in the world do you want to do? This place is the small world that you created single-handedly. Could it be that you're going to watch it collapse unfeelingly? Yi Yuan used all of the strength in his body and roared furiously at Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze finally looked towards this side, coldly. Do what? Of course it's taking revenge. This Empyrean roamed obstructed throughout heaven and earth, only a step away from stepping into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. But it was all ruined in the hands of this accursed thing. Not avenging this enmity, this Empyrean realm can't die in peace. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes were actually full of the wrath of hatred. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Why? Your enmity, I'll help you avenge it one day. Why do you have to draw him to the immortal grove world? The current Yi Yuan billowed with flames of fury. One could say that for him to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was entirely thanks to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. As long as his strength was sufficient, he would definitely take revenge for Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But now, matters actually developed to such a step. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and said coolly, Kid, you obtained my inheritance. But the strength of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses isn't what you can imagine. 5 million years ago, I already arranged everything today. Today it's time to make a clean break. Clearly, he had long seen through that Yi Yuan was his successor, except he did not care at all. He schemed 5 million years for the sake of today. Sigh, a long sigh sounded out. Dustless's figure appeared. The Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, who had always been cold, finally showed a trace of visible change in countenance. Dustless, you woke up. Dustless gave Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove a glance and said with a sigh, I originally thought that my slumber and John Hun's death was caused by your battle with Jiushang. Looking at it now, it wasn't the case. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pupils constricted. The muscles on his face actually twinged. I'm not reconciled to it. Not avenging this enmity. I can't die with my eyes closed. Compared to my grudge, what does the small world count for? What do Empyrean spirit treasures count for? But Dustless smiled and said, There's no cause for much criticism for you to do so. Jiang Hun and I were born because of you. It's just that this time you were really wrong. Yi Yuan's potential is even greater than you imagined. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes turned sharp and could not help sizing Yi Yuan up once more. He arranged for 5 million years for the sake of this setup today. But the world is constantly changing all the time. The things that could change in 5 million years were too many. He would not have expected that he would have a successor who Serpa said his predecessor, let alone think that this successor would actually arrive before him on this day when the grand scheme took shape. And currently, monstrous waves stirred up in Yi Yuan's heart too. Jiang Hun, who was mentioned by Dustless, was likely the artifact spirit of the world-suppressing steel. Yi Yuan had always been puzzled why the world-suppressing steel had an artifact spirit, while the world-suppressing steel did not. Come to think of it, turned out that the artifact spirit died. Furthermore, Jiang Hun's death had a direct relation to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. All along, Yi Yuan had also always thought that Dustless's slumber was also caused by Jiushang. But looking at it now, it was simply due to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove extracting the power of these two might peak Empyrean spirit treasures. If not for encountering him, Dustless might have to keep on slumbering. Hoo-hoo, you and I have lived together for so many years. You should be very familiar with me. I only believe in myself. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove suddenly laughed and said. He turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Kid, you shouldn't have come on this trip. Yi Yuan's expression was extremely ugly as he roared furiously. I was born here, grew up here, my parents and friends are all here. Now, you want to personally destroy this place, can I not come? Hoo-hoo, boy, you're still too tender. The path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. So what if father and mother, so what if friends? If they can't cultivate to the apex realm, they will similarly pass away. Only oneself is eternal. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed loudly and said, Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks started appearing in the Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace's SPAC. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's aura became stronger and stronger. Immortal Grove, let me take a look at what you prepared for this emperor by spending 5 million years. Jiushang said with a laugh. Immortal Grove's expression turned cold, and he said, A shot arrow has no way of recalling. Boy, hope for the best for yourself. Chapter 1884. Stubborn Child. Chapter 1884. Stubborn Child. Then polish your move a bit more. See what I've prepared for you. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove kneaded seals with both hands. The other world suppressing steel below him suddenly erupted with an incomparably horrifying energy. That imposing momentum was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's. When Heavenly Emperor Jiushang saw the situation, he smiled faintly and said, Just this bit of strength. Indeed, much stronger than peak Empyrean. But you wouldn't think that this kind of strength can kill me, right? Is that so? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed coldly, the seals in his hands moving once more. Suddenly, that world-suppressing steel rose up from the ground and suspended in the air, emitting an incomparably dazzling light. That world-suppressing steel's power was actually strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's expression turned slightly dark and suddenly released his aura. A terrifying might of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. Dense blue patterns reverberated in the air. Seeing those blue patterns, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This thing he was too familiar. Divine vestiges. Turns out that Heavenly Emperor powerhouse could actually control Heavenly Emperor divine vestiges, while at the same time, blue divine vestiges similarly burst forth from inside that world-suppressing steel. Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang's face finally produced a trace of visible change in countenance. Ha! Jiu Shang didn't expect it, right? On this Emperor's deathbed, I already glimpsed great Tao and controlled divine vestiges. It's just a shame that my body at that time was already a heavy burden on me. Otherwise, how could there still be the you today? Amidst Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's laughter, it was filled with unwillingness and full of indignation. He was well deserving of being a peerless genius among Empyreans, to actually be able to touch the threshold of Heavenly Emperor before death. Only a step away from attaining Heavenly Emperor. What kind of existence were Heavenly Emperors? The realm of Tao ancestors could not be fathomed, while the realm of Heavenly Emperor was the ruler of this heaven-span world. This was a transcendent existence, an existence that towered above all life. He was, of course, unwilling. This Empyrean extracted the primordial energy within two Empyrean spirit treasures, H-O-A, writing 5 million years' worth of world power. For the sake of this strike today, you prepare to die. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly and said, Rumble. Dense fissure started appearing in the entire Immortal Grove world. Endless spatial turbulent flows started pouring into the Immortal Grove world frenziedly through these rifts. The Immortal Grove world was currently walking towards death. These horrifying energies aren't what the Immortal Grove world can withstand at all. Countless mortals were devoured by the spatial rifts in this instant, losing their lives. Once a Heavenly Emperor was enraged, corpses would float for 10,000 mills. This kind of rhetoric already could not describe the tragedy of this moment. Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. He already could not use words to describe the feelings in his heart at this moment. With his current strength, he could not stop the confrontation of these two mighty Heavenly Emperor powerhouses at all. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp, and he said to Dustless, Senior, can I communicate with the Immortal Grove world through the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl now? Dustless nodded and said, Of course you can, but right now at this time it's too dangerous. Once the world crumbles, your divine soul will also be torn to shreds. Can't care that much anymore. If the Immortal Grove world is destroyed, I'd rather die. Yi Yuan said with the slightest hesitation. Dustless had spent a long time together with Yi Yuan and naturally knew his temper. He heaved a sigh and said, Fine, I'll help you. But promise me, once the matter cannot be done, you must get away in time. Yi Yuan nodded his head, consciousness directly sinking into the two great Empyrean spirit treasures, the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl. These two treasures had long already become an inseparable part of the Immortal Grove world. Under Dustless's help, Yi Yuan's entire consciousness merged into the Immortal Grove world very quickly. At this very moment, his entire person became a part of the Immortal Grove world. That sort of feeling was very magical, as if he was this world. Ugh! Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, a wave of sharp pain immediately transmitting over to his consciousness. It was as if his entire divine soul was being torn into countless pieces. Inside Yi Yuan's divine sea, chaos divine essence and blue divine marks crept out, entering straight into the sea of consciousness. Feng Tian looked at the dark sky, looked at those endless spatial cracks, a look of despair on his face. Looks like Yi Yuan can't save us again this time. The Immortal Grove world is going to be destroyed. Sky Distant had an ashen look as he said, We're really too useless. Every single time, we need Yi Yuan to come and save. I also have no idea how he is right now. Feng Tian said helplessly, That level of fight, Yi Yuan probably can't intervene at all too. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this current situation. How are Yi Yuan's parents? Sky Distant said, "Relax, arrangements have long been made. As long as the Immortal Grove world isn't destroyed, they will be fine." Feng Tian let out a sigh and said, "Currently, this degree of destruction, the Immortal Grove world's casualties have likely already reached above 50%, countless lives turning to ashes. Destruction is likely an irrecoverable thing already. Once the world utterly crumbles, even you and I have no possibility of surviving too." The two people were just talking when that intense tremor of the earth actually gradually showed signs of stabilizing. Those continuously growing spatial cracks actually started gradually recovering. Feng Tian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, What's going on here?" Sky Distant had a look of pleasant surprise as he said, "Ha ha ha! It must be Yi Yuan. It must be Yi Yuan. Looks like we still have hope." Feng Tian's face also revealed an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. He sighed and said, "It's really been hard on Yi Yuan." Everyone's faces all revealed looks of pleasant surprise, except they did not know what kind of anguish Yi Yuan was enduring at this moment. Poorwork. A horrifying undulation came over. Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang glanced sideways and said smilingly, "Hoo-hoo, this disciple of yours is really a stubborn child. For the sake of your small world, he actually doesn't even want his life anymore." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to use him to make this Empyrean waver? It's no use. You must die today." Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang laughed and said, "That might not be so, as long as I can obtain the world-suppressing steel. So what if I pay some price?" Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly and said, "Is that so? Jiu Shang, savor well this big gift that this Empyrean spent 5 million years to prepare for you." Heaven, sundering, finger. In front of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, Tao vestiges revolved, condensing to form the appearance of a finger, incomparably corporeal. That horrifying aura, heaven and earth trembled from it. Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang's face finally revealed a hint of solemnness. His aura also finally rose to the peak. "Old Fart Immortal Grove, this emperor really admires you. I didn't expect that you're already dead and can actually still leave behind such a terrifying contingency plan. However, it's probably not enough for you to want to use it to kill me." Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang said with a solemn expression, only to see him knead seals with both hands. A ring on Jiu Shang's hand suddenly erupted with a berserk energy, boundless black gas surrounding his body, and the Tao vestiges around him immediately flourished significantly as well. Brahma True Fiend Dharma Idol. An enormous black shadow blocked in front of Jiu Shang. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face changed, and he cried out in shock, Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure! You actually have a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure." Chapter 1885, He's dead for sure. Chapter 1885, He's dead for sure. Poorwork. One horrifying energy undulation after another impacted Yi Yuan's divine soul, making his divine soul nearly collapse. His entire person spewed fresh blood wildly, his innards and divine soul suffering extremely terrifying impacts at the same time. His entire person was already on the brink of death. This true fiend Dharma idol in front of him was far from Asma, Siva's Kanua they all. It was just the size of the average person. But its appearance made the entire Immortal Grove world quake. If not for Yi Yuan withstanding the vast majority of the pressure, the Immortal Grove world would have long already been crushed by the impact of this energy ripple. This was the real, true fiend Dharma idol. The true fiend Dharma idol, the Kanua they all summoned, was merely a tiny smattering. Especially that this true fiend Dharma idol was summoned under the augmentation of a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. Its power was even more terrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan, give up. The exchange of blows between heavenly emperors. You're completely unable to withstand it, Dustless said. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Once I leave, Father, Senior Fengtian, they will all die. Even if I die, I also need to hold on. Dustless had a rare display of roaring at Yi Yuan as he said, The strike that Immortal Grove prepared 5 million years ago. Its power is unimaginable. Once it collides together with the true fiend Dharma idol, it will produce several times, or even several dozen times the energy undulation in an instant. It's impossible for you to save the Immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Not trying. How will I know? At this very moment, Yi Yuan was extremely calm in his heart, his brain revolving like lightning, letting him passively watch the Immortal Grove world be destroyed. That was not possible. Even if there was just a trace of hope, he also had to save the Immortal Grove world. While on the other side, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang laughed loudly and said, Could it be that you thought that in these 5 million years I'd really do nothing? Even if there's no way of improving a step further, that doesn't mean that my strength won't increase. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, So what? Receive the power of my finger. Finish talking. It was only to see Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove point a finger with one hand. That finger which condensed and formed suddenly crushed over towards Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. The places that it said through C fragmented and divine essence surged. Feeling this horrifying power, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's expression also turned white as a sheet. One had to admit, this big gift that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove prepared for him had indeed exceeded his expectations too much. Comprehending Tao vestige on his deathbed, just one step away from his fleshy body becoming emperor, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's talent indeed gave him a huge shock. However, as long as he made it through this move, everything was over. True fiend Dharma idol, block for me. Jiushang roared. That black, true fiend Dharma idol suddenly welcomed that finger under Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's word of command. Rumble. That horrifying to the extreme undulation made the shattering SPAC accelerate. Even with Yi Yuan's protection, it already could not withstand the undulation anymore. Just as Dustless said, the energy collision of two great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would produce several times, even several dozen times the energy undulation. And this energy undulation, how could Yi Yuan, a mere celestial deity realm, be able to resist it? For him to be able to hold on until now, it was entirely based on powerful willpower as well as the mysterious divine vestiges. Except these still appeared so powerless in front of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Outside of the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, the group of Empyrean powerhouses was also anxious and doubtful. The energy undulation of two great Heavenly Emperors already knocked Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's restrictions into a scattered mess. How could these powerhouses still dare to stay inside? All retreated outside, once swept into the battle of two great Heavenly Emperors. That was absolutely certain death. This power absolutely Serpa. SES, the Empyrean realm. What in the world is going on? Zhao Min's complexion was ashen as he said. Qiao Yuan and Imond exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of pleasant surprise from the other's eyes. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect it. Lord Jiushang actually came in person. Qiao Yuan's loud laughter made Zhao Min and Qiao Yuan's faces change drastically. The Lord Jiushang from his mouth, they naturally knew who he was. It's not right. Logically speaking, small worlds can't withstand the might of Heavenly Emperors at all. Why is this small world still not destroyed, yet until now? Yang Yi Dao suddenly said. A small world collapsing was not catastrophic to these people. Even if swept into a spatial turbulent flow, they still had the ability to protect themselves. So they were not fluid tiered. It was just that, to the people of the immortal Grove world, there was virtually no hope of surviving. There should be someone supporting this small world. It's just that, apart from Lord Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, who else can maintain the small world from crumbling under the spell battle of two mighty heavenly emperors? Du Hong also had a look of puzzlement. At this time, Su Xing, who had always been low profile to the extreme, suddenly spoke up. Could it be Yi Yuan? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces turned austere. Impossible. Zhao Min's first reaction was that it was not possible. This kind of thing went against common sense too much. But don't you all find it strange along the way? Yi Yuan seemed to have become invincible after arriving here. Even ninth firmament True Ji, DS aren't his match. The struggle for all kinds of treasures. He also held the advantage in all respects. Therefore, he's likely someone from the Immortal Grove world. Su Xing guessed the surroundings were silent. Everyone was stunned by Su Xing's bold conjecture. It sounded as if it was a fantasy tale. But with Su Xing saying so, everything became logical instead. Heavenspan worlds, powerhouses arriving at small worlds. They were extremely proud, because the so-called geniuses of small worlds were utterly worthless in their eyes. However, Yi Yuan's talent crushed all of his peers. Even a prodigious character like Su Xing was also crushed until there was not an unscathed patch of skin in front of him. Therefore, they would not think in this area at all. But now, with Su Xing reminding, everyone had a sudden realization. By the side, Lung Qiuling's beautiful eyes swiveled around. She was also stunned by Su Xing's guess. Without a doubt, among these people, she walked the closest with Yi Yuan and also understood Yi Yuan the best. Su Xing's conjecture was really extremely likely. But even if he's this small world's new controller, with his celestial deity realm strength, how can he possibly support the small world from collapsing? Du Zhang said with a frown. Everyone exchanged glances, all filled with puzzlement. The energy impact of two great heavenly emperor powerhouses. Forget about celestial deity realms. Even Empyreans found it hard to withstand too. Who cares? No matter how powerful he is, when these two torrents of energy collide, it will also be the day where the immortal Grove world crumbles. If it's really Yi Yuan supporting this small world, then he's dead for sure. Qiao Yuan suddenly laughed. Two streams of exceedingly powerful energy were currently closing in extremely swiftly. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus countless vines burst out from under the ground, tangling over toward the true fiend Dharma idol. The true fiend Dharma idol suddenly stopped. And right at this time, that heaven-sundering finger arrived. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, his eyes shooting out rays of brilliant light. Chapter 1886, The Reason for My Existence. Chapter 1886, The Reason for My Existence. D.A.M. and it. Kunwu Divine Wood. Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang's face changed swiftly, being put at a loss on what to do by this sudden turn of events. He recognized straight away that these vines were an extremely rare plant-type demon from the Heavenspan world. Kunwu Divine Wood. Kunwu Divine Wood's offensive strength was not strong, but the degree of its toughness absolutely gave people a headache. Crack, crack, crack. The true fiend Dharma idol was too strong. Even the Kunwu Divine Wood found it hard to stop its advancement too. Instantaneously, cracks started appearing on those green vines, then it broke free. But what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove wanted was this instant. Go and die. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes revealed a vicious look, all of his fury unleashed. I plussing completely at this moment. A large hole was directly torn open in the entire SPAC. Boundless spatial turbulent flow poured in, tearing this large hole bigger and bigger. Bang! With just the finger pointing, the true fiend Dharma idol was akin to suffering a heavy strike, immediately turning to ashes. The entire Immortal Grove world was trembling. SPAC was torn once more until it disintegrated and was already on the verge of destruction. When the group of powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one turned pale. One should not look at how they were all Empyreans and true DS. A battle of heavenly Emperor level. They had never experienced it before. The shock that this horrifying energy undulation in front of them brought to them was too intense. Is this the power of heavenly Emperor powerhouses? Too terrifying. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove has already died for 5 million years, and he can actually still unleash such an earth-shaking attack. Truly terrifying! If Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove didn't die, he'd definitely have already entered the ranks of Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang might not be a match too. These people all knew that Heavenly Emperor Jiushang seized a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit before he could corroborate his Dao and become a Heavenly Emperor. But Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove relied on his own strength. He exuded such a horrifying energy. With a comparison, whoever was superior was immediately determined. SPAC already shattered. The Immortal Grove world is about to be destroyed right away. Yuan is dead for sure, right? What Su Xing was most concerned about was Yi Yuan instead. Zhao Min laughed coldly and said, if it's really him maintaining the Immortal Grove world, then he's probably already turned to dust now. Reckless and blind thing. Serves him right to die. Su Xing smiled and said, right now, the people who entered Immortal Grove, Heavenly Palace, apart from those who are already dead, they're virtually all here, only missing Yi Yuan. I think that the one supporting the Immortal Grove world is most likely him. This D.A.M.N. fellow is finally dead. One had to admit, Su Xing was still very smart. His A.N.A. lysis was practically exactly the same as the truth. But right at this time, the fragmentation of SPAC suddenly stopped. That spatial black hole that was torn open by Heavenly Emperor level power was currently recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in disbelief. What's going on here? The Immortal Grove world is actually currently being repaired. The power of 2 great heavenly emperors is currently erupting crazily. At this time, the shattering of SPAC actually didn't accelerate, but is being restored instead. How is this possible? Could it be Yi Yuan? Du Hong suddenly said. Death-like silence. This scene was too unthinkable. What erupted before their eyes was an apocalyptic power. However, those spatial cracks were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of immense contrast gave them a fierce misconception. Bang! The heaven-sundering finger eradicated the true fiend Dharma idol. However, its residual power did not disappear, abruptly landing on Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. On Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's hands, Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures lit up once more. Fiendish energy gushed out frenziedly, using all of its power to resist this blow. However, this attack was too strong. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's figure was immediately blasted, flying out. Intense energy undulations immediately burst out, spreading throughout the entire Immortal Grove world. Giant mountains suppressing the world, unmoving like a mountain. A voice that reverberated throughout the sky emitted out of Yi Yuan's mouth. In the sky, a massive mountain emerged, drawing everyone's attention. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes revealed a dumbfounded look, looking at that young figure above the void. That's the Lesser Heaven Span Mountain. This kid actually already refined the Lesser Heaven Span Mountain. He drew on the power of the lesser heaven-span mountain to suppress the immortal Grove world. How? How did he do it? While talking, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove drew a cold breath. As the lesser heaven-span mountain's owner, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove naturally knew about the lesser heaven-span mountain. Although at this time that virtual image in the sky was very blurry, unable to make out the shadow of the heaven-span mountain at all, he, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, was extremely sure that that was the heaven-span mountain. Lesser heaven-span mountain. The current Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. His figure became much more illusory. Clearly, that horrifying attack just now already consumed the last of his energy. Furthermore, his figure was currently fading away rapidly and was disappearing very soon. The last of his soul force was already thoroughly drained. Looking at the Yi Yuan in the sky, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze gradually turned soft, with the light of being enlightened greatly. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly without ceasing. The current Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace was already completely wrecked. The entire Fall mountain range was also already leveled to the ground. This place that made countless powerhouses of the Immortal Grove world perish disappeared in the end. A figure suddenly appeared beside Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. It was just that this figure appeared extremely feeble. Suddenly, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's laughter abruptly cut off, but he did not turn around, saying lightly, "Kunwu, on my deathbed, I finally understand." This figure beside Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was none other than precisely the Kunwu divine, who had already disappeared. Kunwu did not speak. He was currently extremely weak, entangling the true fiend Dharma idol. Even if it was just that short while already made his soul nearly disintegrate. Facing a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he was still too weak. However, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove did not have the intention of letting him speak. He was saying for Kunwu to hear, and also saying for himself to hear. I, Immortal Grove, achieved Divine Lord in 300 years, Celestial Deity in 800 years, True G, D in 300 years, Heavenly Empyrean in 50,000 years, and only used 1,000,000 years to cultivate to peak Empyrean. I've always thought that I, Immortal Grove, am the person chosen by Heavenly Tao. In the future, I'll definitely reach the apex, achieving transcendent Heavenly Emperor, even becoming that 10th Tao ancestor. But I never dreamed that I would actually die at Jiushang's hands. I'm unwilling. I want revenge. I'm the person chosen by Heavenly Tao. How can I die? So, I laid down this heaven-shocking scheme, drawing Jiushang over. I want to make him pay the price. I want to make him die. But only all the way until this moment do I understand that turns out all this was merely my one-sided wishful thinking. The person chosen by Heavenly Tao isn't me at all. This Empyrean broke through to Divine Lord, creating the Immortal Grove world. The Immortal Grove world gradually developed, having myriad realms, having the Divine Realm, having mortals, and having divine Tao powerhouses. This Empyrean strength became stronger and stronger, strong until it even made many Heavenly Emperor powerhouses extremely wary. In my eyes, what do the mortals of small worlds count for? They are merely a bunch of ants. Now I understand. It turned out that the reason for my existence was in order to let this boy be born. Chapter 1887. The New Immortal Grove World. Chapter 1887. The New Immortal Grove World. Are recovered. Looking at those spatial cracks gradually recovering, Fang Tian's eyes were full of mixed feelings. The crowd that originally already lost all hope started cheering crazily at this time. That horrifying energy undulation already said the Immortal Grove world was not destroyed. Sky Distant had lingering fear in his heart as he said, "Really restored? How did Yi Yuan do it?" That surge of energy undulation just now made me feel like I went to the gates of Hell and back. That horrifying energy undulation just now spread throughout the entire Immortal Grove world. Even sky distant, this level of powerhouses felt the aura of despair. But in a twinkle, not only was the Immortal Grove world not destroyed, it became even more stable instead. Got to say, this was a miracle that they did not dare to believe. Yeah, too horrifying. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I wouldn't even dare believe that there's actually such a horrifying energy in this world. I also don't dare to believe that someone's strength can reach such a boundary. In the end, we're merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Yi Yuan, he is really remarkable. Fang Tian said with vicissitudes of emotion. Currently, the survivors of the Immortal Grove world were all shouting crazily. That wild elation of surviving a calamity erupted like a volcano, bursting forth from the bottom of their hearts uncontrollably. Above the void, Yi Yuan looked down upon the world. His gaze landed on the gradually dissipating heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, full of mixed feelings. He understood heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's fury, but for this reason, using the Immortal Grove world's trillions of life to go take revenge, it was a little too vicious. Yi Yuan did not have Kampa, Shan for all life, but he respected each person's existence, cultivating from essence Qi realm all the way until such a boundary. Yi Yuan's journey of the heart was far more complicated than other martial artists. Even just a mortal also had their meaning of existence. In Yi Yuan's view, celestial deity, true Ji, even heavenly Empyreans, heavenly emperors, had no difference from mortals in essence. Each person was attempting to shake off the shackles of fate and control their own destiny. Everyone was merely a speck of dust in this vast world. Yi Yuan would never be soft-hearted against opponents who had Ma's sacred billions of lives with a finger, but he would still satisfy his own selfish desires by sacrificing others as the price. In this lifetime, he had a clear conscience. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's way of doing things made him incomparably indignant. If not for him connecting the Immortal Grove world to the lesser Heavenspan Mountain at the critical moment, suppressing the Immortal Grove world with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's power, this world would have already turned to ashes now. However, for Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it could be said to be all thanks to the Immortal Grove world. A person dying is like a lamp extinguished. I+ing. Today's matter, I'll leave it at this. You go with peace of mind. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and said coolly. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove looked at Yi Yuan, his face revealing a consoled smile. Just as he was about to speak, a horrifying aura surged once more. A person dying is like a lamp extinguished. I+ing? Ha ha ha. You almost killed this emperor. How can this emperor let you die like this? Old fart, Immortal Grove. I want you to watch your successor die in front of you. I want to completely destroy your small world. Horrifying fiendish energy rose to the sky once more, making Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face change drastically. Actually didn't die. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove meticulously laid down such a scheme. He naturally had absolute confidence in killing Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, but he never thought that Heavenly Emperor Jiushang would be even more stubborn than he imagined. The power of that finger was ridiculously horrifying, and he actually did not die. However, although Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's fiendish energy was horrifying currently, it was clearly far weaker than before. That finger still caused tremendous damage to him, except Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was already powerless to stop him. The current Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was invincible. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Jiushang return once more, Qiao Yuan and Iman's faces revealed wild elation. Haha, how can Lord Jiushang die so easily? Old fart, Immortal Grove, you miscalculated, right? Old fart, Immortal Grove, Yi Yuan, tremble! Xiao Yuan laughed wildly and said, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression was extremely ugly. This sudden turn of events seriously exceeded his expectations. Boy, today's calamity was caused by me. I'll resolve it. You quickly leave. Kunwu will delay him. Give this boy the time to leave. Immortal Grove said. Kunwu gave Yi Yuan a glance and just quietly nodded his head. Being able to maintain the world from collapsing and contending with a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. These were two entirely different concepts. The entire Immortal Grove world was like a large web. Although a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's might was terrifying, it was clearly not that easy to want to make the entire large web totally fall apart. The power that Yi Yuan drew from the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was sufficient to maintain this web from being utterly torn to shreds. However, a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse dealing with a celestial deity realm martial artist. Even if he was this small world's controller, it was impossible to accomplish too. Ha ha ha. Wanna leave? Today no one can leave. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was already thoroughly enraged, only to see him surge with fiendish flames billowing to the sky, condensing a black enormous sword. That horrifying aura tore the surrounding S.P.A.C. apart once more. True fiend sword, fury chopping the firmament. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang gave a furious roar and was about to unleash this true fiend sword. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A massive mountain fell from the sky, carrying an apocalyptic might, directly suppressing down. One blue fine lines after another revolved incessantly on the giant mountain. Bang! That true fiend sword directly crumbled. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang let out a shrill scream, but it was already too late to want to escape. Bang! Another loud bang. The entire Immortal Grove world's earth trembled. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was directly suppressed below the ground by the giant mountain without the slightest strength to resist. Everyone looked at that giant mountain, each and every one of their pupils constricting. What is this? To actually be able to even suppress a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Xiao Yuan said with an ashen look, Lord Jiushang wouldn't have died just like this, right? Imond said with a look of terror, What on earth did Yi Yuan do? Why did he suddenly become so strong? The Immortal Grove world is merely an Empyrean-level small world. Even if he's the new controller, it's also impossible to suppress Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, right? The Empyrean powerhouses and true D powerhouses were all incomparably struck with terror. The scene that happened before their eyes truly said their understanding. But they also realized that right now, the Immortal Grove world already became spiritually renewed, and was no longer that fragile small world previously. And Yi Yuan, this controller, was already powerful to the extreme. With a flip of his hand, he thoroughly suppressed a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Kunwa's eyes went wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. This Empyrean has never known that the lesser Heavenspan Mountain can unleash such terrifying power. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove muttered under his breath. The current Yi Yuan was still standing proudly above the void. It was just that his form became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. Celestial deity realm? That was just a joke. The current Yi Yuan already reached a level where he could disregard cultivation realms. In this Immortal Grove world, he was an invincible existence. Chapter 1888, Suppressing Empyreans. Chapter 1888, Suppressing Empyreans. Yi Yuan looked at the giant mountain, his heart cold and indifferent. No one was clearly than him what the lesser Heavenspan Mountain signified. It was where Tao was located, the epitome of the Heavenspan Great Tao. Yi Yuan connecting it to the Immortal Grove world. The Immortal Grove world was no longer that fragile and dilapidated small world. In front of Heavenspan Great Tao, so what? Even if Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, my father died in your hands. Our enmity is irreconcilable under the heavens. I'm powerless to kill you today, but there will come one day where I'll make your soul dissipate. Get lost. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly. The giant mountain quietly dissipated. A stream of black gas rushed to the sky. Punk, today's matter, this emperor has remembered it. After you go to the heaven-span world, you will die without a doubt. Bang! The black gas directly punched a hole above the void and disappeared. Looking in the direction, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang disappeared. A hint of regret flowed out of Yi Yuan's eyes. The Immortal Grove world was a new Immortal Grove world, but his strength was still too weak. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were naturally not that easy to kill. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was even a fiend race Heavenly Emperor famous for having a tenacious life force. This level of a powerhouse, he could not kill him. If not for Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove seriously injuring Heavenly Emperor Jiushang previously, even if he brought out the lesser Heavenspan mountain, it would still be difficult to escape death. But after today, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang suffered a heavy wound. He likely could not recover to his peak state anymore within several tens of thousands of years. Whoosh whoosh. Two dark shadows suddenly shot up to the sky, wanting to follow in Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's footsteps and escape the Immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan looked and just laughed coldly. Can't kill Jiushang doesn't mean I can't kill you guys. Since you came, then stay behind forever. With a wave of a hand, the mountain appeared again. Bang! Two great fiend race Empyreans were directly suppressed by the lesser Heavenspan mountain and did not even let out a scream and already turned to ashes. These two were merely initial stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. Compared to Jiushang, they were worlds apart. For Yi Yuan to want to kill them, it naturally did not take much effort. It was just that this scene in other people's eyes was totally not the case. Zhao Min and Du Hong, two people, their faces turned pale. Ever since stepping into Empyrean realm, they had never felt before such immense pressure. This. Yi Yuan, the matter previously, it was all a misunderstanding, Zhao Min said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan's gaze was like a torch as he said coolly, At this time you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding? Along the way, your celestial deity realm disciples wanted to kill me. True G. Oh, D-realm elders wanted to kill me. And even you, this Empyrean powerhouse, also threatened to kill me. Now, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding? Zhao Min's expression was extremely ugly, and he defended himself with sophistry. You can't touch me. I'm vast heaven great imperial capital's grand elder. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, Vast heaven great imperial capital? What the H-E-L-L is that? I even dared to suppress a heavenly emperor. Do you think that I'd care about offending a great imperial capital? When Zhao Min heard that, his expression was extremely ugly. Yeah, Yi Yuan already provoked a colossal giant, like Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. So would he still care about the Empyrean level, vast heaven great imperial capital? All right, don't harbor hopes of getting lucky anymore. You guys, none of you can escape. While talking, Yi Yuan pointed a finger out. The wind and clouds changed colors. One blue fine line after another condensed and gathered on his fingertip and suddenly fired out. Poo work! Poo work! Poo work! Ji Kong, Ji Sun, and Su Xing directly turned to ashes. The Empyrean devil feather inside Ji Sun's sea of consciousness was also exterminated cleanly along with it. Zhao Min's gaze turned intent, grabbing at Lung Chilling like lightning. This scene happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time. However, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. With a flash, Yi Yuan already blocked in front of Lung Chilling. Bang! Yi Yuan pointed another finger out. Zhao Min seemed to have been struck by lightning, his figure falling back wildly without ceasing. Right at this time, The giant mountain landed once more. Bang! An Empyrean powerhouse of his generation was directly suppressed to death by Yi Yuan. The others looked at this scene with their hearts beating in fear, not daring to even breathe. Under the new heavenly Tao, Yi Yuan was too powerful. The most terrifying was still that giant mountain, killing Empyreans like killing dogs. Done with these, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pointed. A black hole appeared in the void. "All of you leave," Yi Yuan said coolly. The remaining people all looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Du Hong said with surprise, "You're really letting us go?" At this very moment, this immortal grove world was like a giant cage to them. Inside this cave, no matter monstrous your power was, you also had to be suppressed by Yi Yuan. If it were them, they absolutely would not let these people leave. But Yi Yuan actually let them go. Hence, they did not dare to believe it at all, feeling that Yi Yuan was deliberately digging a pit for them. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Before I change my mind, hurry up and get lost." Du Hong's expression changed, his figure moving, speeding over towards that black hole. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not do anything to stop. With Du Hong taking the lead, the others were akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, all following and leaving the immortal grove world. Yi Yuan looked at Lung Chuling and said, "What are your plans?" Lung Chuling looked at Gu Tianke beside her and looked at Yi Yuan again, shaking her head as she said, I don't know either." Yi Yuan smiled, fished out a piece of 7-colored agarine, threw it to Gu Tianke, and said, "Senior Gu, Yi Yuan is indebted to your care a few days ago and has nothing to repay you with. Just take this 7-colored agarine as remuneration then." Gu Tianke's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a startled face as he said, Is honorable nephew joking?" With the 7-colored agarine, he absolutely had the confidence to break through to the Empyrean realm. At that time, so what if vast heaven great imperial capital? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Gu, you were implicated by Yi Yuan, leaving this immortal grove world. You likely can't be the city lord anymore. Previously, in front of Ji Sun, Senior Gu also protected me. This piece of 7-colored agarine. Just take it as Yi Yuan's grat. One tood. As for Chioling, she probably can't return to thousand-sore imperial capital anymore as well. So she can follow me from today onward if she wants to." Yi Yuan killed the vast heaven great imperial capital's Empyrean powerhouses and already sowed irreconcilable enmity with them. Gu Tianke and Lung Chuling, 2 people were the closest to him. This was what everyone saw. If they returned, they were definitely nothing good to gain out of it. Gu Tianke was different from Lung Chuling. He previously thought that Yi Yuan came from some major faction. That was why he viewed Yi Yuan in a different light. When fighting for the 7-colored agarine, Yi Yuan already determined Gu Tianke's character. As for Lung Chuling, Yi Yuan already regarded her as a friend. It was naturally different. Gu Tianke hurriedly said, "Hoo-hoo, this old man obtaining this 7-colored agarine, I'll definitely need to enter close seclusion and won't be able to take care of Chilin. Then I'll have to trouble little friend Yi to take good care of this obedient disciple of mine." In his eyes, Yi Yuan definitely took fancy to Lung Chuling. That was why he would put down such a high stake. Lung Chuling still had an icy cold appearance, but disappointment flashed across her eyes. Yi Yuan naturally knew what Gu Tianke was thinking in his heart, but he would not explain anything either. He just clasped his hands and said, "Senior Gu, take care." Chapter 1889, Patrolling Inspector. Chapter 1889, Patrolling Inspector. You shouldn't have let them go. After everyone left, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove let out a long sigh. When Yi Yuan did this, he did not stop it. Of course, he had no way of stopping it too. The present Yi Yuan already completely replaced him, becoming the master of the immortal Grove world. This place already did not belong to him. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's body already turned into motes of light and started dissipating. Dustless's body also formed. His expression was indescribably lonely. Yi Yuan gave Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove a glance and said coolly, "I have my bottom line when doing things. They only came in to seek treasures and have no grudge or enmity with me. Killing them, I'll find it hard to get over my conscience." Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression became solemn. He knew that Yi Yuan was still angry about what happened before. It was fine that he set up this plot, but the Immortal Grove world's trillions of life would lose their lives because of it. Those people were utterly worthless in Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, those people should not die. Immortal Grove smiled slightly and said, "Boy, a soft-hearted personality will only make you encounter more dangerous situations." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "What difference is there from animals if you're ruthless and inhuman?" "Ha ha ha, truly a different type. Boy, I know that you're unhappy that I made a wager with the Immortal Grove world. But no matter what, you're the successor of my mantle. This point, you can't wipe it away." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan did not smile. He just said coolly, "If it wasn't like this, do you feel that I'd be conversing with you patiently now?" Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face turned black, and he said, "Boy, whether you're willing or not, you inherited this Empyrean's mantle. Don't you know anything about pecking order?" At this time, the Dustless, who had been reticent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Actually, whether or not Yi Yuan is considered the successor of your mantle, it's really hard to say. He indeed obtained the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl, but these two items were already abandoned by you. As for his cultivation method and martial techniques, it's all inherited from the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain and has nothing to do with you." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pupils constricted, and he said, "He didn't cultivate the cultivation method that this Empyrean left behind." Dustless shook his head and said, "His ambition is even greater than yours. His ability is also above yours. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan created will shock the entire Heavenspan world the future." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression became austere, and could not help recalling the events before. He was a Stonies, H.I. plus Ingly talented. If he did not fall, it might not be impossible to reach the realm of transcendent Heavenly Emperor in the future. But even so, he also did not obtain the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain's recognition. But now, Yi Yuan already refined the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, becoming the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain's true master. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove understood Dustless. He was not trying to spite him, but he really felt very optimistic about Yi Yuan. If it was really as Dustless said, then could Yi Yuan's future accomplishments be even more than transcendent Heavenly Emperor? This was a little too preposterous, right? As if seeing through what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was thinking, Yi Yuan's expression turned slightly dark, and he said, "Those has nothing to do with you anymore. Go in peace." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could even put his hands on the artifact spirit that he nurtured for 1,000,000 years for the sake of taking revenge, and even made the entire Immortal Grove world be buried in death with him. If not looking on the account that he was the Immortal Grove world's creator, Yi Yuan definitely would not let him die just like this. There was little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Although Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove bestowed grace on him, Yi Yuan already lost his patience. He had Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had a common enemy. Killing Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was also considered paying the kindness already. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove clearly knew this outcome, so he departed very calmly. The light dissipated. There was no more Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in this world. The peak powerhouse who once had nature at his beck and call in the Heavenspan world evaporated into thin air now. Yi Yuan looked at those gradually dissipating light dots. Expression complicated. Not far away, Kunwu similarly had a complicated expression. That youth who forcefully broke through his realm back then already grew into a colossal tree. With a wave of a hand, even Empyrean powerhouses could be suppressed at will, truly unimaginable. Yi Yuan let him follow you. This old thing owed Immortal Grove too much. He had no choice but to repay him. Dustless suddenly said. He knew what Yi Yuan was thinking. Kunwu was equivalent to being Immortal Grove's accomplice. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head, looked at Kunwu and said, Senior once helped my mother, showing great kindness to me. If you're willing, you can naturally stay by my side. But whether to go or stay, it still depends on Senior yourself. Kunwu heaved a sigh and said, I'll remain in the Immortal Grove world then. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not press the issue. The Immortal Grove world had 1,000 things that needed to be done. Yi Yuan placated Feng Tian and the rest before bringing Leng Qiuling and the others out of the world through the world-locking gate. Concerning the present Immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan was no longer worried. As long as it wasn't Heavenly Emperor powerhouses who entered, he could suppress with a wave of his hand. Of course, following his realm's increase before long, even Heavenly Emperor powerhouses could be suppressed too. So currently he was not worried that someone would enter the Immortal Grove world again. It was still that narrow, winding trail, recalling the close shave when leaving the world back then, the scene of being saved by Liang Wanru. Yuan felt like a lifetime had passed. Also don't know how Wanru and Fatty are, Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Later, Liang Wanru and Xiejingyi went to the area under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's jurisdiction under Xiao Feng's arrangements. For so many years, there had always been no news. Presently, Yi Yuan's memories were revived at the sight of familiar places. He missed them quite a lot. Big brother, if you want to see them, go take a look at them, White Light smiled and said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, These few years, I've always been busy searching for you guys and didn't have time to go see them. After finding both Lear and Luer, I really have to take a trip to Myriad Treasure Domain. This place was not considered far from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Yi Yuan brought everyone and returned to the Imperial City very soon. Back then, he left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to find White Light and the rest. With this departure, it was several hundred years. Returning to the city, Yi Yuan was also filled with emotions. But the current Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the top of city walls were covered in colorful flags. A road paved from white feathers stretched all the way to outside the city. Countless powerhouses were standing outside the city gates, extremely ceremonious. Your Excellency, could it be that, City Lord, they all knew that you came back and specially came to welcome you? Ning Tianping said, smilingly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If they have this ability to foresee the future, I wouldn't have needed to go all the way to Extreme Light Imperial City either. Haha, makes sense. I wonder who it is to actually put on such a grand display. Really puts people off. Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said smilingly, Look, isn't he here? Ning Tianping looked over. Sure enough, he saw a resplendent and magnificent divine carriage descend from the sky. That divine carriage was extremely dazzling, exuding an aura that took people's breath away. It was actually a celestial deity, mystic treasure. The divine carriage landed on the flat ground. A young figure slowly walked out. Zhuo Shujie at the front ranks, the group of celestial deity powerhouses hurriedly knelt down and cried out respectfully. Subordinate, Zhuo Shujie leads Heavenly Eagle to pay respect to Lord Patrolling Inspector. That young man had a haughty look, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt, completely ignoring Zhuo Shujie and the rest, going straight into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Zhuo Shujie was just about to get up, but then he heard that young man frown and said in a cold voice, Did I let you guys get up? One, yeah. I have no idea how you hear a frown, LOL. Chapter 1890. A slight hesitation and he's finished. Chapter 1890. A slight hesitation and he's finished. MOXN. Swizz. H. Plus, a middle-aged man following behind the young man suddenly attacked, kicking a foot onto Zhuo Shujie's chest. Zhuo Shujie spewed out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, figure flying out backward. This follower had fifth firmament, celestial deity, cultivation realm. Dealing with the second firmament, celestial deity, Zhuo Shujie was too easy. Far away, when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. Just now, Zhuo Shujie and the rest called this young man patrolling inspector. Could it be that Jiang Jade Hall was already swapped out? Yi Yuan knew that patrolling inspector this position was of little importance to imperial capitals, especially Southridge 10 cities. This kind of small place, the opportunities were pitifully little. If there wasn't any major change, they normally would not swap out inspectors. Furthermore, this young man looked young and even brought along a middle-stage, celestial deity, realm follower. Logically speaking, he should have a lot of potential and status in the imperial capital. Why would he run to the Southridge 10 cities to be a patrolling inspector? Lord Patrolling Inspector, you're going too far. This young man's action completely infuriated Cold Feather. It was only to see him stand up swiftly and said with righteous indignation. The young man looked at him and said with a cold snort, "Going too far? You country bee, you Mkins don't even understand the most basic etiquette. Since you all don't know, then this envoy will teach you all. Moxin, this person was disrespectful toward this envoy. Kill him." Clank. The sword edge left the sheath. A streak of cold light flashed past, piercing straight at Cold Feather's heart. No one could have thought that the new patrolling inspector was actually so vicious to kill people at a word of disagreement. It was just that in front of a fifth firmament celestial deity, Cold Feather, this first firmament celestial deity, did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Cold Feather's pupils constricted, virtually forgetting to retaliate, only to see an edge gradually magnify in his pupils. There was a series of exclamations all around, seemingly already seeing the scene of Cold Feather's tragic death. But right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Cold Feather. It was only to see him flick two fingers. With a clank, the long sword in Moxin's hand was directly flicked flying. Moxin's pupils shrunk, looking at that unfamiliar young man, full of apprehension. "Yi Yuan, you came back?" "Yi Yuan, it's really Yi Yuan. Head Elder came back." When those powerhouses kneeling on the ground saw this familiar figure, each and every one revealed wildly ecstatic expressions. This former legend had already disappeared for several hundred years. No one knew where he went, but his legend had always remained in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, especially when the new patrolling inspector arrived and was already trying to kill people. Yi Yuan's appearance was even more encouraging. Several hundred years was not long to a deity realm powerhouse. It was merely a snap of a finger. Zhuo Shujie and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouses looked at Yi Yuan, eyes full of shock. In just this short 500 to 600 years, Yi Yuan actually already broke through to the fifth firmament celestial deity realm. When Yi Yuan linked up the immortal Grove World and the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan had his body flooded by the immortal Grove World's divine essence and already directly broke through to the fifth firmament celestial deity realm. This kind of thing was simply fantastical. One had to know, when Yi Yuan was stuck at origin deity realm previously, it was a full 300 years long. Shouldn't celestial deity realm be harder than divine lord realm? Yi Yuan, you finally came back. Cold Feather looked at Yi Yuan, his expression showing excitement and surprise. Yi Yuan also looked at Cold Feather and said smilingly, "Brother Cold Feather, long time no see." Sweeping a glance over, Xian Yu, Cold Feather, Zhuo Shujie Hichong, including Ning Ziyuan and the rest, were shockingly all present. Seeing these people, Yi Yuan also felt especially warm. These people also all looked at Yi Yuan, feeling a boost in morale. Ever since Yi Yuan created 4 mighty celestial deity powerhouses, he established absolute authority in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Those people who had grudges with him before, no one dared to go against him anymore. Yi Yuan rose to power and fame in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This place was like his home. Now, this young man ran over to play the tyrant and even wanted to make a move to kill people, making him very unhappy. The young man's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Punk, who the hell are you? The person that I, Wu Tian, want to kill, you actually dare to save?" It turned out that this new patrolling inspector was called Wu Tian. Wu Tian was 6th firmament celestial deity, so his strength was pretty strong. Although Yi Yuan came onto the stage, very shockingly, this was nothing to him. Let alone that an 8th firmament celestial deity powerhouse was even following by his side. Yi Yuan did not look at Wu Tian and just said to everyone coolly, "I'll get up." With Yi Yuan giving verbal instruction, everyone naturally obeyed and was about to get up. Wu Tian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Without my orders, I see who dares to stand up. Don't you all forget, I'm the newly appointed patrolling inspector. Also, punk, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Everyone's faces changed, all kneeling down again. The patrolling inspector's authority was monstrous. Life and death were up to his whims. Opposing the patrolling inspector would not have a good outcome. Yi Yuan still ignored Wu Tian. He just flicked his sleeves grandly. A surge of boundless divine essence rippled out. Inclusive of Xianyu and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouses, they actually all involuntarily stood up. "If there's any problem, I'll shoulder it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Wu Tian sneered and said, "You shoulder it? Can you shoulder it? Now I'll make you kneel down." Giving no chance to explain, Wu Tian immediately made a move, suddenly smacking a palm toward Yi Yuan. This palm was dealt too suddenly, no different from sneak attacking. The world power of a 6th firmament celestial deity suddenly erupted, making the faces of Zuashujia and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouse change suddenly. A 6th firmament celestial deity was too strong in front of them. "Careful, Yi Yuan," Cold Feather warned. Although when Yi Yuan was at Heaven Glimpse deity realm, he had always jumped realms to battle. Celestial deity realm and Heaven Glimpse deity realm had no comparison at all. One firmament higher could directly crush you to death. However, Yi Yuan just scoffed mockingly, finger probing out like lightning. A scream came over. Yi Yuan directly ignored Wu Tian's world power and clutched his throat. "So strong! I didn't expect that after reaching celestial deity realm, Yi Yuan can still jump realm and fight like this. There's big trouble now. Offending the patrolling inspector. We'll all be in for it." Subduing the enemy with one move, Zuashujia and the rest were all extremely shocked. Of course, beyond the shock, they were also all very worried. After all, the patrolling inspector represented the imperial capital. The expression of the old man following behind Wu Tian changed, but it was already too late to want to make a move. The old man threatened, "Brat, let go of young Master Tian. The consequences of harming him aren't what you can bear." Yi Yuan looked at the old man and said coolly, "I'll ask you answer. Hesitate slightly and he'll be finished." The old man's face changed. Yi Yuan did not take his words seriously at all. Seeing that the old man did not react, the force in Yi Yuan's hand increased a bit more. "Cough, cough, cough." Wu Tian let out intense coughs. "My patience is limited," Yi Yuan said coolly. The old man's expression changed, and he said, "You ask." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "Where's Jiang Jade Hall?" The old man did not dare to hesitate. He answered he violated the imperial capital's rules and is already thrown into a death cell. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked again, "Who are you people? Why did you want to come to Southridge 10 cities to be an inspector?" One, don't know why it says Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Should be Origin Deity Realm. Chapter 1891. Don't know how to cherish. Chapter 1891. Don't know how to cherish. The old man knew that who Yi Yuan was asking was not him, but Wu Tian. He was merely an attendant. Although his cultivation realm was high, his status was clearly inferior to Wu Tian. Young Master Tian is 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, Linghua Pavilion's disciple. His master is Linghua Pavilion's, the old man said halfway and was cut off coldly by Yi Yuan. Looks like my warning had no use. Arg. A shrill scream emitted from Wu Tian's mouth. His leg was already broken by Yi Yuan. The old man's face changed. He brought up Wu Tian's master because he wanted to make Yi Yuan scared, who knew that this fellow did not yield to this at all, directly crippling Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurt until cold sweat covered his forehead, but Yi Yuan's hand was still clutched extremely tightly. How could the old man still dare to take any chances? He could only say, young Master Tian, he took fancy on a maiden in Cloud Jade Imperial City. Hence, that's why he would come here to assume the post of patrolling inspector. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked again, if he came to be the patrolling inspector, why would Jiang Jade Hall be thrown into a death cell? The old man said, because he didn't know how to appreciate favors. When Yi Yuan heard this, his expression turned cold, and he said, Jiang Jade Hall wasn't willing to hand over the position of patrolling inspector, so you guys plotted to frame him, throwing him into a death cell, is that right? The old man was silent. Clearly, it was guessed correctly by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, very good, you can go and die already. Done talking, Yi Yuan was about to take action to kill Wu Tian. Wu Tian and the old man's face both changed drastically, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so vicious, wanting to kill people directly. At this time, Zhuo Shujie suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan, you mustn't. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, the force in his hand reducing a little. Zhuo Shujie struggled to come before Yi Yuan, saying with an ugly expression, patrolling Inspector Wu's master is a true G. Oh, D Powerhouse, the Wu family status in 9 Pledge Imperial Capital is also extraordinary. Killing him, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will have to be buried in death with him. Cold sweat poured from Wu Tian's head, gritting his teeth as he said, yes, yes. I can't die if I were to die. Linghua Pavilion will surely be enraged. As long as you let me go, today's matter. I'll take it as if nothing happened. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, fingers slowly loosening up. He could act recklessly and care for body by himself, but Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had so many people. He was more or less still somewhat wary of involving good people. The moment Yi Yuan's fingers let go, Wu Tian shot away like lightning. This Yi Yuan's strength was too terrifying. Wu Yin, kill him for me. Also, these few leave none behind. Wu Tian pointed at the Zhuo Shujie, Ning Tianping, and the rest behind Yi Yuan and said with an angry roar. The faces of Zhuo Shujie and the rest could not help changing drastically when they heard it. He did not expect that Wu Tian actually turned hostile so quickly. If not for them pleading for mercy, Yi Yuan would have already killed Wu Tian. But in a blink of an eye, Wu Tian was going to kill them. The 8th firmament celestial deity Wu Yin, who here was his match. Humph, reckless and blind think. To actually dare make a move on young Master Tian. Today, I'll have you die without a burial ground. The moment the aura of an 8th firmament celestial deity was released, everyone's faces changed. That horrifying world power made Zhuo Shujie and the rest had looks of despair. Patrolling Inspector Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Hope that Lord Patrolling Inspector can lift your hand high up in mercy and let Yi Yuan go. How he offended you. I, Zhuo Shujie, will shoulder it alone. Zhuo Shujie said decisively. Wu Tian burst into laughter when he heard it and said, this punk actually dared to break this envoy's leg. He already committed a capital crime. What qualifications do you, a measly 2nd firmament celestial deity, have to shoulder it. Today, all of you have to die. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Wu Tian, he said coolly, I already gave you the chance. It was you who didn't know how to cherish it. Ha ha ha. Chance. Brat, if it wasn't for you, Ambus. Plussing this envoy just now. Would this envoy be threatened by you? With Wu Yun around, can you still overturn the heavens? Do it. Wu Tian seemed to have heard a very hilarious joke, laughing wildly as he said. A cold light flashed. A streak of terrifying sword light rushed toward Yi Yuan. The power of an eighth firmament celestial deity was extremely shocking. At this time, Zhuo Shujie and the rest were standing behind Yi Yuan. As long as he moved aside, Zhuo Shujie and the rest would definitely die without a doubt. This Wu Yin was clearly someone who had a wealth of battle experience, rather vicious when attacking. This sword was forcing Yi Yuan to meet the attack head-on. Yi Yuan's expression turned slightly dark, the frost counter sword suddenly making a move. Bang! A loud bang exploded between the two people. The horrifying energy immediately sent Zhuo Shujie and the rest flying. All of you back away. Yi Yuan's voice exuded iciness. Clearly, he was already genuinely enraged. Wu Yun's pupils also constricted as he cried out in surprise, Law's fusion! Spatial law! He never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan could actually receive this sword of his. Wu Tian's expression also became incomparably ugly. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was not capable of lasting one exchange with Wu Yun at all. He did not expect that his combat strength was actually so fearsome. A fifth firmament celestial deity evenly matching an eighth firmament celestial deity. This was a little too exaggerated, right? Zhuo Shujie and the rest looked at that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, shocked to the core. Yi Yuan's strength was still so powerful, but it was a little ridiculously strong. Several hundred years ago, Yi Yuan was merely a second-rate junior in his eyes. Just how many years had Pa said Yi Yuan's current strength, making a round trip around the Southridge 10 nations? He also could not find a match at all. Swizz. Plus Yi Yuan's figure moved slightly, his sword drawing out. That swift and fierce sword energy virtually made S.P.A.C. shudder. Wu Yun's eyes turned slightly dark, directly meeting it. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, a series of horrifying energy undulations came over. Cold light radiated in all directions, sword energy scattering everywhere. When Wu Tian saw this scene, his complexion turned pale. Young Master Tian, this brat is so strong. Lord Wu Yin might not be able to take him down. Why don't we retreat first? Moxian spoke up. Shut up. Do you want this young master to be a cowardly turtle? If this were to spread back to the imperial capital, how will this young master still have face to meet people? Wu Tian said angrily. Moxian said anxiously. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. If this brat really wins, we won't have a possibility of escaping anymore. Wu Tian's expression changed again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Go! He never dreamed that his first day coming to the Southridge 10 nations to be the patrolling inspector, he would have to tuck his tail and run. The two people were just about to escape through the void and leave when a beautiful figure blocked the two people's path. A peerless face unfolded in front of Wu Tian, but he was not in the mood to admire it at all currently, because this woman's aura was similarly very strong. Lung Qiuling's strength was also sixth firmament, celestial deity. You guys can't leave. Lung Qiuling said coolly. D.A.M. and it. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and suddenly attacked Lung Qiuling. Lung Qiuling was long prepared. Ice and fire, two powers of law, gushed out, making Wu Tian's face change drastically. Although Wu Tian was strong too, compared to the Lung Qiuling who refined the vermilion bird true blood, he was far too lacking. The two people's realms were on par, but Lung Qiuling's strength completely suppressed Wu Tian. Right at this time, an incomparably swift and fierce sword light tore through the sky. Wu Yan's corpse dropped down from high up in the sky, falling heavily onto the ground. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was deathly still. Chapter 1892. Sequence of Events. Chapter 1892. Sequence of Events in 8th Firmament Celestial Deity. To the people of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, it was virtually an invincible existence. But such an undefeatable existence was killed by someone under their eyelids. The opponent was just a 5th Firmament Celestial Deity. To Yi Yuan, they were all too familiar. People's impression of him mostly still stopped at that arrogant but peerlessly talented youth. No one could have expected that several hundred years' time he already grew to such a level. Over there, Lung Qiuling and Wu Tian's battle also drew to an end already. With a flash, Lung Qiuling pointed a finger, directly landing on Wu Tian's chest. Wu Tian was akin to being struck by a heavy blow, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. His figure was flying out backward. Yi Yuan's figure floated down. Looking at Wu Tian, he said, "If something happens to Jiang Jade Hall, you'll know that the most despairing thing in this world isn't death." He gestured Ning Tianping with a look. Ning Tianping understood it and went up to seal Wu Tian's divine sea and immediately brought him away. When Zhuo Shujie and the rest saw this scene, they felt like they were dreaming. Today, the patrolling inspector arrived. In the end, he had not even entered the front door and was annihilated by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over, Cold Feather and the rest actually did not have a single person dare step forward to greet. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that junior back then. Yi Yuan naturally knew what they were thinking in their hearts and said smilingly, "City Lord Zhuo, Brother Cold Feather, you guys don't have to be like this. This Yi Yuan is still the Yi Yuan, still Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder." Hearing this, Cold Feather and the rest felt slightly relieved, but naturally did not dare to treat Yi Yuan like in the past anymore. The group of people entered the city and went into the city, Lord Manor. They naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. Yi Yuan also knew that these few years, Jiang Jade Hall really did look after Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. As for the matters with people at the top, they were not aware. But Yi Yuan guessed that the reason why Jiang Jade Hall fell out with Wu Tian was likely related to the promise with him back then. Because if he left the position of patrolling inspector, he would not be able to control Heavenly Eagle Imperial City anymore. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was very grateful toward Jiang Jade Hall in his heart. "Looks like I have to make a trip to 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Everyone doesn't need to worry. The matter of the patrolling inspector, I'll be thinking of a way to resolve it. In addition, I have some medicinal pills here. It should be helpful to the few of you." Yi Yuan took out several bottles of medicinal pills. The pupils of Zhuo Shujie and the rest all shrunk. Back then, Yi Yuan astounded the Southridge with alchemy. Now that several hundred years pass, said his realm also stepped into celestial deity realm. So then how terrifying would the medicinal pills he refined be? Sure enough, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out, the quality was all extremely high. Helping them to break through realms was naturally nothing difficult. Oh, right, with Wu Tian's ident. 1. Tai. Why would he run to Southridge to be the patrolling inspector for a girl? Yi Yuan suddenly asked curiously. Zhuo Shu sighed and said, "These few years that you were gone, Cloud Jade Imperial City produced a peerless genius called Rong Xie. This girl is the daughter of Cloud Jade Imperial City's city lord, Rong Hua. This girl was a divine lord since her birth. It was a historical moment for Cloud Jade Imperial City. At present, she's already 7th Firmament, celestial deity. Such monstrous talent. She was naturally valued highly by Linghua Pavilion and taken into the pavilion. Several years ago, Ronghua suffered a heavy injury inside a mystic realm. Rongxia left Linghua Pavilion and returned to Cloud Jade Imperial City to take care of her ill father. This Wu Tian came for her. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and said, "This matter likely isn't that simple, right?" Zhuo Shujie smiled bitterly and said, "Southridge 10 Cities is merely a desolate and barren place, unable to have any ties with the imperial capital. This intel is all about events of the Southridge lands. That's why we could inquire about it. As for the rest, we're powerless to do anything. As for patrolling, Inspector Jiang, sigh. Things concerning Southridge 10 Cities were within the scope of 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, so no one would go and pay attention at all. If not for having someone like Rongxia, probably barely anyone would know about this place." Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, "Coolly, this is simple. Go to Cloud Jade Imperial City and ask this Rongxia and we'll know." His voice had yet to fade, and Yi Yuan already vanished before everyone's eyes. Zhuo Shujie and the rest all exchanged glances. This Yi Yuan was also too vigorous and swift in doing things. Left at the drop of a hat and did not even give a heads up. Heavenly Eagly is hundreds of millions of miles away from Cloud Jade. This departure will at least take several months' time too. Yi Yuan is, Zhuo Shujie said speechlessly. But Ning Tianping smiled and said, "His Excellency's spatial law has already attained sublimity and have long comprehended the art of spatialness. H.I. plus foot a single breath, and it's several 100,000 miles. He'll be able to return at most by noon. Art of spatial S. H.I. plus Ft. Fourth firmament spatial law." Cold Feather cried out in shock. Even his pitch changed. He also comprehended spatial law and naturally knew how difficult it was to comprehend spatial law to the fourth firmament. These several hundred years, Yi Yuan's spatial law attainments were actually already outrageously fearsome. The others were also extremely shocked, looking at Ning Tianping in disbelief. If they did not understand Ning Tianping, they would definitely think that Ning Tianping was boasting. Zhuo Shujie sucked in a deep breath and said, "Yi Yuan actually didn't even use his full strength when he killed that 8th firmament celestial deity." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "That kind of 8th firmament celestial deity, his law comprehension isn't even as high as mine. Why would His Excellency need to go all out to kill him?" Everyone was speechless, but at this time, their attention was placed on Ning Tianping. The present Ning Tianping refined the black tortoise true blood and already broke through to be a 3rd firmament celestial deity, merely a short several hundred years' time. The Ning family's junior already grew to become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most formidable existence. This was simply unthinkable. Even Ning Ziyuan also did not know what he should say currently. When one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. Ning Tianping had flourished now and would definitely look after the Ning family better. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in the future. The Ning family would be the #1 major family. No one would be able to replace anymore. Only now did he know a wrong decision made in a moment of weakness really almost ruined the Ning family. Fortunately, the Ning family produced a Ning Tianping who had affection and loyalty. That was how it salvaged the situation. Otherwise, he would be the entire Ning family's sinner now. Although Yi Yuan's spatial law made progress slowly, exhibiting spatial S, H.I. plus Ft with his current realm, he arrived at Cloud Jade Imperial City after 2 hours. He did not say H.E.L. low to anyone, entering the city, Lord Manor with a flash. Buzz! Yi Yuan did not behave secretively. Instead, he suddenly released the imposing momentum of 5th firmament celestial deity on him. With the vigor of his divine sea, his aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker than 6th firmament celestial deities. Cloud Jade Imperial City's powerhouses were immediately alarmed. A 4th firmament celestial deity powerhouse appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Sensing that vast divine essence undulation of Yi Yuan's, his expression was incomparably ugly. That fourth firmament, Cloud Jade Imperial City Powerhouse, said in fear and trepidation, "I'm Cloud Jade Imperial City's Mengxing. I wonder what this lord came to my Cloud Jade Imperial City for." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "I'm looking for Rong Xia." Mengxing's pupils constricted, and he said, "Not long ago, young Patriarch Xia already left Cloud Jade Imperial City and went back to Nine Pledge Imperial Capital." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked again, "Then Rong Hua?" Mengxing said respectfully, "City Lord His Excellency left together with young Patriarch Xia." Chapter 1893 Lear's News Chapter 1893 Lear's news outside of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. A figure phased and formed the young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at that model-like small city beneath his feet with a scornful face. Buzz! The moment the young man released his aura, a horrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire city. Zuoshujie and the rest of the powerhouses were currently crowding around Ning Tianping and asking all sorts of questions at this time. They were very curious about Yi Yuan's experiences in these several hundred years and naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. But right at this time, a horrifying pressure enveloped the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Zuoshujie's expression rapidly changed, his face ashen pale, cold sweat already faintly seeping out on his forehead. What kind of pressure is this? Zuoshujie's expression was ugly as he said, "This aura was too horrifying until it made people unable to give birth to the thought of resisting. As for how strong it was, Zuoshujie completely could not determine it with his realm." Tonga One, who had been playing with Treasure Pig all along, noticed something. His gaze revealed a trace of uncertainty at first. He then said coolly, "Judging from this aura, it should be an Empyrean." Everyone's faces quickly changed, looking at Tonger in disbelief. Empyrean? You're not joking, right?" Zuoshujie said in disbelief. He seriously could not imagine why Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be visited by an Empyrean powerhouse. "Is Yi Yuan here? Have him come out for this Empyrean." Right at this time, a void reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, confirming Tonger's words. Professing as this Empyrean, that was naturally a Heavenly Empyrean. After the shock, Zuoshujie brought everyone and went out to welcome him. That figure in midair appeared very illusory and also very dazzling. Zuoshujie did not dare to look straight at it at all. Zuoshujie knelt down respectfully and said politely and meekly, "Heavenly Eagle City Lord, Zuoshujie pays respect to Lord Empyrean." Although he did not dare to look straight at him, glimpsing through his peripherals, this Empyrean powerhouse was extremely young. This made Zuoshujie incredibly shocked in his heart. He had naturally never seen before an Empyrean powerhouse, but even a fool would know that those able to achieve the position of Empyrean were all old monsters who had lived for millions of years. This young man in front of him was clearly not. Just where did such a young Empyrean powerhouse come from? The young man accepted it calmly and said coolly, "Which one is Yi Yuan?" Everyone's faces changed, not expecting that this Empyrean was actually here for Yi Yuan. For a moment, the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. "Looks like you guys feel that this Empyrean is very easygoing." The young man's palm slowly raised up. The winds and clouds suddenly changed. The heaven and earth spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 miles closed in towards him crazily. Empyrean-level world power suddenly released. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. For the first time in their lives, these remote hinterland powerhouses witnessed the terror of Empyrean CLA. SS powerhouses, and the price was death. If this palm landed, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would turn to ashes. Practically mustering up all the strength in his body, Zuoshujie said, "Lord Empyrean, calm your anger. Yi Yuan, he isn't in the city." The young man's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Wherever he is, make him come and see me." This request was somewhat forcing people to do what they could not. But what to do? Forget about a puny little heavenly eagle imperial city. Even the 9-pledge imperial capital was also too weak to stand in compet. 1. Tie-in in front of an Empyrean powerhouse. Another bout of silence. The young man seemed to have lost his patience and said coolly, "In that case, you all can go and die." Waving his hand, the wind and clouds stirred, spiritual energy surging mightily. That howling gale blew until Shujia's face hurt. "Stop!" Right at this time, there was a ripple in the void. A figure emerged. When everyone saw that figure, their faces all changed drastically. "Your Excellency, quickly leave!" Ning Tianping howled. Yi Yuan did not leave. His gaze was currently sizing up that young man who was looking down from a height, confirming that he had not seen him before. The young man had a handsome face like carved jade, hair falling lightly, very good-looking, like the neighbor's big brother. But that evil aura on his body could not be concealed no matter what. Clearly, he did not have goodwill toward Yi Yuan. "You're looking for me?" Yi Yuan said with a frown. "You know Yu Mingli?" The young man answered with a question. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled violently. Pupils constricting, he asked with his voice carrying a quiver, "You know Lia?" Bang! He did not see the young man take any action. However, Yi Yuan's body was akin to being struck by lightning, turning into a sharp sword and falling to the ground. "Is Lier what you can call to?" The young man's gaze was sharp as he said, unhappily. Yi Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood, wildly, already sustaining serious injuries. This place was different from the Immortal Grove world. Facing Empyrean powerhouses, he did not have the least bit of strength to fight back at all. Even if the other party just spat out a bit of world power, he could not block it too. But the current Yi Yuan was wildly ecstatic in his heart. These several centuries, there was no news about Lier. At present, it being said from this young man's mouth, at least Lier was safe. A figure moving. Yi Yuan appeared in front of the young man once more. His injuries were dreadful to behold, but he stood stubbornly. "Who are you? Is Lier well currently?" Yi Yuan ignored his injuries. He just wanted to know how Lier was. The young man's brows furrowed slightly, world power erupting once more. Bang! Yi Yuan was blasted into the ground once more. The young man said in a cold voice, "I said before, you have no qualifications to call Lia. If there's a next time, you'll be dead for sure." Swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more. It was just that the aura on his body was extremely disorderly, full of wounds. The young man's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was rather unhappy with Yi Yuan's stubbornness and tenacity. He did not hold back with these 2 blows. If it were ordinary celestial deity realm martial artists, forget about flying in front of him. Not dying would already be pretty good. But Yi Yuan stood in front of him, stubbornly. No one spoke. It was silent between heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes looked at Yi Yuan, full of worry. They knew Yi Yuan's temper, Yi Yuan's relations. I plus P with Yu Mingli. They were also aware of it. This Empyrean powerhouse that appeared out of nowhere did not even allow Yi Yuan to call a name. So how could he tolerate it? Toward Yi Yuan's fury, the young man did not pay attention at all. The young man looked at Yi Yuan and said with a calm look, "Just a celestial deity realm ant. So what right do you have to be angry? I'm here to tell you that junior apprentice, Sister Mingli, is no longer someone in the same world as you. Starting from today, forget her. Otherwise, you know the consequences." At this time, Yi Yuan moved. 1 step, 2 steps. He moved closer to the young man step by step. Countless blue fine lines spread out from Yi Yuan's body, winding over toward the young man. Seeing this scene, the young man who had always been calm and collected finally had a visible change in countenance. His pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "Thou marks! How is this possible?" The blue fine lines became more and more, thicker and thicker, practically enveloped the entire SPAC. Yi Yuan's two eyes became colder and colder, not carrying the slightest hint of feeling. Seeing Yi Yuan's two eyes, no idea why, a chill welled up from the bottom of the young man's heart. To an Empyrean powerhouse, celestial deity realm did not pose the least bit of threat at all. But at this moment, a feeling called danger spread throughout his whole body, one interchangeable with little Tom. Chapter 1894. A Sneeze. Chapter 1894. A sneeze, a region of S.P.A.C. was currently quietly forming. The young man's heart twinged fiercely. A feeling of incredible danger instantly welled up in his heart. Courting death! Incomparably heavy world power suddenly erupted in an instant. Cruce. H.I. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished, escaping into the boundless void. The young man's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, "Spatial law!" At this moment he no longer held back, the power of Empyrean realm erupting completely. The berserk aura made the faces of the people below turn white as a sheet. This aura was much stronger than when the young man just appeared. The people understood that this young man meant business. No one would have expected that the situation would actually develop to such an extent. The celestial deity realm Yi Yuan actually forced an Empyrean to go all out? Even thinking about it felt preposterous. One had to know even if Empyrean powerhouses stood there and did not move, celestial deity realm martial artists could not possibly cause them any damage to. This was the disparity in realms, and even more the gap in laws and heavenly Tao comprehension. It was unable to be compensated for at all. But now Yi Yuan did it. What in the world were those mysterious blue fine lines? Forget about celestial deity, realm powerhouses, not understanding it. Even ordinary Empyrean powerhouses did not know the existence of Daomark. That was exclusive to heavenly emperor powerhouses. This young man's ident. 1. Tai was clearly extraordinary. He only took one look and was extremely sure that those were Tao marks. Why would a celestial deity, realm martial artist, have Tao marks? The young man did not know. He also did not have time to think too much. Tao mark was too dangerous. Azura finger. The young man pointed a finger. An apocalyptic horrifying aura suddenly erupted, making the entire heavenly eagle imperial city tremble. With this finger landing, the entire heavenly eagle imperial city would be leveled to the ground. Poo work! The might of this finger had yet to completely erupt, and Yi Yuan already could not withstand this pressure, being forced out of the void by the other party. Those countless blue fine lines fell apart to pieces under this finger and were completely unable to construct the divine vestige S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. The current Yi Yuan was akin to being hauled out of blood from head to toe, looking grim and horrifying. The might of an Empyrean was too strong. The young man looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze cold as ice as he said in a solemn voice, "Originally, I just wanted to give you a warning. Since you're bent on courting death, then this Empyrean will send you off. Remember, the person who killed you is Lin Chongqing." The current Lin Chongqing was already utterly infuriated by Yi Yuan. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely an insignificant ant and could not have the will to resist at all, let alone have the capital to resist. But just now he actually felt threatened. The Empyrean powerhouse, Lin Chongqing, actually felt the threat of an ant. His emotion turned angry from Imbara. Meant a finger landing, the horrifying power of law, made a series of cracks tear apart in S.P.A.C. In the center of the storm, the bodies of many martial artists in the city suddenly exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. This power already did not seem like it belonged in the mortal world. Lin Chongqing was not just an Empyrean powerhouse. His law comprehension was similarly extremely horrifying. Die. A hint of delight flashed across in Lin Chongqing's eyes, the finger suddenly landing. Right at this time, a pink light suddenly shot up to the sky and met with this finger. Under this horrifying finger, that pink lump of flesh appeared very frail. Lin Chongqing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Humph! Ignorant beast. A mantis also dares to block the cart." Grunt! Grunt! The pink lump of meat emitted an unpleasant sound. Who could it be if not Treasure Pig? Between heaven and earth, that small flesh ball appeared extremely small, just like a speck of dust. Treasure Pig's nose suddenly twitched without stopping, mouth opening wide. Ah! Chew! Treasure Pig flew up to the sky and did a big sneeze at Lin Chongqing. In such a solemn moment, this scene appeared extremely comical. But Body could laugh. A horrifying air billow rose to the sky, meeting Lin Chongqing's azure finger. Rumble! Amidst everyone's astounded gazes, that blast wind was akin to wind puffing away the clouds, and actually directly pushed the horrifying energy emitted by the azure finger back. Lin Chongqing's face suddenly changed. This sudden turn of events caught him by surprise. The sneeze that Treasure Pig did arrive in front of him, like easily sweeping up dead leaves. Bang! Lin Chongqing's chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer, only to see fresh blood spurt wildly out of his mouth, figure flying backward, already sustaining heavy injuries. Everything flew away. Treasure Pig did a sneeze and tunneled back into Tonger's embrace lazily, falling asleep as if nothing had happened. Death-like silence. Heavenly Eagle's people all exchanged glances, not daring to believe the scene that happened before their eyes at all. The finger of an Empyrean powerhouse was actually sent packing by a sneeze just like that. Furthermore, it even injured an Empyrean powerhouse. Tonger and Treasure Pig followed along with Yi Yuan, but these two fellows' sense of presence were too weak, so no one paid attention to them at all. Who could have thought that this pink pig Yi Yuan brought over actually had such daunting strength? Ning Tianping, White Light, Lung Qiuling, all looked at Treasure Pig with incredible shock, as if it was their first time knowing it. They all knew that Treasure Pig was a glutton and only ate the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined. They also knew that Treasure Pig was a sleepyhead. Sleeping several years away was also nothing difficult. But they did not know that Treasure Pig actually had such horrifying strength. Sensing all sorts of peculiar gazes, Tonger rolled his eyes and said, "Stare what stare? Never seen before such a beautiful pet?" Everyone broke down. D-A-M-N-it. 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 A bunch of ants. I'm going to level your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to the ground. Lin Chongqing, who was bounced away several tens of thousands of miles away, flew back again with a flash, covered in blood all over. Clearly, Lin Chongqing was already foaming at the mouth with rage. Tonger's brows furrowed slightly, leaping up and facing Lin Chongqing. Grunt! Grunt! The Treasure Pig in Tonger's embrace opened both eyes rather tiredly and looked toward Lin Chongqing somewhat lazily. Lin Chongqing's face changed as if being stared at by a desolate beast. Facing this snotty brat without the strength to tie up a chicken, he actually felt timid. More accurately speaking, he was nervous about the Treasure Pig in Tonger's embrace. Lin Chongqing could not feel any threat from this adorable and pink lumpy piglet, and also could not sense any kind of might. But that sneeze earlier was real. Tonger gave Lin Chongqing a glance and said, "Coolly, brat, stop making a show of force here. I'll tell you very responsibly, you don't even have the qualifications to carry his shoes for him. Give him some time. He'll let you know what's called despair. Now get lost." The originally incomparably haughty words sounded very comical coming out of Tonger's mouth. Tonger's voice was childish, sounding more like acting like a spoiled child and not a warning. But no one dared to overlook his existence. That pink pig held in his arms was too powerful. Lin Chongqing looked at Tonger, expression changing again and again. Chapter 1895. 2,000-Year Agreement. Chapter 1895. 2,000-Year Agreement. You're saying that I'm inferior to this trash? Do you know what realm junior apprentice Sister Mengli achieved presently? Ha! Not long ago, junior apprentice Sister Mengli already broke through to true G. Oh, D realm! Trash like Yi Yuan can only look at her back as long as he lived. He isn't worthy of junior apprentice Sister Mengli. Lin Chongqing's words made everyone's hearts quiver violently, including Zhuo Shujie. These people, they naturally knew Yu Mingli. Back then, when she left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, she was totally living under Yi Yuan's light. All the way until today, it was also merely less than 1,000 years from when she left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. She actually already stepped into the realm of true God. This kind of cultivation speed was simply unimaginable. Also, this Lin Chongqing, although the exact situation about his skeletal age could not be seen, his vitality was extremely exuberant, akin to the morning sun. Clearly, his age would not be too old either. Such a young Empyrean powerhouse. To a character like Zhuo Shujie, it was simply unimaginable. Even if it was Yi Yuan and the rest, they had never seen before such a young Empyrean powerhouse too. One had to know even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. That level of unrivaled powerhouses also spent as long as 50,000 years to cultivate to Heavenly Empyrean realm. Even though Yi Yuan displaying Dao mark previously made Lin Chongqing very surprised, it was also merely just being surprised. With his guesses, he reckoned that Yi Yuan obtained the Dao mark legacy by chance inside some mystic realm. That was how he was able to display it. Although this kind of thing was rare, it was not impossible. As for Yi Yuan cultivating Dao mark himself, Lin Chongqing did not think in this area at all, because that was impossible. Since time immemorial, there have been countless peerlessly talented people. No one had ever heard before that someone could cultivate out Dao mark at celestial deity realm. This kind of Dao mark legacy, used once and it would reduce once, belonging to a consumable item. A long way down the road, how many times could Yi Yuan use? Moreover, even if Yi Yuan possessed that flimsy Dao mark, he was also not his match at all. You. Who the hell are you? Yi Yuan stared at Lin Chongqing fixed and asked with clenched jaws. Yi Yuan's eyes made Lin Chongqing pleased with himself inwardly. Clearly, his words earlier triggered Yi Yuan. Lin Chongqing laughed coldly and said, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you and junior apprentice Sister Mingli are impossible. You and she are already not people in the same world. Don't say that this Empyrean is unreasonable. Here is a divine grade sun, moon, azure sky pill here. It can help you cultivate to the true G. Oh, D realm. But at that time, junior apprentice Sister Mingli will already be an Empyrean." Originally, he was disdainful to explain these to Yi Yuan. But now that he could not kill Yi Yuan, Lin Chongqing planned on explaining clearly the disparity between him and Yu Mingli. This way, as long as Yi Yuan still had a tiny trace of self-respect, he would not go find Yu Mingli either. He Chang's pupils constricted as he said, "Divine grade sun moon azure pill. My G. Oh, D. That's a medicinal pill that can help martial artists break through to true G. Oh, D realm." So Shujian nodded his head and said, "As long as peak celestial deity realm martial artists consume a divine grade sun moon azure sky pill, there's 70% chance of breaking through." But Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, they all knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were a heaven-defying existence. Although not seeing him for several hundred years, they felt that Yi Yuan's alchemy skills should not decline. For some time, the gazes of Heavenly Eagle Imperial cities, people became extremely awed. Swizz, H. Plus a streak of green light flew toward Yi Yuan. That was a small bottle containing the medicinal pill. The corners of Tonger's mouth revealed a mocking expression, but did not stop it. "Whose?" H. Plus Yi Yuan pointed a finger out. That green little bottle shattered in the air with a bang. The medicinal pill inside was also blasted to residue by Yi Yuan, dissipating away into heaven and earth. Seeing the scene, everyone could not help feeling their flesh hurt. You don't care for it, but we care. Even if you don't want it, there was also no need to directly destroy it, right? Lin Chongqing did not reveal a look of surprise. He just said with a cold smile, "Is that pitiful dignity? With this medicinal pill, perhaps after several tens of thousands of years, you still have hopes of standing in front of this Empyrean. But you destroyed it. But like this is good as well. Every tub must stand on its bottom. Forget junior apprentice, Sister Mengli from today onwards." Lin Chongqing's both hands were behind his back, showing unrivaled haughtiness. He had the capital to be condescending. Such a young, heavenly Empyrean powerhouse, who dared to say that he could not step into that fleeting and ephemeral realm of heavenly emperor. Such a character was the heaven-span world's true heavens chosen. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing and slowly extended 2 fingers. Lin Chongqing was slightly taken aback. Even when Tong'er saw Yi Yuan's action, he also revealed a puzzled look. 2,000 years. Lin Chongqing was very smart. After being dazed, he understood Yi Yuan's meaning very quickly. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and continued. "Within 2,000 years I'll stand before you. Let you see if Lear and I are people of the same world or not." One sentence made everyone quiet down. Tong'er's pupils also constricted. He felt that Yi Yuan's boast was a little big. He was an Empyrean powerhouse himself and naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate to be an Empyrean powerhouse. He did not doubt that Yi Yuan could cultivate to Empyrean realm, but in 2,000 years, this was boasting too much. Ha ha ha. Truly shameless boasting. Since you have such confidence, then let's have a 2,000-year agreement. How about it? After 2,000 years, you and I will have a battle. The loser will leave junior apprentice, Sister Mengli. Lin Chongqing let out a wild laugh and said, Yi Yuan's words simply sounded like that boring self-esteem of the weak to him. Cultivating from celestial deity realm to Empyrean realm within 2,000 years. This kind of thing absolutely could not possibly happen. Even if he was overwhelmingly talented and had countless medicinal pills and spiritual items to load up, he also spent 5,000 years before cultivating to the realm of Empyrean, and his starting point was much higher than the vast majority of the heaven-span world's martial artists. He, Lin Chongqing, was at the true D realm during birth. Comparing talent, who could compete with him? One had to know there were D knows how many martial artists in this heaven-span world. But 90% of the martial artists were unable to step into the realm of true D for all their lives. But he had such a cultivation realm since birth. From celestial deity realm to Empyrean realm looked like it was just 2 major realms. But the distance between these 2 major realms was as far as heaven and earth. How many people who bragged and boasted about being geniuses were unable to cross these 2 major thresholds too, let alone talk about reaching it within a short 2,000 years. These words were not pride, but ignorance. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing and shook his head as he said, "I, Yi Yuan, won't use my own woman as a wager." Lin Chongqing had a look of disdain and was just about to scoff in contempt, but heard Yi Yuan continue saying, 2,000 years later, you and I will have a battle. The victor lives, the loser dies. Do you dare or not? Yi Yuan stared intently at Lin Chongqing, his gaze incomparably sharp. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so decisive, agreeing on a life-and-death match. This was originally nothing, but the disparity between Yi Yuan and Lin Chongqing was too great. 2,000 years was merely a snap of a finger. Agreeing to this wager was too disadvantageous to Yi Yuan. This was simply a wager without the slightest chance of winning. Tong'er frowned and said, "Kid, don't be impulsive." Yi Yuan ignored him and just stared intently at Lin Chongqing, opening his mouth once more to say, "Do you dare or not?" Chapter 1896, Magnanimous. Chapter 1896, Magnanimous, do you dare or not? The world was silent. There was only Yi Yuan's voice reverberating. What difference was there between such a declaration and committing suicide? Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, Lin Chongqing laughed wildly without ceasing. After a while, the laughter gradually stopped. Lin Chongqing said in a clear voice, "Do I dare or not? Do you think I dare or not? If this Empyrean doesn't even dare to answer the challenge of an ant, what great Tao do I still need to seek?" Yi Yuan nodded his head. A stream of soul force crept out. "Since that's the case, let's sign a divine soul contract." Lin Chongqing snickered and said, "Why? Are you still scared that this Empyrean will go back on my word?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Aren't you scared that I'll renege?" Lin Chongqing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Is this Empyrean scared of you?" On Lin Chongqing's side, a stream of soul force also extended out. Two streams of soul force met in the air. An aura of heavenly Tao merged into the two people's divine souls. This 2,000-year bet was officially effective. If anyone violated the divine soul contract, they would get a backlash from heavenly Tao, the consequences extremely serious. Hey, really a foolish ant. Want to stipulate a battle with this Empyrean? You also have to accept the Sun, Moon, Azure, Sky pill first. In that case, you at least still have that tiny trace of hope. As for now, haha. Lin Chongqing was pleased with himself for a while, because what could be accomplished in 2,000 years, he was all too clear in his heart. The heaven-span world had so many heavenly Emperor Bodemandas, but it had never been heard of that anyone could break through from celestial deity to heavenly Empyrean within 200 years. Moreover, these 2,000 years' time, could it be that he, Lin Chongqing, would be marching on the spot? With his talent, 2,000 years was enough to make great progress. In this battle, he did not have any possibility of losing. Sun, Moon, Azure, Sky pill, are you talking about this? A small bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand at no idea when. The moment the mouth of the bottle opened, a medicinal fragrance that made people asphyxiated instantly suffused between heaven and earth. Just that tiny bit of medicinal fragrance that escaped already made people intoxicated. Lin Chongqing's pupils constricted, looked at the small bottle in Yi Yuan's hand in disbelief, and cried out in shock, How can you have a vast spirit Sun, Moon, Azure, Sky pill? Being born in a heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda, Lin Chongqing naturally knew how difficult it was to refine a vast spirit Sun, Moon, Azure, Sky pill. Even in great imperial capitals, the chances of a void spirit Sun, Moon, Azure, Sky pill appearing was small until it could be ignored too. Although rank 5 divine pills already did not have any effect on Lin Chongqing, this did not mean that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan took out was worthless. On the contrary, this one medicinal pill was invaluable, its price unable to be estimated. If Yi Yuan placed this Sun, Moon, Azure, Sky pill in great imperial capitals, it would absolutely drive all celestial deity powerhouses, even true G, D powerhouses crazy. As for imperial capitals, that went even more without saying. Vast spirit divine pills only had a possibility of appearing in a heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda, this kind of place. Furthermore, the Sun, Moon, Azure, Sky pill, this kind of level 9 medicinal pill, forget about 5-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, even for 7-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, barely anyone could refine it to. Above divine grade, purple spirit, void spirit, vast spirit, and spirit, spirit link. Each rank was harder than the last. The further up, the more terrifying the difficulty. Reaching this kind of boundary, the difficulty of refining was completely unrelated to the hard work of the alchemist. Some alchemists whose talents were ordinary could reach 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D even 6-star alchemy G. Oh, D through effort. But in terms of medicinal pill quality, they could not possibly reach vast spirit, divine grade this level, no matter how hard they worked too. Refining this level of medicinal pill, one needed to have an extremely profound understanding of alchemy Tao. If using purple spirit, divine grade has units between void spirit and vast spirit, was separated by 1,000,000 purple spirits. To the vast majority of alchemists, they could not possibly refine a vast spirit divine pill in all their lives too. Vast spirit divine pills, this kind of thing. They only belong to those alchemy DS with exceedingly high talents. Lin Chongqing was shocked beyond words. He used a purple spirit, sun, moon, azure sky pill to humiliate Yi Yuan? Truly laughable. Unrelated to self-esteem. Would the Yi Yuan who possessed a vast spirit, sun, moon, azure sky pill care about a measly purple spirit, sun, moon, azure sky pill? Tonger had a mocking look on his face and said, "How can he have?" Of course, he refined it himself. Lin Chongqing's face was finally no longer composed. He said with a disbelieving look, he refined it himself? Do you think that this Empyrean will believe it? A celestial deity, realm, refining a vast spirit, sun, moon, azure sky pill? Do you think I'm stupid? Tonger shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "Believing it or not is your business. I have no need to prove anything to you. Yuan naturally needs to do that even less." Lin Chongqing suddenly laughed loudly and said, "I understand this medicinal pill must have been obtained by you inside a mystic realm. But, so what if it's a vast spirit, sun, moon, azure sky pill? In front of this Empyrean, you still don't have any chance." Swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan casually flung his hand. The small bottle in his hand flew over toward Lin Chongqing. Subconsciously, Lin Chongqing reached his hand out to receive, catching the small bottle in his hand. "This medicinal pill doesn't have any use to me. If you have any junior that needs it, I'll give it to you," Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone looked at this scene with incredible shock. ALLS almost popping out. This was also too reckless, right? That was a vast spirit, sun, moon, azure sky pill. He was actually going to gift it to his deathmatch opponent. Those celestial deity all cried out in alarm and went crazy. It was too much of a wanton waste of D's good gifts. Uffed. But Lung Qiuling, Tonger, and the rest could not resist laughing. Previously, Lin Chongqing used a medicinal pill to humiliate Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan returned an eye for an eye, using a vast spirit divine pill to retaliate. This was much more effective than a measly purple spirit divine pill. Lin Chongqing's expression was extremely ugly. Logically speaking, he should destroy this medicinal pill right away. But he hesitated. A vast spirit, sun, moon, azure sky pill was too precious. Subconsciously, he could not bear to destroy it. He naturally did not need this medicinal pill. But just as Yi Yuan said, he had people in his family who needed it. A vast spirit, sun, moon, azure sky pill was equivalent to a true D powerhouse. Furthermore, the potential of this true D would get a Civ development and might become a heavenly Empyrean powerhouse in the future. When medicinal pills reached vast spirit this level, the significance was absolutely not as simple as being a medicinal pill. Otherwise, with Lin Chongqing's experience and horizons, how could he possibly care about a mere rank 5 divine pill? Don't need to feel embarrassed. As said, even though you nearly killed me today, I still have to thank you. You brought me Lear's news. This is a piece of tremendous good news to me. In the future, if you still need any medicinal pills, you can come to find me to refine any time. But you still need to prepare the spirit medicines yourself. Seemingly seeing through what Lin Chongqing was thinking, Yi Yuan took another stab viciously. But these words, it came from the bottom of his heart. Although he was almost killed today, being able to get Liur's new, he was very happy instead. At the very least, he knew that Liur was doing very well currently. Bang! Lin Chongqing was angered until his entire body trembled. The moment he used strength, the small bottle shattered to dust. The vast spirit divine pill naturally dissipated with the wind too. Lin Chongqing stared intently at Yi Yuan, wanting to see a hint of heartache from his eyes. However, he was disappointed. Yi Yuan's expression was calm to the extreme. There was no visible change in countenance toward the sun-moon-azure sky pill's destruction at all. This meant that he really did not care. Lin Chongqing was practically going nuts. He did not expect that today would actually play out like this. Chapter 1897. 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Chapter 1897. 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan was completely indifferent, but Lin Chongqing felt his flesh hurt. That was a vast spirit, divine grade, sun-moon, azure sky pill. Even in Heavenly Emperor Bodamanda's, this kind of thing could be encountered, but could not be hoped for too. It was just that under this kind of circumstances he had no choice at all. He was an Empyrean. He originated from a Heavenly Emperor Bodamanda. He had his own dignity. No matter how much he could not bear to part with it, he also had to destroy this vast spirit divine pill. He, Lin Chongqing, could not afford to lose this face. Of course, he was actually already disgraced enough currently. Humph. Do you think that this Empyrean will believe that this medicinal pill was refined by you? You were merely a little lucky. Lin Chongqing said with a livid expression. That's your business. Nothing to do with me. Go back and cultivate well. Hope that you don't disappoint me 2,000 years later. Yi Yuan said coolly. Lin Chongqing's expression changed. This D-A-M-N fellow actually S-N-A-T-C had his lines. Wasn't this kind of word said for the weak to hear by the strong? Still not scramming. Could it be that you're planning on staying behind to have a meal? Tonger said in a cold voice. Lin Chongqing naturally did not take Tonger seriously. But right at this time, the treasure pig in his bosom suddenly opened its bleary eyes. All of a sudden, Lin Chongqing seemed to stare at by a desolate beast. His expression changed several times. Finally, he still took a step out, figure disappearing. Whoosh! Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Since Lin Chongqing appeared, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure of an Empyrean powerhouse was too fierce. Thud! After Lin Chongqing left, Yi Yuan could not hold on any more, fainting on the ground. Under the finger of an Empyrean powerhouse, it was already a miracle for Yi Yuan to be able to hold on until now. Only all the way until 3 days later did Yi Yuan slowly wake up. Big brother, you finally woke up. White Light said joyfully, You punk, you were too reckless. Tonga looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan just smiled. Under those circumstances, what could he do? It was just that in front of heavenly Empyrean powerhouses, he was still too weak. 2,000 years to cultivate to heavenly Empyrean realm. Boy, you also looking down on heavenly Empyreans too much. Tonger said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, 2,000 years should be enough. His cultivation was different from the others. To the others, bottlenecks were the greatest obstacle. But Yi Yuan's cultivation, it was comprehending Tao first, and only then cultivating. To him, bottleneck, this sort of thing did not exist. All along, Yi Yuan would not deliberately pursue the asisiu, mutilation of divine essence. Most of his energy was still placed on comprehending the lesser heaven-span mountain. Hence, when Lun Chuling saw Yi Yuan again, that was why she would be so shocked. Divine Lord to celestial deity, this hurdle was not easy to clear, even to a genius like Lun Chuling. But Yi Yuan cleared it easily. Everyone was stunned, especially Tonger. You punk, really wildly arrogant. I really want to see how you're going to break through to Empyrean realm within 2,000 years. Furthermore, you have to know that he definitely came from a lineage with a heavenly Emperor Bodamanda. It might even be a transcendent heavenly Emperor Bodamanda. The cultivation resources that he enjoys is what you're unable to imagine, Tonger warned. Yi Yuan gave him a glance. Suddenly, he reached his hand out and beckoned at Treasure Pig. Swizz. H. plus treasure pig bored into Yi Yuan's bosom very obediently, using its pig head to rub against Yi Yuan, so as to show affection. Ha! All thanks to you this time. Otherwise, this life of mine would be considered done for. Tonger, just what kind of existence is treasure pig? Yi Yuan suddenly ignored Tonger's words and asked. Previously, he also thought that he was dead for sure. Who knew that treasure pig came roaring across the horizon, sending Lin Chongqing flying with a sneeze. The shock that scene brought to everyone was too intense. Among them also included Yi Yuan. Tonger pursed his lips and said, "How would I know?" Tonger's reply made Yi Yuan stunned. Yi Yuan always thought that treasure pig was Tonger's spirit pet and that he should be very clear. He did not expect that now he actually obtained such an answer. "You don't know." Tonger shook his head and said, "Treasure pig was handed down to me by the bamboo groove void realm's previous generation spirit medicine Empyrean. Since then, it has always been following me. As for what origin it has, I don't know a thing. Don't use that kind of eyes to look at me. I asked the previous general spirit medicine Empyrean before, but he said that he didn't know either." Yi Yuan lowered his head to look at the treasure pig in his bosom, shocked, speechless. All along, treasure pig had always been mysterious, but hearing Tonger's words, the mysterious feeling on treasure pig grew much stronger again. "All right, but I still have to thank you," Yi Yuan said to treasure pig. "Grunt, grunt." Treasure pig arched its head. That meaning seemed to be saying, "No need to thank, refined for me more medicinal pills will do." Yi Yuan smiled when he saw the situation and said, "Relax, the medicinal pills are definitely enough." "Oh, right, Your Excellency, you make a trip to Cloud Jade Imperial City. How was it?" Ning Tianping asked. Only then did Yi Yuan recall this incident. He shook his head and said, "There's already not a single soul there. This Rongxiet is likely not simple." Ning Tianping's face changed, and he said, "Your Excellency, I need to tell you a bad news. Just not long after you fell unconscious, Wu Tian died." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, falling silent. This matter did not seem so simple. Only after a while did he say, "Come, let's go to 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. I'm rather worried about Brother Zhang's safety." 9 Pledge Imperial Capital was a middle-order imperial capital. It was not as prosperous as 1,000 Sor Imperial Capital in terms of scale. But an imperial capital was an imperial capital. It was far from what imperial cities could compare to. Yi Yuan and Jiang Jadehal were on friendly terms. When chatting idly with him in the past, he had once heard Jiang Jadehal mentioned before. The 9 Pledge Imperial Capital had 3 major factions, the City Lord Manor, Linghua Pavilion, as well as the Kongming Academy. Behind these 3 major factions were said to all be middle-stage true D-realm powerhouses. 9 Pledge Imperial Capital situation was different from the 1,000 Sor Imperial Capital. These 3 major factions contended in the dark, neither willing to submit to the others. Of course, on the surface, it was still the City Lord Manor ruling the entire 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. But the other 2 major forces also secretly controlled numerous imperial cities. Jiang Jadehal came from the Kongming Academy, so the Southridge 10 cities had also always been under the scope of the Kongming Academy's power and influence. Of course, the Southridge 10 cities, this kind of barren land, the 3 major factions would not care about it very much. Hence, all along, the Southridge 10 cities had been safe and sound. Apart from some minor conflicts, no overly major fluctuations happened before. Jiang Jadehal, this patrolling inspector, was naturally also very comfortable. Jiang Jadehal's talent was not considered good. With his talent, it was already not too likely to have breakthroughs. But he heard Jiang Jadehal say that his daughter's talent was extremely good, stepping into celestial deity realm at a young age. Of course, this was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. Back then, during the Golden Sword Pact, Jiang Jadehal requested Yi Yuan to help him refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill. It was for the sake of his daughter. The matters afterward. Yi Yuan naturally heard about it before. After his daughter consumed the supreme jade void pill, she broke through to the celestial deity realm very soon. At present, Jiang Jade Hall was thrown into a death cell, but it was the Linghua Pavilion's people secretly rigging things here. Could it be that Linghua Pavilion already colluded together with City, Lord Manor, and planned on joining hands to deal with Kongming Academy? Along the way, Yi Yuan was always analyzing the sequence of events for this matter. Thinking to and fro, this kind of possibility was extremely high. It was just that. Why would this Rong Xia learn of Wu Tian's failure straight away and kill Wu Tian? Chapter 1898. Break Your Dog Legs. Chapter 1898. Break Your Dog Legs, Kongming Academy, Flowing Wind Establishment. This place was the place where Kongming Academy managed disciples. After disciples like Jiang Jade Hall returned to the imperial capital, they would all have to come here to report. Of course, on the surface, Jiang Jade Hall was under the city, Lord Manor's jurisdiction. Inside the hall, a skinny old man looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze slightly surprised. The old man asked, "You're really Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder?" Such a young fifth firmament celestial deity. Even in the Kongming Academy, it was also not commonly seen. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that sort of place, the City Lord was also merely second Firmament City Lord. Now, this head elder that suddenly popped out was actually a fifth Firmament City Lord. It was not up to him to not be surprised. This realm could go to some middle-order imperial cities to be City Lord already. Yi Yuan fished out a token and handed it over, saying with a smile, "I've always been traveling outside and only returned to Heavenly Eagle a few days back." The old man received it and took a look. Sure enough, it was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder token without any falsehoods. Hearing this meaning, it was likely when Yi Yuan was traveling outside, he encountered some fortuitous encounter. That was why he would break through so fast. It might also be refining a celestial deity, Dao Fruit. This kind of celestial deity, realm, did not have much future. Thinking up to here, the old man naturally looked down on Yi Yuan much more. A fifth firmament celestial deity, not say that they were all over the place in 9 pledge imperial capital, they were also not in the minority. The old man returned the token to Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "What did you come to find this deacon for?" This old man was called Lu Qin, Flowing Wind Establishment's deacon, and also Jiang Jade Hall's direct superior. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Deacon Lu, Southridge 10 City's original patrolling inspector. Jiang Jade Hall, is this Ye's close friend?" This Yi heard that he was thrown into the death cell by the City Lord Manor because he committed something a while back, and specially came to inquire some news. Lu Chen's expression changed imperceptibly, but then he smiled and said, "Turns out that it's for Jiang Jade Hall's matter. Actually, I don't know much about his matters either, but the thing that he committed wasn't small." How could Lu Chen's change in expression hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? But he came to ask people to do things, and naturally would not be unaware of the proper limits for speech and action. He smiled slightly and said, "Deacon Lu, please enlighten with your teachings." Lu Qin stroked his beard and smiled without saying anything. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. "Fis, H.I." Plussing out a small bottle, he said it to Lu Qin and said smilingly, "Deacon Lu has taken good care of Brother Jiang normally, and naturally also took care of my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This Yi has a small token here. Deacon Lu, please kindly accept it." Deacons like Lu Qin naturally could not dispense with a bout of extortions from arrivals from below. They managed patrolling inspectors. Patrolling inspectors managed imperial cities. Patrolling inspectors line their pockets from imperial cities, while these deacons line their pockets from the patrolling inspectors, exploiting layer upon layer. Of course, those like Jiang Jade Hall basically did not show much filial respect. Even if he wanted to reap some profits, he could not reap much either. Hence, Jiang Jadehal's status in this flowing wind establishment was actually very low. He was merely a fourth firmament celestial deity. Regardless of whether strength or status, it was not enough to be regarded with importance. This, a heaven-grade Shu Yu pill. Good stuff. When Lu Chen saw the medicinal pill in the small bottle, his two eyes immediately lit up. Shu Yu pill was a middle-rank 5 divine pill. It could increase celestial deity, realm martial artists' cultivation. This medicinal pill was refined by Yi Yuan in the bamboo, groove, void realm very long ago. At that time, his standards when refining rank 5 divine pills were still lacking, and he only refined heaven-grade divine pills. But this ruined pill was akin to a supreme treasure in Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen received the Shu Yu pill carefully and hurriedly put it away, as if afraid that Yi Yuan would regret it. Amen, not bad, at least you had the heart. But Jiang Jadehal's matters. I urge that you'd better not get involved. Otherwise, you'll even lose your life. Lu Chen put away the Shu Yu pill and waved his hand as he said coolly. He seemed to have lost interest in continuing to talk with Yi Yuan and actually directly chased people away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he controlled his temper and said, Brother Jiang showed kindness to me. This Yi is only here to inquire and have no other intentions. Lu Chen's brows also furrowed, and he said impatiently, I had good intentions. You can go already. Yi Yuan's heart burned with fury. Two eyes narrowing slightly, he said, Deacon Lu took the benefits and isn't doing work. He also did not expect that this Lu Chen was so shameless. If he had long known so, he might as well have used the Shu Yu pill to go feed dogs. Although this medicinal pill was insignificant to Yi Yuan, a heaven-grade rank 5 divine pill, its value was considerable. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Lu Chen said with a cold smile, Why, in this flowing wind establishment, are you still planning on attacking? Taking your things is thinking highly of you. A mere imperial city's head elder also dares to be insolent in front of this deacon. Get lost. Toward these people that came from below, Lu Chen was normally used to playing the tyrant and did not take them seriously at all. Yi Yuan's attitude also stoked his wrath. When the people below saw him, which one wasn't reverent and respectful. Now this Yi Yuan actually dared to have such an attitude toward him, truly did not know what was good for him. A cold light flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, Looks like you're very KY, huh? Lu Chen was greatly angered when he heard that, and said, Brat, you think that by hitting the jackpot and refining a celestial deity Dao fruit, you can be insolent in front of this deacon? This deacon already gave you the chance. But since you're not scramming, then I'll break your dog legs and throw you out. Bang! Lu Chen's world power suddenly erupted. Cruise. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Lu Chen was peak 6th firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan was merely a middle stage 5th firmament celestial deity. He did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. It was only to see his figure flash, smacking over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood there and did not even move. He did not even release divine essence, as if he was frightened out of his wits. Lu Chen sneered when he saw the situation and said, Don't even know how much capability you possess, to also dare be insolent in front of this deacon. The two people were not far away. Lu Chen arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. In the next second, he would be able to cripple Yi Yuan. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan moved. He still stood there. It was just that his right leg swung imperceptibly. Crack! Only to hear the sound of bones snapping transmit over. Lu Chen screamed miserably, directly kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan. Ah, my leg! Lu Chen wailed. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coldly, Don't even know how much capability you possess to also dare attack others? Giving you the Shu Yu pill was looking on the account of Brother Zhang's face. Did you really take yourself to be somebody important? Lu Chen hurt until he grimaced in pain. cold sweat pouring profusely. Yi Yuan's kick, just now, already kicked until his leg bones were crushed to dust, unable to stand at all. He wanted to break Yi Yuan's legs. In the end, he broke his legs with one move. The domain that his world power formed did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. Only now did Lu Qin understand that this ridiculously young imperial city head elder in front of him was really not to be trifled with. I was wrong. I beg you, let me off. Lu Qin was sweating bullets as he said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Not that I can't let you off, but you should know what to do." Lu Chen's pupils shrunk, but he still nodded and said, I'll speak. I'll tell you all that I know. Chapter 1899, Causing a Scene in Flowing Wind Establishment. Chapter 1899, Causing a Scene in Flowing Wind Establishment, hearing Lu Qin talking about Jiang Jade Hall's matters. Yi Yuan's expression gradually turned cold. Turned out that Jiang Jade Hall was recalled by City Lord Manor to report on his duties. But after entering the City Lord Manor, Jiang Jade Hall was thrown into the death cell for the crime of assassinating young Master Yu. This young Master Yu was called Eugene Song, the City Lord's third son, 8th firmament celestial deity cultivation, his status extremely high. Jiang Jade Hall, a measly patrolling inspector, but dared to assassinate Eugene Song. How outrageous was this kind of major crime? But after Yi Yuan heard, he could virtually confirm that Jiang Jade Hall was being framed. There were seriously too many doubts about this incident. As long as one did not have a problem with their head, they could practically see through that this matter was fishy. Except seeing through was one thing, whether anyone dared to say was another matter. This 9-pledge imperial capital, how many people dared to provoke the city, Lord Manor? Moreover, Jiang Jade Hall was just the patrolling inspector of a barren land, his status in the imperial capital very low. No one would stand up for him at all. From the conversation with this Lu Qin previously, Yi Yuan could feel that Kongming Academy was also not willing to offend the city, Lord Manor, for this small matter. Yi Yuan stared at Lu Qin and asked, Jiang Jade Hall still has a daughter. She should be a disciple of Kongming Academy. Where is she now? Lu Chen's expression changed, faltering and not being able to speak. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his heart plunged to rock bottom, only to see his gaze turn cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you think that I don't dare to kill you in the Flowing Wind establishment?" Yi Yuan pointed his fingers as a sword. Piercing cold sword intent instantly wreaked havoc inside the building. Witnessing such horrifying sword intent, Lu Chen's pupils constricted, clearly frightened badly. SS has already been expelled from Kongming Academy. Lu Qin said stammeringly. Yi Yuan's face changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Jiang Jade Hall was conscientious and did his best for so many years. If there wasn't meritorious credit, there's also hard work. Your Kongming Academy is too much. Feeling Yi Yuan's fury, Lu Qin was frightened inwardly and hurriedly explained, It's not what you think. She went to find young Master Yu in order to save her father. In the end, no idea what's the result, but she was sold to Carefree Grove. The academy felt that they lost face. That's why they expelled her. Carefree Grove. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Clearly not heard of this place before. Lu Qin hurriedly said, Carefree Grove is one of the largest brothels in the imperial capital, one of City Lord Manor's businesses. Yi Yuan felt a surge of fire rise in his heart. These two father and daughter simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Yi Yuan reckoned that what this Lu Qin knew was also just this much. He could not be bothered with him either, directly turning around and leaving. But he had just stepped out of the door when a clear whistling sound sounded out. Swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus virtually right away. More than a dozen celestial deity realm powerhouses dashed out, surrounding Yi Yuan until not even water could seep through. At this time, Lu Chen's figure also flashed, posing like a pheasant standing on one foot, joining into the midst of this group of people. A middle-aged man looked at Lu Chen, frowning slightly as he said, "Lu Chen, what happened to actually release the enemy raid signal in the Flowing Wind establishment's headquarters? Amen? What's with your injuries?" Lu Chen hurt until he hissed in pain. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he gritted his teeth and said, "A.S. Sistan Head Song, this brat who came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is so rude to actually dare attack me in the Flowing Wind establishment's headquarters, directly breaking my legs. Just now, he even threatened to kill me." Song Yankai looked at Yi Yuan somewhat surprisedly, clearly not quite believing it. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's name, he had some impression. It was a very impoverished imperial city. How could such a young fifth firmament celestial deity appear? Could it be by refining a Dao fruit? But with Lu Chen's strength, how could he have his legs broken by this young man? Furthermore, it even did not cause too big of a commotion. In an instant, many queries flashed across in Song Yensai's mind. Haha, Lu Chen, you're also too useless, right? To actually lose to a fifth firmament celestial deity kid. A kid that came from a remote imperial city, he probably hit the jackpot and refined a celestial deity Dao fruit, right? This kind of trash, you can't take care of him either? That group of celestial deity powerhouses was mostly Flowing Wind establishment's deacons, ridiculing Lu Chen. Clearly, their thinking was the same as Lu Chen. Only then did Song Yankai make a hand gesture, looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Young man, do you know what kind of serious crime it is to seriously injure a deacon in Flowing Wind establishment?" Yi Yuan looked at Song Yankai and said with a mocking look, "Serious crime? Hoo-hoo! Looks like Kongming Academy spearhead is all pointed at their own people. Own person was framed by the enemy and thrown in jail. None of you looked into it, but want to denounce and accuse your own people. Truly laughable." Song Yensai's face fell, and he said, "Young man, what high-sounding sentiments! A brat that came from a mere imperial city dares to speak to this establishment head like this?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a cold smile, "Otherwise, how do you want me to speak? Can't even protect your own people. Still want to make me feel grateful to you? I have matters to attend to right now. All get lost for me." Toward this Flowing Wind establishment, Yi Yuan felt disinclined to have any favorable impression right now and naturally would not have any words of praise. Song Yensai's eyebrows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "What a conceited brat! Take him down for me!" These deacons obeyed the order and immediately rushed forward together. These dozen over people were all 6th and 7th firmament celestial deity powerhouses, their strength rather uncommon, while Song Yankai was even an 8th firmament celestial deity. In his view, wasn't it still more than sufficient for these people to deal with a 5th firmament celestial deity? But he was wrong. Yi Yuan snorted coldly, figure immediately turning into an afterimage, before shuttling back and forth in the midst of these dozen overdeacons. Very soon, a series of screams were emitted. One figure after another was directly sent flying out. The entire hall was quiet. Song Yensai's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of aghast, full of disbelief. A 5th firmament celestial deity defeated more than 10 people who were 1 or 2 minor realms higher than him in a few moves. No, wait, not defeated. If Yi Yuan was willing, he would have already killed these people just now. Done with these, Yi Yuan put away his sword and swaggered out of the door, completely ignoring Song Yankai. Halt! Bang! Song Yensai's world power suddenly erupted, enveloping over toward Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have heard it and did not feel his world power either, walking out very calmly. Song Yensai's expression flickered, but finally he still did not make a move. He discovered that he actually did not have confidence in dealing with this young man. Only all the way until Yi Yuan's figure disappeared from his line of sight did he abruptly startle awake. Was Was he really a martial artist who refined a celestial deity Dao fruit? Impossible. Song Yankai denied this idea straight away. Martial artists who refined Dao fruits could not possibly be so strong. He looked at Lu Qin and asked in a solemn voice, "You said that he came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City just now?" Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? Lu Qin was still in the midst of shock, hearing Song Yensai's question. Only then did he abruptly startle awake, nod his head woodenly and said, "Why, yes." I examined his ident. One, Tai Token, he's indeed Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder. Song Yensai's brows knitted together tightly, and he asked again, "Why did he come here?" Lu Chen's expression was ugly as he said, For John Jadehall's matter." Song Yankai got a shock, his figure moving, vanished. Plussing from where he stood. Chapter 1900. I'll bring you out. Chapter 1900. I'll bring you out. Goodness me, what a handsome little brother. Quickly come in and take a look. Our Carefree Grove is a pleasure town. Guarantee that you'll have such a good time that you'll forget to go back. The moment Yi Yuan arrived at Carefree Grove, a middle-aged woman who had partly lost her good looks immediately came up to drag him, forcefully dragging him inside. Yi Yuan looked at the madam and asked, "Does your place have a girl called John Haitang?" The moment the madam heard, she immediately became vigilant and looked at Yi Yuan profoundly as she said smilingly, "Young master, this is a thorned rose. Although she looks ravish, plussing, her personality is fierce like a fire. We have plenty of fine girls here, so why don't Sir change to another one?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This young master likes wild horses, I want her. Arrange for a room and bring over for me." The madam narrowed her eye and said with a nod, "Since young master likes it, that's fine as well. Come, men, bring this sir up to the main room." At this time, a hustler jogged over and led Yi Yuan into the main room. These lands of pleasure were similarly very well received among martial artists. The journey of cultivation was extremely dreary. Not everyone could focus wholeheartedly on Tao. After some martial artists with mediocre talent reached a certain realm, it was very hard to have breakthroughs again, and they would naturally be reluctant to part with the splendor of the world. This kind of martial artist was actually in the vast majority. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan discovered that this Carefree Grove's business was really popular. The looks of the girls here were rather outstanding. Furthermore, each and every one of their cultivation was not weak, making Yi Yuan very surprised. Cultivation reached the divine lord realm, even the celestial deity realm. How could one be willing to come here and be reduced to the playthings of men? Yi Yuan maintained his composure and arrived in a fine room. The decoration inside was extremely luxurious. Before long, 2 burly men escorted a girl and pushed open the door to the room. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but saw that this girl was thin and pallid, quite a number of bruises faintly on her face. Her hands and legs even had handcuffs and shackles. But before coming here, she had clearly been tidied up meticulously, concealing quite a bit. Although haggard-looking, the stubbornness and resolve to die in this girl's eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Yi Yuan took a glance and could not help but sigh in his heart. After entering, that girl glared at Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have already died several times over. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "Unlock her handcuffs and anklets." Those 2 burly men were taken aback and said hesitantly, "This isn't appropriate, right? Sir, this law S is very fierce and has already injured many guests." Yi Yuan said, "Do you guys feel that she, a La SS whose divine sea is sealed, can hurt me?" One of them thought about it and still released John Haitong's restraints and said with a cold snort, "Be more obedient. If you still dared to be impolite toward guests, you know the outcome." Finished talking, those 2 burly men went out. Yi Yuan poured himself a cup of wine, and also poured a cup of wine for the empty seat opposite, and did an inviting gesture, saying with a smile, "Sit down and talk? Drink a cup of wine to calm your nerves." Jiang Haitang did not sit. She looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Shameless thing, want to use alcohol to knock me out? Dream on." Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that. Downing the cup in one gulp himself, he smiled and said, "You're called Jiang Haitang? So what? Your father is Jiang Jade Hall?" Jiang Haitang's face changed, and she said in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Yi Yuan looked at her and said smilingly, 800 years, fourth firmament, celestial deity, not bad, not bad. Looks like the effect of the supreme jade void pill has already been brought to play completely." With this, Jiang Haitang really got a shock. She looked at Yi Yuan and said with unbelievable shock, "You? Who the hell are you? Why would you know that I've taken the supreme jade void pill before?" The matter of Jiang Haitang having once taken a divine grade supreme jade void pill was only known by her and her father, two people. Then, how did this young man in front of her knew? Unless, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You've already guessed it, haven't you?" Jiang Haitang stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said in disbelief, You're Yi Yuan? Impossible. My father told me that when you left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, you were merely a first firmament divine lord. It has only been a few hundred years. How can you possibly cultivate to be a fifth firmament celestial deity? Unless you consumed a celestial deity Tao fruit? Yi Yuan made another inviting gesture, indicating for her to sit down and talk. This time, Jiang Haitang did not refuse, sitting down opposite Yi Yuan. Except, she still did not drink alcohol. Yi Yuan could perceive that she still had a vigilant heart towards him. Looks like Jiang Jade Hall being thrown into jail and her being captured in a brothel made her produce an intense, vigilant mentality toward everyone. "Reach your hand out," Yi Yuan said. Jiang Haitang was taken aback, but still extended an arm out as he said. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and put it on Jiang Haitang's pulse, and slowly closed his eyes. Before long, he opened his eyes and said with a nod, "Not bad, it's indeed the supreme jade void pill that I refined." Jiang Haitang was taken aback and said, "You suspected me?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just like you doubt me, I'll naturally suspect you too." Jiang Haitang thought about it and said with a nod, "All right, but I've already consumed the supreme jade void pill for 800 to 900 years. You can tell whether I'm Jiang Haitang or not just by reading my pulse. Or are you tricking me?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The medicinal strength of divine-grade medicinal pills won't dissipate so quickly. I believe that you've already felt the benefits of this medicinal pill. Higher-grade void spirit divine pills, even vast spirit divine pills, can even affect martial artists for all their lives. The medicinal pills that I refine myself, I naturally have a score in my heart." Jiang Haitang knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. With her talent, it was originally impossible to cultivate to be a fourth firmament celestial deity so quickly. These few years during cultivation, the power of the supreme jade void pill still played a role at crucial moments. That was how it let her break through bottlenecks faster. One had to know Jiang Haitang's current strength already caught up to Jiang Jade Hall. This kind of improvement speed was unimaginable to the previous her. Thank you," Jiang Haitang said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It is already my luck that you don't hate me. If not for me, your father also wouldn't have been thrown into the death cell either, and you also wouldn't have been reduced to such a plight." But Jiang Haitang shook her head and said, "You don't have to be like this. My father said that he owes you a great favor. His promise to you must be fulfilled. I know that he did it all for my sake." Talking up to here, Jiang Haitang's tears could not hold back anymore, flowing down akin to a dam that opened up. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Brother Jiang is truly trustworthy. You rest Shurd, I absolutely won't let Brother Jiang die, just like this. Rather, it's you. How could you be foolish enough to ask a tiger for its skin? Jiang Haitang cried bitterly and said through sobs, I really had no choice. Hearing Jiang Haitang's tearful complaint, Yi Yuan's fury was ignited once more. It turned out that Jiang Haitang went to find Yu Jinsong that day, but she was requested by him to offer her body to him before he was willing to let Jiang Jadehal out. Jiang Haitang's personality was staunch with moral integrity and was unwilling to submit. Who knew that Yu Jinsong lit a soul-eater incense in the room? He drugged Jiang Haitang and sullied her innocence, and even sealed her divine sea, sending her to Carefree Grove. Jiang Haitang's temperament was staunch with moral integrity and already long harbored the resolve to die. It was just that Jiang Jadehal's life and death were unknown. That was why she dragged out an ignorable existence to this date. Yi Yuan sighed again after listening until the end. Pulling Jiang Haitang's hand, he said, Come, I'll bring you out. Chapter 1901, Going on a Killing Spree. Chapter 1901. Going on a killing spree, a warm and boundless divine essence directly rushed into Jiang Haitang's divine sea through her meridians. That layer of seal was destroyed like Cruz. Plussing dead leaves. Divine essence instantly filled her 4 limbs and bones once more. Jiang Haitang looked at Yi Yuan full of surprise. This is Carefree Grove's unique seal. Even if a 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouse came, he can't dispel the seal too. How did you do it? Places of pleasure, like Carefree Grove, what they acquired were mostly very high realm female cultivators. As for how to control these female cultivators, they had their own methods. This seal, it was naturally impossible for ordinary people to crack it. Even if a 9th firmament celestial deity guest came, it was also impossible to want to crack their seal. But Yi Yuan destroyed it like Cruz. Plussing a dead branch. Just a seal. It's no big deal, come on. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Jiang Haitang was stunned, but shook her head and said, We can't walk out. The city Lord Manor is behind Carefree Grove, and this place has a peak 9th firmament celestial deity holding down the fort. No one can bring people away from this place. In imperial capitals, true D powerhouses were all very aloof existences. For this kind of mundane task, there naturally would not be true D powerhouses to take care of it. In reality, peak 9th firmament celestial deities could already suppress the vast majority of the people. Moreover, it was the city Lord Manor behind Carefree Grove. How many dared to be insolent here? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, If I want to bring you away, no one can stop it. Done talking, he did not care whether Jiang Haitang was willing or not, pulling her out of the door. Creak! The moment the door opened, 5 burly men already blocked outside the door. The madam looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, I knew that Sir definitely didn't have good intentions finding this LUT. If you have fun here, our Carefree Grove welcomes it greatly. But if you want to bring people away, that's a big no-no. Sir, please be prudent. Yi Yuan gave the madam a glance and said coolly, I want to redeem Miss Haitang's freedom, state a price. The moment the madam heard, she chuckled and said, Sir, sorry about it. Upstairs have informed this warehouse RE isn't selling. Sir, I urge that you'd better put her down. You guys can't walk out of here. You look at them, each and every one ferocious looking. If they were to hurt Sir, that wouldn't be nice. Seeing these burly men, Jiang Haitang's complexion also turned deathly pale. Yi Yuan, you go by yourself. These few burly men all had uncommon strength, all having middle stage celestial deity realm cultivation, being able to look after the house and courtyard here. One strength was naturally not ordinary. Yi Yuan had a calm look and slowly said, Is that so? Since not selling, then I can only forcefully bring her away. As he said, Yi Yuan dragged Jiang Haitang and was going to walk outside. The madam's patience was also whittled away completely at this moment, and said in a fierce voice, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit, "Beat for me." The 5 burly men rushed forward together, directly Russ. I, plussing into the room. Smack! A clear slap sounded out. The madam's entire person flew down from the second floor. But those 5 burly men hit thin air and did not even catch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Goodness gracious! This Heaven D. A.M. Ned Fellow! Quickly go and call Lord Fong Kuin here. Someone is causing trouble. Below came the madam's miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Yuan was neither too fast nor too slow, bringing Jiang Haidang and walking downstairs. The entire Carefree Grove had a large-scale array formation set up, locking S, P, AC. Even a true D powerhouse could forget about teleporting out of here too. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to bring people away or eat a free meal? Hence, even though Yi Yuan was skilled in spatial law, he could not possibly directly teleport out of this place too. However, this did not hinder him from displaying spatial law. Tossing and turning about within a small area, that was no problem at all. Jiang Haitang followed Yi Yuan, staring at his back view in a daze as if she was dreaming. Numerous strong guards rushed over, but she only saw one cold light after another shootout. Middle stage celestial deity realm powerhouses were killed with one sword without any exception. Even peak 6th firmament celestial deities would not do as well. Jiang Haitang originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a 5th firmament celestial deity, being not much stronger than her. But now, she knew that she was gravely mistaken. Yi Yuan's might already exceeded her imagination. No matter how powerful the opponent, they simply could not withstand a single blow in front of him. The current Yi Yuan seemed to be a hero of the era in her eyes. Everything was so calm and collected. Everything was so casual and effortless, as if nothing in this world could stump him. At this moment, Jiang Haitang's eyes revealed a hint of hope. Perhaps her father could really be saved. Before long, there was already no one who dared to step forward. Those guards were all frightened until their faces turned pale. Places that Yi Yuan Pa-S said bye, they immediately kept a wide berth, fearful that a ray of sword light from Yi Yuan would dismember them. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus several figures flashed past, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The one in the front was actually an 8th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Among these 4 people, the weakest was also 7th firmament celestial deity. He. Great 4 protectors. You guys came right on time. Hurry up and kill this kid. The madam was currently pleased with herself when a streak of sword light suddenly flew over. Her figure abruptly stopped. Turns out that her head was already separated from her body. That 8th firmament celestial deity's pupils constricted. He actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan struck. Yi Yuan looked at him and lightly spat out 2 words. Get lost! As he said, Yi Yuan brought Jiang Haitang and moved forward again. Learning what Jiang Haitang met with, Yi Yuan seemed calm, but actually he was already furious to the extreme in his heart. He was currently just finding some people to vent his anger, and the Carefree Grove that had its back resting against the city, Lord Manor, was just right. Being compelled by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, the 4 great protectors actually took a step back without prior agreement. Yi Yuan advanced again, and they retreated again. Finally, that 8th firmament celestial deity could not stand it anymore and roared furiously, "Attack together! Kill him!" For streaks of sword light suddenly erupted. For surges of world power formed a strange domain, surrounding Yi Yuan and Jiang Haitang tightly. This strike was a certain kill move. The 4 great protectors had clearly received special training before. The 4 people's cooperation was very tacit. Furthermore, their world power was even able to produce a resonance. Working together, the power multiplied. Where did this young man appear from? Such formidable strength. Isn't that so? Clearly only at the fifth firmament celestial deity realm. But middle stage celestial deity realm powerhouses are like paper paste in front of him. But he's too reckless. The four great protectors aren't to be trifled with. The four of them combining forces. It was said that they had once killed a ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse, let alone that there's a Lord Fong Kuan who hasn't taken action yet. Ha ha! Becoming enraged to the extreme for a woman. I like this kid. The combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed made everyone sigh with admiration. But facing these four great protectors, they did not feel optimistic about him. Many minor realms away, furthermore, fighting 1 versus 4, and these four people even had good teamwork. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan did not have chances of victory either. Chapter 1902, Swaggering Off. Chapter 1902, Swaggering off. A cold light flashed and disappeared, blood splattering. The neck of one of the four great protectors already had a large wound opened up, fresh blood spurting wildly without ceasing. It looked like he could not survive anymore. Just one sword move breached the formation of the four great protectors. Inside the carefree grove was silent, all using terrified gazes to look at that figure. How could this kid be so strong, so young, and his strength was so formidable? But why would he actually be completely unknown in 9 Pledge Imperial Capital? One sword move felling the carefree grove's four great protectors. This strength should be the crowning figure of this generation among 9 Pledge Imperial Capital's junior generation. Even that Linghua Pavilion's Rong Xia probably did not have such strength either, right? Just where did this boy pop out from? Get lost! Yi Yuan opened his mouth once more, taking a step forward again. The other 3 people's expressions flickered incessantly, falling backward uncontrollably. The 3 people continuously fell back and actually unknowingly retreated to the entrance of Carefree Grove already. They retreated, but then there was no room for retreat. Falling back further, and Yi Yuan would be out of Carefree Grove. At that time, without the grand array freezing S.P.A.C., it would be even harder for them to stop Yi Yuan. The 3 people's expressions flickered incessantly and exchanged glances. A hint of decisiveness flashed across their eyes. Kill! The remaining 3 great protectors mustered up their courage and rushed forward once more. 9 Polar Spectral Sword. Scarlet Wind Deercry Sword. Spirit Horn Dawn Sword. Sword lights radiated brilliantly. Inside the empty great hall, sword energy wandered everywhere. And Yi Yuan was in the center of this storm. Clank, clank, clank. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, the 4 people exchanged blows countless times. There was a series of exclamations all around. Their eyes could not keep up with the speed of the few people drawing their swords at all. The power of the 4 great protectors had long penetrated deep into people's hearts. No one dared to provoke them here. But Yi Yuan, a 5th firmament celestial deity, fought these 3 people head-on and was actually not the slightest bit weaker. This made them extremely surprised. These 3 great protectors were all 8th firmament celestial deities. Each person was 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, but they actually could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. A sword crossing the void. Swiss. H. Plus the moment the cold light appeared, all those present became silent. An 8th firmament celestial deity perished. This, he is too strong. Law's fusion. Spatial law. This is an unrivaled genius. Just where did this kid pop out from? Such a character had never been heard of in 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. In a twinkle, 2 of the 4 great protectors were removed. The shock that this brought everyone was too intense. And this sword also displayed Yi Yuan's law comprehension to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. They finally knew why Yi Yuan's strength was so strong. The 2 remaining people of the 4 great protectors looked at Yi Yuan with a look of terror shocked, speechless. That sword just now, regardless of who Yi Yuan unleashed it at, they were powerless to block it. Yi Yuan pulled Zhang Haidang and walked over toward outside the door again. How could the two remaining people still dare to stop it? They involuntarily retreated to one side and automatically opened up a path. The current Zhang Haidang had a blank look. This short distance of several thousand feet gave her a feeling like she was dreaming. She was being led by Yi Yuan mechanically, walking over toward outside the door. Ahead was Carefree Grove's front door, just a few steps away. Suddenly, a layer of ripple appeared in S.P.A.C. A figure emerged before everyone's eyes. A gray-robed, middle-aged man's gaze was cold, glancing at Yi Yuan and taking a look at the two great protectors. One of the protectors' expression was ugly as he said, "El Lord Fan Kuan can't even deal with a fifth firmament celestial deity. Go back and receive punishment." Fan Kuan said in a cold voice. That protector's expression was ugly as he said, "Why, Your Excellency." Fan Kuan gave a cold snort and immediately cut him off. "Talking what nonsense? You refuse to accept it?" "I accept." The protector's expression was ugly as he said. All around, everyone's faces were strange. They were all clear that today's matter really could not be blamed on the four great protectors. But Fan Kuan clearly did not care about these. He only looked at the result. Fan Kuan was a peak ninth firmament celestial deity. His strength was much stronger than the four great protectors added together. In this 9-pledge imperial capital, if true D realm did not appear, he could practically sweep across all. Holding down the fort at Carefree Grove for so many years, no slip-up had ever occurred before. He was the Carefree Grove's sea-stabilizing needle. Even if a 9th firmament celestial deity caused trouble, he also handled it all the same. With this, the matter has blown up to actually startle Lord Fan Kuan. Looks like today's matter can't be settled anymore. Lord Fan Kuan's strength is extraordinary. This kid is too careless. A pity, having the strength at a young age, but have to die here. Yeah, with his strength, if he really wanted to kill his way out, he would have long charged out. But he insists on taking his time to walk. He blundered now. The people who were frequently at Carefree Grove all knew Fan Kuan's awe-inspiring reputation. No one dared to cause trouble at Carefree Grove, because they all knew that this place had Lord Fan Kuan holding down the fort. Fan Kuan gave a cold snort, turned his head to look at Yi Yuan, and was just about to speak, but then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Get lost." Fan Kuan was taken aback and said with a sneer, "What a wildly arrogant brat. You don't think that I'm the same as these trash, right?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You're no different from them. Not getting lost. You similarly have to die." As he said, Yi Yuan pulled Zhang Haidang and walked forward once more. Fan Kuan laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "Reckless and blind thing, I want to see how you make me die." But right at this time, a series of blue tattoos spread out from Yi Yuan's body, cutting off the entire SPAC. Divine Vestige SPAC. Currently, Fan Kuan was very close to Yi Yuan. Those blue patterns constructed and formed the Divine Vestige SPAC very quickly. Fan Kuan's heart palpitated, instinctively feeling that something was amiss, and instinctively wanted to break free of the fetters of the blue patterns. However, it was already too late. Fan Kuan's pupils constricted, incomparably horrified in his heart, because he discovered that he was actually unable to SHI plus FT through spatial law. His body was restrained within the blue SPAC. Bang! All of a sudden, Fan Kuan released an attack. However, the blue SPAC did not waver at all. The blue patterns became increasingly denser and increasingly compact, finally teaming the entire SPAC. Let me out. And it let me out. Fan Kuan howled in despair. Yi Yuan's figure appeared, his eyes being incomparably cold. Fong Kuan looked at Yi Yuan and could not resist shuddering. Those eyes even made a trace of chill well up from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I already gave you the chance and asked you to get lost. But it's you who didn't cherish it yourself. So go and die. Yi Yuan lightly pointed a finger out, directly piercing through Fong Kuan's heart, destroying all his vitality. Thud! The divine vestige dissipated. Fong Kuan's corpse fell to the ground powerlessly. The surrounding was deathly quiet. Carefree, Grove's guardian, the peak ninth firmament celestial deity, Lord Fong Kuan, actually died just like this? Everyone exchanged glances, completely no idea what happened. Go. Yi Yuan pulled Jiang Haidang and strutted out of Carefree Grove just like this, swaggering off. The two great protectors exchanged a glance. There was only shock left in the other party's eyes. This scene was too astounding. Originally thought that there would be a heaven-shocking, great battle. No one could have thought that Fong Kuan died bafflingly, just like this. Chapter 1903. A slight move in one part may affect the situation as a whole. Chapter 1903. A slight move in one part may affect the situation as a whole. What did you say? Fong Kuan was killed by a fifth firmament celestial deity? When Eugene Song got this news, he nearly jumped up from the seat. Fong Kuan's strength, he was all too clear. How could a fifth firmament celestial deity possibly kill him? His first reaction when he heard this news was that he did not believe it. I assent that so? That boy used no idea what method, just like a cock. Oh! And enveloping Lord Fong Kuan inside. In just a blink of an eye, he died. When the leader of the four great protectors recalled the situation back then, he still had lingering fear in his heart until now. With Yi Yuan causing a disturbance, the Carefree Grove came to a total standstill and was totally unable to operate anymore. That place was a money-squandering establishment. It was a tremendous source of revenue to the city, Lord Manor. With this, it was chopped by Yi Yuan. Eugene Song's fury could be imagined. Eugene Song was angered until his expression was livid. Looking at the protector, he said, You said that kid came from Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? Furthermore, he was just Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder? The protector sweat cold sweat profusely and said with a nod, Yes, young master. That kid's ident. 1. Tai has already been investigated clearly. It's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder, Yi Yuan. Before going to Carefree Grove, he even made a trip to Flowing Wind establishment and almost tore down the entire Flowing Wind establishment. Oh, right, before he came to the imperial capital, he even killed the Wu family's young master, Wu Tian, as well as the Wu family's 8th firmament celestial deity retainer, Wu Yin. Coming to the imperial capital this time, he should be here for Jiang Jadehall's case. The city Lord Manor's investigative ability was still extremely strong. Just use a night, and they already inquired about Yi Yuan's ins and outs clearly. Hearing the protector report one news after another, Eugene Song's expression flickered incessantly. In this short half a month's time, Yi Yuan already turned 9 pledge imperial capital upside down, directly offending the 3 major forces. Although the Wu family's strength could not compare to these 3 forces, they were absolutely not some soft persimmon either. The Wu family's ancestor was a true G.O.D. realm powerhouse. Eugene Song narrowed his eyes like a venomous snake and said in a cold voice, Pass! Down the order for me. 3 days later, openly execute Jiang Jadehall in Heavenly Grove Plaza. At that time, we'll lay down an inescapable net. This young master wants to see whether he has 3 heads and 6 arms or not. The news spread to city, Lord Manor. As one of the 3 great factions, Kongming Academy naturally would not be unaware. Song Yankai was currently standing in front of a middle-aged man, but was fearful after the event in his heart. Luckily, when Yi Yuan left back then, he did not really make a move to stop. Otherwise, his outcome would be exactly the same as Fong Kuan. Hang on, his strength was far worse than Fong Kuan. There was no hope of surviving at all. Presently, the situation in the city is very delicate. Before yesterday night, most likely no one would have thought that an imperial city's head elder would actually stir up such a great disturbance. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh and said. Song Yankai smiled bitterly and said, "Who could have thought that a fifth firmament celestial deity brat could kill his way through Carefree Grove?" The middle-aged nodded his head and said, "Jiang Jade Hall is merely a puny little patrolling inspector and is totally insignificant. Waging war with City Lord Manor and Linghua Pavilion for him was seriously unwise. It's just that no one would have thought that he actually got acquainted with such a remarkable young man. Carefree Grove's business. Everyone is very envious of it. No one has ever dared to cause trouble inside before. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually wiped them all out?" Song Yankai said, "Then what should we do now? Yi Yuan already poked a hole in the sky. Yet we are very passive." The middle-aged shook his head and said, "People above have already given the word. Jiang Jade Hall must be protected. The City Lord Manor and Linghua Pavilion are eager for action. This boy has such terrifying talent, so he'll definitely be able to assist us in the future. Hence, we have to make up for the past blunder at all costs." When Song Yankai heard this, his expression changed slightly. Everyone in the city was searching for Yi Yuan, but after he brought Jiang Haitang away from the Carefree Grove, his entire person seemed to have evaporated into thin air. No one could find him. The City Lord Manor wanted to kill Yi Yuan, but they could not find him. Kongming Academy wanted to find Yi Yuan to explain things, but sadly they could not find Yi Yuan either. 3 days' time passed, said in a flash. The matter of publicly executing Jiang Jade Hall was already announced to the whole city through the City Lord Manor. When he saw the light again, Jiang Jade Hall felt that it was rather piercing to the eye. He originally thought that he would die inside the jail, dubiously just like that. But he did not expect that in order to kill him, the City Lord Manor made such a big commotion. Suddenly, a group of people in front came over. Seeing that person in the front, Jiang Jade Hall's entire body trembled slightly. It was precisely the one who framed him, getting him thrown in jail. Eugene Song came in front of Jiang Jade Hall and said with a smug smile, "Jiang Jade Hall, are you very curious why killing you, a puny little patrolling inspector, would still cause such a big disturbance?" Jiang Jade Hall's heart was long akin to dead ash. How he died had no difference to him. The only thing that he was worried about was his daughter. Mucking around in 9 Pledge Imperial Capital for so long, Jiang Jade Hall naturally understood his situation. He was merely the sacrificial item of the upper echelon's fight. Who could care about the life or death of a puny little patrolling inspector? Jiang Jade Hall drew a deep breath and looked at Eugene Song as he said, "Young master you, Jiang Jade Hall is merely a minor character. So death isn't regrettable. It's just that I hope you won't make things difficult for my daughter." "Ha ha ha." Eugene Song laughed loudly and said, "How could I bear to make things difficult for Haitang, my lord father-in-law?" Jiang Jade Hall's entire body trembled. Looking at Eugene Song in great alarm and rage, he said, What did you do to her?" Eugene Song looked at Jiang Jade Hall with a smile that was not a smile and said, "What can I do to her? She came to beg me to let you out. I say, meat that's delivered to my mouth, I can't spit it out, right? TSK, didn't expect that you, a COA. Man, your daughter was actually so ravis. Plussing really electrifying." Jiang Jade Hall was angered until his entire body trembled, and he roared furiously, "You, animal! Jiang Jade Hall bared his teeth, roaring at Eugene Song. But 2 rows of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. His heart was currently already completely broken, but Eugene Song laughed very happily. Patting Jiang Jade Hall's shoulder, he said, "Don't be in a hurry. I still have a piece of good news to tell you. Someone came to save you." The current Jiang Jade Hall could not hear Jiang Jade Hall's words anymore at all. His mind was full of the image of his daughter being humiliated, hating to the extreme in his heart, and also hurting to the extreme. Seeing that Jiang Jadehal did not react, Eugene Song asked with a smile, "You know Yi Yuan, right?" Hearing this scene, Jiang Jadehal's entire body trembled, his eyes finally recovering clarity, looking at Eugene Song with a disbelieving look. You're saying that Yi Yuan, he came back?" Eugene Song nodded and said, "Not only did he come back, he even rescued your daughter from Carefree Grove. Are you very pleasantly surprised? See Carefree Grove? How is that possible?" Jiang Jadehal's pupils constricted, instantly thinking of many things. But hearing that his daughter was rescued, Jiang Jadehal also felt his heart ease up. But very soon his face changed, looking at Eugene Song with indignation. Nos. Plussing his teeth in hatred. Chapter 1904, Not Giving Face. Chapter 1904, Not Giving Face. You want to publicly execute me in order to lure Yi Yuan out? Jiang Jadehal said with a furious roar. Eugene Song had a smug look as he said smilingly, "You're not stupid, understanding it so quickly. Today, City Lord Manor has already arranged 3 true D-realm experts to lie in wait around the execution ground. The moment he appears, the 3 great true D-realm powerhouses will attack at the same time. You guess what will be his outcome." Ha ha ha. Jiang Jadehal was incomparably shocked in his heart. In order to deal with Yi Yuan, the City Lord Manor actually sent out 3 true D-realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan's strength was actually already powerful to such a degree. It had just been a short few hundred years. Yi Yuan's growth completely exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan barged into a dragon's lair, a tiger's den alone in order to save him and save Jiang Haiteng. He was very touched in his heart. This made his promise to Yi Yuan become very important. Except this Eugene Song was shameless when doing things by fair means or foul. If he rashly came to save him, wouldn't he lose his life in vain? Thinking up to here, his hatred toward Eugene Song was even more akin to a wave that dashed to the sky. You despicable, shameless Eugene Song, even if I, Jiang Jadehal, become a ghost, I won't let you off either. Jiang Jadehal gnashed his teeth in hatred, doing his best, wanting to break free of the shackles. It was just a pity that this shackle was forged from purple gold divine metal. Forget that his divine sea was sealed. Even normally, it was impossible to break free to. Become a ghost? Hee. You need to have a chance to become a ghost too. Bring him away. Eugene Song waved his sleeves grandly. The guard escorted Jiang Jadehal and marched for the execution grounds. Jiang Jadehal was being sent away, his face ashen. He hated Eugene Song. He hated his inability. But he was completely powerless to change anything. Yi Yuan, you shouldn't have come. 2 rows of hot tears flowed down his face. There had never been a lack of those who wanted to watch the fun. Currently, Heavenly Grove Plaza was long already packed full of people. Nowhere to find a foothold at all. Really can't understand why executing a puny little patrolling inspector has to cause such a big commotion. Hey, you don't know this, right? Do you know who was the girl who was rescued, slaughtering their way out of Carefree Grove? It's this Jiang Jadehal's daughter. This show today, the real interest of the drunkard isn't in the wine. You're talking about that Yi Yuan? Terrific lad, that's A.G. O.D., a 5th firmament celestial deity, and he actually slew Lord Fong Kuan. Truly remarkable. A shame, this scheme that young master you came up with today. Even if Yi Yuan knows that it's a pit, he has to jump too. Unless he doesn't want to save Jiang Jadehal anymore. The matter of Yi Yuan causing a disturbance in Carefree Grove was no longer some secret long ago. It caused a huge stir in the city. Curious folks naturally clawed out the whole sequence of events. Originally an insignificant patrolling inspector, but now, because of Yi Yuan's troublemaking, The degree of focus was extremely high. Today, so many people came, wanting to see whether Yi Yuan dared to come or not. Yu Jinsong sat on the seat of honor with a relaxed look. Discovered Yi Yuan yet? Yu Jinsong said to the protector behind him. This W.A. and Ji, who was precisely the leader of the four great protectors who had once fought with Yi Yuan before. Hearing Yu Jinsong's question, W.A.N. Ji, who shook his head and said, reporting to young master, didn't discover traces. Young master, we put on such a grand lineup, so he probably don't dare to come, right? Yu Jinsong smiled and said, this kid has been friends with Jiang Jade Hall for several hundred years. They're friends. H.I. plus P very close. This time, for Jiang Jade Hall's sake, he barged into Carefree Grove alone and rescued Jiang Haiting. It can be seen how important he views Jiang Jade Hall. Therefore, there's no way he doesn't come. You continue investigating. Once you discover his trace, don't act rashly and alert the enemy. Tell me immediately. Yes, young master. W.A. and Ji, who received the order and left. In order to capture Yi Yuan, Yu Jinsong laid down an inescapable net today. Today, the city guards present were all elites among elites. Not only were their strengths formidable, but the power of their combined attacks were also extremely powerful. Apart from this, he even brought a bunch of late-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses, dispersed in all directions of the plaza. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, this dense, large web would directly pounce on Yi Yuan and kill him. As for the three true D-realm powerhouses, they were also hidden in various areas of the plaza at this time. Among these three true DS, there were two first firmament true D, and one second firmament true GOD. It could be seen how highly he regarded Yi Yuan. He had absolute confidence that as long as Yi Yuan dared to show face, he absolutely could not escape. Suddenly, three figures barged into the execution ground. When Yu Jinsong saw the arrivals, he could not help revealing a look of amuse. ENT getting up, he bowed and said, little nephew Jinsong pays respect to Academy Head Fei. The person in front had a very powerful aura. He was actually a true D realm powerhouse. Bystanders did not know him, but Yu Jinsong naturally recognized him. He was called Fei Mingtian, one of Kongming Academy's A.S. Assistant Academy heads. Following behind Fei Mingtian were Flowing Wind Establishment's establishment head Li Zian and A.S. Assistant Establishment head Song Yankai. Fei Mingtian nodded his head and said, not seeing for several years. Honorable nephew Yu's realm improved considerably again. Yu Jinsong smiled and said, Academy Head Fei is too kind. Little nephew is currently carrying out the city, Lord Manor's law. I wonder what Academy Head Fei came for? Fei Mingtian's face fell. Yu Jinsong's words concealed a needle in wool, blocking him dead with one sentence. Since Yu Jinsong dared to frame Jiang Jade Hall, he naturally would not give people a handle and had long created sufficient ironclad proof. Otherwise, the Kongming Academy would not go so far as to not make any noise at all. Fei Mingtian said, coolly, Honorable nephew Yu, Jiang Jade Hall is at any rate from the Kongming Academy. Can you give our academy face and spare his life? Yu Jinsong laughed when he heard that and said, Academy Head Fei's words aren't right. Although Jiang Jade Hall originated from the Kongming Academy, he works in the city, Lord Manor now. For so many years, the city Lord Manor also spent large amounts of cultivation resources on him, but he didn't think to repay it and actually assassinated me. This kind of person, if he isn't sentenced to death according to the law, what will my city Lord Manor use to manage the 9-pledge imperial capital? Fei Mingtian's brows furrowed slightly. Yu Jinsong's words were flawless. He could not find any words to refute at all. Although Flowing Wind Establishment was the place where Kongming Academy managed imperial cities, it was too inferior to show in public. On the surface, All of the imperial cities were under the city, Lord Manor's name. In that case, there's no leeway to maneuver if I were to forcefully bring him away. The imposing momentum on Fei Mingtian's body gradually grew. Horrifying world power crushed over toward Eugene Song. Clearly, he was already angered. But Eugene Song was completely fine as he said with a faint smile, Academy head Fei's emotion. This lowly nephew naturally understands. It's just that the law is the law, and, body can violate it, right? If Academy head Fei were to really take action, I'm afraid that Lord Father will be making a move. Academy head Fei wouldn't think that Lord Father knows absolutely nothing about today's matter, right? Fei Mingtian's expression changed. Eugene Song's father was naturally city, Lord Yu Wenfeng. His strength unfathomable. This punk actually used the city, Lord, to threaten him. Kongming Academy originally thought that by sending a true D powerhouse to acting capacity, Eugene Song should give face. Who knew that Eugene Song's attitude was actually so decisive? Eugene Song looked at Fei Mingtian and said with a light smile, Academy head Fei, not that this lowly nephew isn't giving face, but that the law beats everything. Kongming Academy is also a part of 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Producing such a treacherous traitor, shouldn't Academy head Fei observe the execution then? Chapter 1905. Doing something difficult, effortlessly. Chapter 1905. Doing something difficult, effortlessly, Fei Mingtian was angered until he trembled all over. But he was powerless to do anything. His Tai was extraordinary. Once he really made a move that was thoroughly falling out with the city Lord Manor. Fei Mingtian gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and left. But he did not leave. He simply retreated to one side to observe the execution from the sidelines. Academy head Fei, what should we do now? Li Zian asked. Fei Mingtian let out a sigh and said, This matter isn't easy to handle. Our Kongming Academy is in a disadvantageous situation to begin with. The city Lord Manor is probably hoping exactly for us to lose all decorum with them right now. Li Zian said, Then what about Yi Yuan? If we don't save Jiang Jade Hall, he probably won't be willing to drop the matter. Fei Mingtian shook his head and said, I hope that he isn't Ras. Time slowly trickled by. There were no signs of Yi Yuan showing up. Eugene Song got somewhat tired of waiting and said coolly, Carry out execution. His subordinate said in a clear voice, The hour is up, execute. The executioner received the order, carried a knife, and came before Jiang Jade Hall. All executioners used special magic weapons to carry out a death sentence. To divine Dao powerhouses, even if their heads were chopped off, they would not die either. Unless one's comprehension in the power of laws was very deep, wrecking all of their life force, that was how they could be killed. The executioner's strength was not too strong. He naturally did not have this ability. Eugene Song suddenly stood up and said in a clear voice, Yi Yuan, I know that you're here. Aren't you very impressive? So why don't you dare come out anymore? Or is it that you took a fancy to Jiang Haidang and only saved her and not her father? Gutless coward. Come out if you have the capability. Still not coming out. Jiang Jade Hall will be dead. Jiang Jade Hall's face changed, and he roared angrily. Yi Yuan, you mustn't come out. Thank you for saving Haidang. I already have no ties left. They laid down an all-in-compa. Singnet, just waiting for you to show up. You mustn't come out. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Eugene Song's mouth. Jiang Jade Hall's words would only stimulate Yi Yuan to appear. I'm here. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. Except, this voice was too near as if it was beside his ear. Suddenly, Eugene Song felt his scalp tingle. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart, and he instinctively wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. Blue fine lines suddenly wrapped over toward him, scheming against the unguarded. How could Yi Yuan give him the chance to escape? Yu Jinsong fell into the divine vestige S.P.A.C. without the slightest surprise. Very soon, the divine vestige S.P.A.C. dissipated. A sword was pressed on Yu Jinsong's neck. In this short while, Yi Yuan already sealed Yu Jinsong's divine sea. Everyone looked over, but discovered that Yi Yuan was actually wearing the outfit of an ordinary city guard on him. Turns out that he actually hid inside the city guard army. Furthermore, his target was not Jiang Jade Hall at all, but Yu Jinsong. This scene happened too quickly, swift until everyone did not react to it, and Yu Jinsong already became a captive. Yu Jinsong was a ninth firmament, celestial deity powerhouse. No one would have expected that he actually did not even have the strength to resist and was restrained by Yi Yuan. The city guards were very near Yu Jinsong. This bit of distance was merely the distance of a blink of an eye to Yi Yuan. And with Yu Jinsong's strength, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to succeed with one strike too. Hence, he had long planned it out, using the divine vestige S.P.A.C. to restrain the other party. This series of means was done in one go, not giving those three great true G.O.D. powerhouses any time to react at all. Fei Mingtian looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look, full of disbelief. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan would actually think of using such a method to save Jiang Jade Hall. This boy is bold and meticulous in thinking, his talent Serpa. Sing others, truly terrifying. Fei Mingtian said in shock. Bang! 3 terrifying auras rose to the sky. The 3 great true G.O.D. powerhouses who were lurking nearby finally showed their faces. The 3 people surrounded Yi Yuan tightly, but did not dare to step forward. There was an uproar all around. Only then did they know that in order to deal with Yi Yuan, the City Lord Manor actually sent out 3 true G.O.D. powerhouses. Furthermore, one of them was even a second firmament true G.O.D. It was just that these 3 great true G.O.D. powerhouses did not even have a chance to make a move, and Yu Jinsong was already kidnapped from under their eyelids. This means was simply inconceivable. Yu Jinsong laid down an all-incompa. Singnet, wanting to capture Yi Yuan. In the end, he failed to capture him and got himself ensnared instead. The 3 great true G.O.D. powerhouses actually became ornaments. That second firmament true G.O.D. powerhouse said, Brat, hurry up and let go of Jinsong. I'll spare you from death. Yi Yuan looked at him with eyes like looking at an idiot and immediately gave Yu Jinsong a slap. Smack! A crisp sound could be heard clearly in the entire plaza. Quite a number of people all touched their own faces unwittingly, as if this slap was slapped on their faces. This slap is dealt for Haitang. Yi Yuan said coolly, not having the slightest hint of emotion. A slap landing. Half of Yu Jinsong's face already swelled up badly. You dare to hit me? Yu Jinsong's words were unclear. His eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of disbelief. Smack! What answered him was a second slap. This slap is for Brother Jiang. These 2 slaps are tentatively the interest. Your dog life, I'll take it. Now let him go. Yi Yuan said coolly. People looked at Yi Yuan with wars. H.I. plus pink faces. Too domineering. If not for seeing it with their own eyes, they totally would not dare to believe that someone could toy with the entire city, Lord Manor, in the palm of their hand. This composure, this strength, this easy accomplishment of a difficult matter as if it was easy, was absolutely not what ordinary people could achieve. 2 slaps thrashed Yu Jinsong until he became a pig head. Jiang Jade Hall looked at Yi Yuan blankly, as if he did not recognize him. Not seeing for several hundred years, Yi Yuan's strength was actually horrifying to such a degree already. After hearing Yu Jinsong's words, Jiang Jade Hall was worried that he implicated Yi Yuan. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually played something like this, capturing Yu Jinsong to be a hostage? Yi Yuan, you can't escape. Eugene Song said unclearly, "With you around, why would I not be able to escape?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "At letting go of Jiang Jade, what if you kill me? I can let go of him, but you must swear a heavenly Tao oath that you absolutely can't kill me." Eugene Song said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can." Yi Yuan did not plan on killing Eugene Song in the first place. He also knew that he could not kill him. Capturing him was just in order to save Jiang Jade. Very soon, Yi Yuan swore the heavenly Tao oath. This made Eugene Song's heart ease up. "I let him go." Eugene Song issued the order. Jiang Jadehal's handcuffs and anklets were released. The him who regained freedom anew felt like he was dreaming. "Get lost," Yi Yuan said to the three great true G, D powerhouses. The three great powerhouses were wary in taking action for fear of implications and could only open up a path. Yi Yuan pushed Eugene Song and arrived on the execution grounds and said to Jiang Jadehal, "Brother Jiang, Yi Yuan came late and let you suffered. I've let you and Haiteng down." Jiang Jadehal shook his head and said, "What's what I owe you? For you to be able to do things to this extent for elder brother. I didn't become brothers with you in vain."